This hearing is now called to order. I would like to recognize the senators and the order of questioning. Uh, I thank our colleagues again who are present and set questioning in order of rank and attendance as follows. Uh, Certainly, the chairman. Number two is SP Soto, who I understand cannot make it today. Number three is the officers, including the minority leader, Frank Drilon. And the order of attendance is Ms. Hontiveros, Mr. Lacson, Ms. Marcos, and Mr. Go, and Mr. Pangilinan. They're all here. And today, I'd like to call on the Director General to recognize our guests. If there are any guests who have not yet taken their oaths, and the Director General is requested to please quickly administer the oaths and swear in our new resource persons.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
General?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may proceed. The currently present are from the Commission on Audit, Michael Aguinaldo, Chairman. Together with him are Ms. Maria Carmelita Enriquez, Ms. Cheryl Tabangcura. From Asia United Bank, Mr. Jemer Villar, Branch Manager. From Banco de Oro, Bonifacio Global City Branch, Maria Christine Leonardo. From Union Bank of the Philippines, McKinley Road Branch, Mr. Conrado Bustillos. From Creotech Philippines and other EMS components companies, Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer and Mr. Fernando Ferrer. From Pharmally Biological Company, Ms. Rose Nono Lin. From Pharmally Pharmaceutical, Wang Tzu Yen, Justine Garado, Lincoln Ong, Frizel Grace Mago, Jeff Mariano, and Iluminada Sebial. From Philippine Pharma Wealth, Attorney Maylene Villanueva. From Philippine Blue Cross Biotech, Mr. Benito Techico. From Tigerfield Marketing Corporation, Mr. Albert C., Mr. Stevenson C., Mr. King Jin Ke, and Mr. Brian Santos Ong. Also from recent addition from Family Pharmaceutical is Ira Marie Moscoso. We have Attorney Wendell Avisado, Mr. Raymond Abrea, President and CEO of Asian Consulting Group, and Dr. Anthony Tony Liachon. One witness is new and therefore has not taken her oath yet. It's Ms. Mayra Marie Moscoso of Pharmaceutical. Ms. Moscoso, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Mr. Chairman, for the record, I saw her nod, and I suppose she said I do. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me just proceed. And on the matter of subpoena compliance, you have anything to report? Because we have people who have refused to be addressed by the subpoena, to address the subpoena that we have sent.
Your Honor, we have a list of those who have not either been served or have not complied. The Darganis, both Darganis are still at large.
Dargani and Twinkle Dargani are at large.
Dargani and Twinkle Dargani, Your Honor, are still at large. And then we have one more.
Well, let me define that. They have left the Senate in the middle of cross-examination, if I remember correctly, Mr. Mohit Dargani, and has never seen and that is an indication that they're trying to avoid. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Twinkle Dergani, the same thing. Now, the following people, to cut the long story short, Mr. Gerald Cruz, who is instrumental in acquiring the properties and where Mr. Yang is, and is part of the chain of businesses that Mr. Yang is involved with. Such or not? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. He was also he also signed the lease on the Forbes Park
On the house. Yes.
residence. Yes, Your Honor.
And Justin Garado?
Your Honor, that is my mistake. I'm sorry. Mr. Garado always attends the meeting. All
All right.
meetings.
Well, we should ask him a question then, because I'm under the impression from you that he has not been attending. Mr. Jason Uson, who is present, and I'm told that he has left the country.
We have written a letter to the BI, but we're looking for his birthday because they need both names and birthdays. But we're trying our best, Your Honor, to determine whether he's still here.
The exact answer is Mr. Yang says Mr. Garado and Mr. Uson, as far as is concerned, has left the country. He has vamoosed.
Yes, Your Honor, he has said that previously.
So talagang may intent na umiwas dahil maraming alam. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we conclude that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because an innocent man would appear, as other people have appeared here, if they have something to say, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Sofia Custodio,
As the subpoena has been,
he has given a company, right?
yes, sir, and the subpoena has been sent to the office address, but she has not appeared, nor has she allowed herself to receive the subpoena.
And what is the disposition of the Sergeant at Arms or the USAA?
Your Honor, they have made a report on the fact that they had to leave the subpoena at the premises of the address provided because no one would receive, saying that Ms. Custodio does not hold office in that address.
Well, don't you think we should write the letter to the NBI and the Department of Justice to say these people are refusing to accept a lawful subpoena of the Senate?
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
We have, and has there been any reply from the Department of Justice? I recall that in America, Mr. Barack, if I'm not mistaken, somebody close to Mr. Trump is now under arrest by the whole Congress of the United States, and it is the Department of Justice to the Attorney General that is charging him and making him appear. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. He was cited in contempt of Congress.
And in this country, there is basis for the Department of Justice to act under Article 150, right?
Yes, Your Honor, of the revised penal code.
150 says that a person who refuses to accept any subpoena or any process from the Congress or from any constitutional body or constitutional commission can be charged with disobedience to summons issued by the National Assembly, the committees or subcommittees, by the constitutional commissions, committees, subcommittees, or divisions. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So kindly remind my good friend, he's a good friend of mine, Secretary of Justice, to try and help the committee because there is no order by the President to that effect. For that
Yes,
matter,
Your Honor.
even duces tecum, subpoena duces tecum is still available to us. Isn't that correct?
And ad testificandum as well, Your Honor.
Yes. Ad testificandum is the one that they impose upon all cabinet members and government officials. But as far as subpoena duces tecum, that's still available. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Like import documents from customs, documents from the BIR that are relevant to this body, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm only saying
Under
this
government agencies.
because if there is delay, and I hope our other senators are, I'm sure will join me here, the delay is caused not by the Senate Bill Ribbon Committee, but by the President himself, who's not only been consistently defending his people, I don't know why, defending Michael Yang, a Chinese economic advisor of his, defending Lau, an appointee of his, Mr. Leong, and all these other people, and has now told his cabinet members, I don't know for what reason, he refuses to send them to us, right? Or no valid reason, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so therefore, I think we should assert that before the Department of Justice, and I understand that we are almost ready to file something in the Supreme Court. I say something deliberately to question that order of the President. And Dennis Manalastas? Mr. Kimbo?
Your Honor.
Dennis
The
Manalastas?
subpoena on Mr. Manalastas was not served because the address he provided, there is no one there to receive. And the guard said that all employees of that office, Fullwin, are on work at home status.
So we can go to at home, right?
Yes, Your Honor. We seek the assistance of the NBI as well to determine their residential addresses, Your Honor.
And is the NBI cooperating?
The NBI sends us replies to our letters, but some persons have, some names have either 10 or 12 persons to such a name, and we have difficulty determining which among them is the correct person.
Difficulty is a word made by many Filipinos when they cannot, when they don't exert enough effort. I remember the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Canada had a large tract of territory and very few people, but they always get their man. I remember the Philippine Constabulary always claimed that they got their man, always outnumbered but never outfought. So the NBI should be well advised that this is a constitutional body of the Senate, a co-equal branch of government, that they should exert more effort. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Especially in this case where people, and this has been the modus operandi of everybody, including Michael Young from the very beginning, to avoid, but eventually he came out. And if we are really steadfast in trying to get these people, we're going to try and get them, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, the Darganis even have the temerity to file a case against a member of the Senate.
Yes, Your Honor. It was in the news yesterday.
Yes, and that's unfortunate because they're not only do they refuse, but they also have the temerity and the gall to try and accost the Senate while we're in the process of investigation as if we're trying to intimidate. We're being intimidated, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I just want to emphasize this before the body so that the committee will make sure that we get them. And if we're having a hard time, it is because the president has given signals that he doesn't want these people to attend the committee for obvious reasons, because his name has been dragged into it because of all the appointments that he has made that were involved here. So sa kanya babaksak, di ba? Patingin ko,
Yes.
nakikita ko, dahil ayaw niya, at sa kanyang matinding depensa, araw-araw halos-halos, na walang kasalanan itong mga taong ito, inaaksaya lang natin ang panahon natin. Samantalang, hindi ba totoo po na nalaman na natin na hindi nagbabayad ng tax ang ilang mga tao dyan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pinapaalam ko lang po sa mga mamamayan na hindi po aksayado ang panahon nyo. Magbabayad po ng buwis. Nagbayad na nga ng buwis yung Tiger Field, di ba?
Your Honor.
At araw-araw may nakukuha tayo yung mag-meeting, di ba? Nakita na, sinabi na ni Senator Drilon, lahat yung mga kakulangan na hindi binabayad at saka ng ating expert na si Mr. Abrea, na kulang ang binabayad. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
So pinapaalalaban ko lang sa mga mamamayan natin na talagang kung may delay, ang may kasalanan ay ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas, hindi po tayo. At kagabi po, tumira na naman at sinabi kami raw po ni Senator Drilon, hindi kami nagpresidente, hindi kagaya niya, naging presidente siya dahil wala raw siya corruption. Hindi ko na po sasagutin yun sapagkat yun ay patutsada lang po ng Pangulo yun at hindi dapat ginasabi ng Pangulo yun. Ang isasagot ko lang po para sa alam na madla ay napakasimple lang po. Ito po ang sinabi ng Presidente doon sa Chinese Chamber of Commerce Federation speaking at the Philippine-Chinese Charitable Association at Manila Hotel, June 28, 2017. And I urge our fellow senators to listen and the public. I hate corruption. Sabi niya gano'n. And I quote, I hate corruption. Hindi ako nagmamalinis. Period. Tapos, marami rin akong ninakaw pero naubos na. Inamin niyo po yan. Admission against self-interest. Marami rin akong ninakaw pero naubos na. Period. Corruption is really out during my term. Yun po. Yun lang ako sagot ko, Mr. President. Kaya na umamin na kayo ay nagnakaw sa gobyerno. Hindi po kami nagsabi niyan. Kayo ang nagsabi. Wala po ako sinasabi nagnakaw kayo. Basta lumalabas lang ang inyong timon ay nandito sa mga tao ninyo. Kayo lahat ang nag-appoint. Wala pa ako kami kinukonclude. Sabi lang namin, kailangan magpaliwanag kayo. Kaya siguro kayo ayaw magpaliwanag at ang pinapaliwanag nyo ay paninirang puri at pang-aatake at pananakot. Yan lang ang gusto ko sabihin. With the permission of the body, I'd like to make some preliminary statements, if I may. I just wanted to point out that the investigation will proceed, and it can proceed faster, and we can get more. In fact, na-encourage po ako dahil lahat halos ng mga matatino na mga tao katulad ng mga konfederasyon ng mga Filipino suppliers ay nandito last week at sinabi nila na pabayaan ng mga Pilipino ng mga suppliers. Yun, isang napakatinding finding yan. Samantalang nasa bayanihan niya na dapat unahin yung mga Pilipino. At nakita na natin kung paano binalasubas ang EMS na hawak ng mga FIRER na nag-retool at nag-repurpose ng kanilang kumpanya para makapagpatuloy na makasupply ang bayang Pilipinas sa atin. Ang lumalabas po rito, katulad na sinabi ngayon ni Maria Ceres de Hoyo, left out ng Inquirer, Philippine PPE makers left out China, and China favored. Talagang pinapaboran po ang China. In fact, we can take public notice na ngayon, yung kaibigan po ng presidente ng China na hindi niya raw kayang paalisin, ay nakaparada na naman doon sa West Philippine Sea. At hindi niya kayang paalisin. Samantalang may pangako na mag-jet ski siya bago mag-eleksyon at tatanggalin niya lahat yung mga barko na yan. Ayan ho ang pangako dati. Kaya hindi ko tinitira ang Pangulo. Ayaw ko tirahin ng Pangulo. Nirerespeto po natin yan. Pero sinasabi ko lang ang totoo. Na dapat talaga ang Pangulo ay must be above the pale. At beyond the pale. Ano sinasabi niya? Kaya ako po sasabihin ko lang ito sinasabi, may kasabihan po tayo na a lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. Ang eksperto po dyan ay si Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels, na hawak ni Adolf Hitler. At gano'n rin po si Adolf Hitler, ang galing nilang magpaliwanag at ang galing nilang manisi. Sinalakay ang mga Hudyo, kinuha ang property, binalabas na sila ay nag-aaksaya at pinasamantala ng Germany. Kaya yan ay dumadating po sa pumapasok sa ulo ang ganyang kapangyarihan ng kanyang paninira sapagkat nakakalimutan ng mga namumuno na sila ay para sa kapakanan ng taong bayan. Para proteksyonan ang taong bayan. Pero pag pumasok na po ang uod ng korupsyon, ang uod ng lakas ng loob na pwedeng mang-alipusta ang Pangulo, ang pinakamatataas na tao, ito po ang lumalabas. They think that occupancy of a high office is a license to spew untruths or obstruct the legal proceedings of a co-equal branch of a Republican government. Napakasakit po niyan. Nakakalungkot. Alam na po natin lahat ang mga nangyayari. Halos 20 million ang namatay sa Europe noong World War II. Kasama na ang 6 million na Hudyo na namatay. Pero mukhang hindi pa rin natututo ang mga tao. At gusto ko lang po sabihin niya para in context sa sinasabi natin dito. Ang sinasabi nung isang kasama natin sa Senado na may katagalan na raw yung hearing, nagmamadali siya. 2 beses lang po umattend yung ating kasama at kaibigan ko pa ng hearing. Pero kung nag-a-attend siya, marami siyang matututuhan dito at malalaman. At yan ay pandagdag sa kanyang kakayahan at experience. At kaibigan ko po yan, mabait naman tao yan. Pero ito po sabihin ko sa kanya. Kung walang harap dito sa mga opisyalis ng ehekutibo, ay mahihirapan kaming makalakap ng tamang datos. Tatagal. At kahit may kahirapan at katagalan, talaga kung walang kooperasyon ang mga kinaukulan, talagang talo ang tao. Sino ba ang tao? Talo ang tao. May karapatan ang tao na malaman kung ano ang katiwalian. Lalo na pinangako na isang amoy lang o isang whiff of corruption ay talagang papatulan na at paparusahan. Ano po ba nakita na natin sa mga nakalagan na nakaraan? Umamin po ang Farmali not just once but twice na ang pakay po nila noon ay magancho o iswindle ang gobyerno sa panahon ng pandemya. Universally accepted na yan. Parmali will remain in the vocabulary of the Filipino people. Na parmali na naman ang gobyerno. At pati yung tinatawag na malumpaya, di pa namin sinisilip yan, ay sinasabi mas malaki pa sa parmali. In other words, ang standard ng corruption ay parmali. Nagbayad po ng 1.7 million ng karagdagang buwis ang Tiger Field Marketing Corporation. May nagawa naman po mabuti ang gobyerno. Nagbayad po sila. Dahil nung mahuli sila, dali-dali nagbayad. Ito po ay milyong salapi na dagdag sa mga programa ng gobyerno upang masugpo na po ang COVID-19. Not so fast. Meron po kaming finding na iba dyan. Kung ito po ay ayuda na lamang 1,000 kada pamilya o 5,000 pamilya per family, makakapagbigay po ng tulong sa 340 pamilya o 340 pamilya ang matutulungan nitong binayad ng Tiger Field. Nakapagtaka lang, namimili tayo sa China, yung pala, meron mga Tiger Field, may mga green tayo na nagbebenta rito at mamaya malalaman nyo, talagang may supply po ng face mask dito pero talagang minadali lang bumili sa mga kaibigan ng ilang mga kinaukulan na Chinese sa ibang bansa. Mamin din po ang Tiger Field sa panayam kay King Jin na kaibigan nila si Michael Yang. Makatwid, ang timon ay si Michael Yang. Sa katunayan, sila daw po ay mula pa sa, and I quote, same hometown. Yan. May kanta si Paul Anka nung araw, I took a little trip to my hometown. At talagang magkakakilala sila doon. Higit pa rito, inamin po nilang nagbayad po sila ng buwis sa China. Subalit, hindi naman po sila nagbayad ng buwis dito sa Pilipinas. Ayun po masakit. Nagbabayad sa China, sa Pilipinas hindi nagbabayad. Di po dapat magalit ang Pilipino dyan sa mga ganyang ugali nitong mga pumapasok dito na di umano investors. Pero meron silang sariling mga patakaran, hindi sinusunod ang batas. Katulad na sinabi ni Lincoln Ong na meron silang sariling kostumbre sa mga Chinese. At sa malamang ay madami din dito sa mga nag-supply ng mga dayuhang korporasyon ay hindi din nagbayad ng karampatang buwis. Alam natin yan. Kapag pagbayaran ng buwis, maraming cash sunduan na nangyayari. Yan po ang nangyayari. Sa suma total, madami na po tayong naitulong sa BIR at Department of Finance para malaman nila kung sino ang mga hindi nagbabayad ng buwis at nang masingil sila ng tamang kabayaran o mahabla sila for tax evasion. Sino nga ho ba ang talo dito kundi ang taong bayan? Narinig natin si Lincoln Ong. Umaangal siya. 3 na raw ang kanyang LOA, Letter of Authority. Pinaluluwa na sa kanya ng BIR yung kanyang hindi binayaran. Inamin ni Lincoln Ong yan. Mabuti naman at gumagalaw ang BIR kung totoo yung sinasabi ni Lincoln Ong. Luwa ang tawag doon. Iluwa mo na lahat yung hindi mo binayaran. Apagat apat-apat ang kotse mong magaganda, ay talagang imbisigayin ka kahit ano mangyari. Ang korupsyon po ay kalat na at lagpas na po sa parmali. Halimbawa ngayon ating nabalitaan, may malaki na namang kalokohan. Muntik na po hindi na napansin ng taong bayan, katulad na nga sinabi ko yung Malampaya Project, 138 billion daw po ang maaaring nanakaw doon at ang sangkot po ay walang iba kundi ang mga kaalyado at kaibigan na naman ng ehekutibo. Hindi ko po mapigil ang mga kababayan natin na pinapaimbestiga sa akin yan. Pero one at a time po, darating po tayo dyan. Kung kailangan imbestigahin, iimbestigahin po natin yan. Yan po ang katotohanan, kaliwat kanan ang tumatawag sa akin na mga tao may kinalaman na marunong dyan sa pagkalap ng langis na kailangan natin at yan ay hinihiling nila. Meron pa po mga construction company ibinubunyag sa atin. Yan ang kagandahan ng broom. Pagka nakakapagpakulong ang broom at lumalabas, ang mga nahuhuli, maraming tatawag ng mga Pilipino. Ang totoo niyan po, dapat lakasan ng loob ng mga kababayan natin Pilipino para ituro yung mga katiwalian at naglalabasan na po ngayon. Lalo na at patapos na ang term ng Pangulo. Kaya ngayon, kung ano lang inaanunsyo, tatakbong Vice Presidente o batas at ngayon tatakbo naman ng Senador ayon sa kanyang kaibigan na si Bongo. Ayan naman po ang gagawin nila. Senador naman ang patakbuhin. Bakit kaya? Ang sabi sa akin, natanggal ka senador, wala ka ng salapal-salad sa mga akusasyon kayo ni Senator Dillon. Hindi po totoo yan. Lahat ng tao may pansalag. Equality before the law ang wala po. Not everybody is equal, but the law makes everybody equal. Yan po ang panlaban ng bawat bayan. The fraud, waste, and abuse reported by COA disconcertingly goes beyond Pharmaceuticals Corporation. At nakita na po natin yan. Mamaya sasabihin ko, hindi po ba lumabas na yung Susu Corporation ay hindi nagbabayad ng buwis. So nakatulong na naman po ang Blue Ribbon yan. At marami pa po, yung Waha, ano yan, yung Wenwa, marami pa, yung Kinshen, marami pa po. Di pa to, mahaba pa po ito eh. Ang lalaki kasi ng kontrata, 2 billion, 1.9 billion, at napakakitang-kita kung paano sila lumusot. Sinabi ng DOH, ang threshold 2,000, lahat ay bumibili below 2,000. Swak na sila. Element trade, sinasabi dyan. So, pasensya nyo lang po, mga kababayan. Konting pasensya. At lahat pupunta sa tao, itong investigasyon na ito. Lahat magbabayad ng buwis ultimately. Yan po. Paano, may panalo na kayo dyan. At ito sinasabi nga po, naalala po namin ang mga kataga sa Constitution na public office is a public trust. Bago ko po makalimutan, pinapaalala ko lang kay Senator Judon, humingi ako ng advice sa kanya at sinasabi ko sa kanya, dahil kaibigan ko yan, nag-uusap naman kami kahit hindi kami magkasama sa partido, kahit na kailan hindi kami nagsama sa partido niyan, pero sa paglaban sa katiwalian, magkasama kami niyan, kasama sila Panginoon. Dapat naman ganyan ang mga politiko. Kalaban ang katiwalian, magkakasama kami. At sapagat ang na-drawing natin, party system ay talagang sabog-sabog. Pero sinasabi ko lang po rito, ay silaw ay hindi sumisipot. Private citizen na silaw. Kaya Mr. Kimbo, panahon na para tawagin natin at sabihin under contempt na silaw. And I would entertain a motion because marami pa tayong tanong, kailaw, hindi na siya nagpapakita dito. Wala ka na po sa gobyerno. Kailangan humarap ka dito. At pag lumabas ang Supreme Court, lalong lalabas ang mga katiwalian ninyo. Hindi ko po alam kung saan pupunta ang Supreme Court, pero namumuro po tayo dyan sapagat lahat ang involving dyan sa mga kasong pinipigilan ang mga cabinet officials na wag humarap, meron mga limitasyon. Pero hindi kasama sa limitasyon yung ginagawa namin dito sa Senado. Ang dami pong anomalya sa PSDB ang pandemic contracts. Lumalabas po, kaya kung sinabi silaw kagad, silaw at si Director Leong nakatasan at inappoint ng Pangulo na siyang tigabantay. Pero nyo, hindi dumaan sa commission appointment siya, hindi naman dapat. Pero dapat, public office is a public trust. Dapat ang Pangulo ilalagay yung pinaka-the best. Hindi yung porke nag-aging assistant sa opisina mo, ilalagay mo doon, pagtitiwalaan mo. At tingnan nyo ang nangyari. Pinagtiliwaan si Lau at si Leong, yung 42 billion na lustay. At nakikita natin ngayon na si Lau ayaw na umapir dahil huling-huli na. At ito po, they have not met their duties, their obligations, and treat them duties as fiduciary duties. Napakahalaga po yan. Wise na paggamit at hindi pagwaldas ng pera ng bayan. Ang experience po natin, tingnan nyo, sabihin ko lang po ito, pagbigyan nyo lang po ako ng konti. Ito sinasabi nga ni Maria Ceres Doyo ng Inquirer at marami pang iba. Hindi lang ho pinansin ang Pilipino na mga supplier. Ano po ang ginawa? Hindi po ba dapat kung kayo ay bibili? Ilagay nyo na ang China, nagmamadali tayo ang pinakamaraming supplier. Pinatignan ko po sa staff namin yan over the weekend. Ang tinanong ko po, hanapin nyo lamang sa China, yung mga nagsusupply ng mga PPE at ng mask at medical supply. Alam po ba nyo ang lumabas sa amin? Isa lang po na search engine ang ginamit. Itong Alibaba. Dalawa pala, Taobao at saka Baidu. Ang lumabas po na supplier lamang sa isang probinsya ay 185 na suppliers na kaya mag-supply ng hanggang 2 million a day. Hinanap ko po yung mga supplier na yan. Wala pong lumabas. Ano po ang lumabas? Susu. Construction Corporation po ang kinuha. Nakakapagtaka, di ba? Common sense. Kahit ikaw ay high school or grade school, bibili tayo ng medical supplies, maghanap tayo ng Medical Supplies Corporation. Aba, biglang lumabas isang himala. Construction Corporation na nakakuha ng bilyon-bilyon sa atin. Ano pa lumabas? Agriculture Corporation. Wala po itong mga korporasyon na sinasabi sa listahan ng mga Chinese na nagsusupply ng medical supplies. Napakadaling sabihin ng kaibigan natin na si Michael Yang, Isusu, pagsamantala mo na ito, maaaring ganyan na nangyari, na mag-supply ka na kahit na construction, ako nang bahala, at magdala ka kagad dito sa ating bayan, sa ating probinsya ng Pilipinas, probinsya na ng China yan, wala nang aangal yan. Kunin nyo na kagad yan. Yung mga si Mr. Lau, si Mr. Leong, siguradong tatanggapin yung binibigay nyo. Ako po haka-haka ba yan? Hindi po haka-haka yan. When you are looking for the best suppliers, legal, technical, financial, hindi po ba pangalawang sasabihin ko ito? Tanungin ko lahat ang mga senador, kukuha ba kayo ng ahente na hindi nagsusupply? Na hindi nyo alam kung yung susupply nila, hindi nila alam kung yun ay tumutugon sa technical specifications natin, sa standards? Hindi ko kukuha ng ahente. Dahil laway lang ang capital loan. Hindi kayo kukuha ng supplier ng pera ay 625,000 pesos lamang, pero tatabo ng mga 11 billion pesos ang kita, ang mabebenta. Iyan po ang sinasabi ko lang. Common sense lang. Huli na po itong mga taong ito. Kaya talagang mali ang ginagawa talaga nitong sila Lau, sila Leong, yung mga bata na inappoint ng Pangulong Duterte. Ayan po. At pinaboran sila. Pinaboran. Hindi na nga, ahente na nga lang, pinaboran pa. At ang pabor, mukhang Chinese nga. Kaya, nakita ko, binasa ko si Ceres Doyo, kinawawa ang mga Pilipino. Narinig yung last week, nag-appear dito yung Confederasyon ng mga supplier ng Pilipino, kaya naman nila. At patunay, marami tayong nakita na nagsusupply ng 16 pesos. Ano nga ba yun? Hindi lang yung EMS, etong Medical Center Trading Corporation, 16 pesos nag-supply. Pero pag tinignan nyo yung supplier nila, si Parmalee, 27.50, at ang nakakuha ng pinakamababa ay yung isang supplier na si Ramsey Taldas, yung kanyang kumpanya, na 16 pesos, pero mas mababa si Mr. Ferrer na Pilipino na 13 pesos. Akala natin ayos na, ginansyo rin, niloko rin, hinausaw rin, nilutong Macau rin. Ano pong ginawa? Kumuha, kunyari, na 13 pesos, nung makuha na yung 20%, ano po nangyari? Ibinaba na po ang bayad ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos. Pangahamak po yan sa mga Pilipino at pangahamak at pangsasamantala ng Chinese corporation. Dalawa na po yan. Ano po? Na kumuha sila sa China, hindi naghanap, nandun nga na nga sa China, dapat tinanong mo na ang pinakamura. Walang effort na hanapin yung pinakatamang supplier. Ang sinusupply sa kanila, Agricultural Corporation at Industrial Corporation. Nakakapagtaka. Ewan ko kung saan nag-aral itong mga taong ito, gano'n na sinasabi. At nakakapagtaka, request for quotation pa lamang ay may delivery na. Patunay, nag-request for quotation ng March 24 kay Bago, pero March 24 nag-usap na si Mr. Ong at si Mr. Lau. March 25 delivered on the same day. O akala natin 8 million, pagbilang 13 to 14 million lumabas, at nung sinayasat, lumabas na yung filtrate, yung nagsusupply na Chinese na Tiger Phil na meron palang supply na gano'n. Marami pa. At lumabas ngayon, ito, sasabihin ko lang. Tatalin ko mamaya ang ating si Mr. Abrea. Meron supply na Acme, 273 million. Bago po ito. Ano po? Ang sabi niya, talangin natin mga senador mamaya siya, initial findings on the submission of BIR, initial pa lang ito sa kanyang pag-aaral, sa kanyang pagsusuri. Parmalee paid 21 million income tax in previous quarters and claimed, may utang pa tayo, 75 million tax credit. Ay, nako, sobra naman na ito. Kinana pa tayo, may utang pa Pilipinas. Thus, Mariosep, per summary release of purchases, only 3.2 billion only lang pala yung 3.2 billion is supported out of the 7.2 billion purchases. 3.2 billion lang ang supported po sa 7.2 billion, including a 6.85 million peso Porsche. Wow, hindi po si Porsche ng Merchant of Venetian. Porsche ang mahahaling kotse. Kasama po doon sa report nila. Wala pong nakalagay. Itong bago, Senator Dilon, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lacson, Senator Hontiveros. Wala pong nakalagay na Tiger Field in the list of suppliers. Only ACME, 273 million ang lumabas na supplier. And EverMe, talagang EverMe, palaging ako, sabi ng Chinese supplier, EverMe, palaging ako, 2.99 billion ang sinupply ng EverMe. Natin malaman kung local yan o galing sa abroad, pero kung local yan, lalong patay-patay na naman dahil sinasabi, nagmamadali sila, kaya lumabas. Ang pangatlong gusto ko rin sabihin po, hindi naman po dapat bulto-bulto bilhin nyo lahat yan eh. Inaral po namin yan. Iba may papakita natin yan. Hindi kayo bibili ng lahat. Bibili nyo lahat. Yung bahay, yung barn, yung kalabaw, baka, dahil nagmamadali kayo. Mapapatunayan natin, katulad ng EMS, nabili sila ng 13 pesos, by the time matapos 2 pesos na lang. At makikita nyo, between that month, March, April, May, by the time umabot ang mga September, November, napakababa na ng presyo. Ibig sabihin, mayroong supply dito at nabili na lahat, and after about less than a year, sumibat na si Mr. Lau. Mr. Lau, kailangan kami dito dahil sumibat ka pagkatapos mo magawa yung nefarious activities mo. Nag-apply ka na sa ombudsman. Kaya makikita nyo, buong buo at naikot na natin yan. Ito ba po? Assuming without considering that Bayanihan 1 was operative on such date of 25 March 21, GPB circular restricting NFEC only to infrastructure projects was issued only on April 2021. Hindi ko po tinatanggap yan sapagkat yung legal, technical, and financial na kailangan sa NFCC ay palagi yan. Ang tanong ko nga kay Mr. Lau, ang ibig bang sabihin, wala na yan, makakabili ka kahit na wala ka ng due diligence, makakabili ka? Ayun po, at tinanggap niya, hindi siya nag-due diligence ilang beses. Hindi ko na po kahabaan niya at medyo mahaba itong kone. Since current assets as of March 2020 was only 600,000 at most, then Armalist NFCC could only have been 600,000 times 15 or a total of 9 million lang. 9 million, hindi po billion. Yan po. Lalampasan ko na medyo mahaba at masalimutan. Dagdag na lang po yung mga dokumentong pinalalabas po may mga market survey at masusing deliberations. Subalit nakikita po natin sila ay nag-recycle lamang mula sa ibang bid para sa magkaroon ng color of authority. Nire-recycle nila yung ibang bid para sabihin nakapasa sila. Kaya kulang na kulang po talaga palabas. Finally, ito po, narabusan po tayo at because of PSDBM's malpractices, contracts went to construction companies. Binanggit ko na po yan, like Suhaw. They were just agents. Ang general, I think we can all agree, ang agent hindi papasa sapagkat wala siyang technical at financial capability. Laway nga lang ho ang sinasabi dyan. Kaya isa sa mga maaari namang maging panukalang batas ay i-require na ang pagbibili ng pamahalaan sa mga gamit, hindi lang para sa emergencies. Tulad nito, dapat may listahan palagi ang gobyerno ng mga manufacturers mismo dito sa Pilipinas. At kung wala dito, gumawa tayo ng sarili nating kakayahan. Damit lang ho yan eh. Nagagawa na yung tinatawag na balabal na PPE o kaya yung mask, dapat nagawa yan. Kakulangan yan ng DOH. There were local suppliers, after all, specializing in masks and PPEs. And at the last hearing, we were informed of their sufficient capacity to supply. Why did PSDBM not take advantage of this? Etong si Michael Yang, Ursula twice appointed economic advisor to the president and granted access to the corridors of power, who after initially denying his role, turns out that he introduced Farmali to suppliers in China. Yan ho, ay talagang malinaw na sa amin yan. Ayun na, sinabi ko na, hindi kailangan bilhin lahat yung the whole caboodle. Pwede namang staggered ang purchases. At ang isang, para Mr. President, para malaman nyo at yung ibang kasama natin, hindi pa ho natin naumpisahan kung saan dineliver yung mga produkto. Hindi pa ho natin nalalaman kung saan dineliver, kung binili o tama yung dineliver dito. Yan ang mga tinatanong ni Senator Pangilinan. Matutulis yung mga tanong ni Senator Pangilinan, nila Senator Dillon at saka ng mga kasama natin. Hindi natin alam kung totoo. In fact, meron tayong testimony. Hindi na tinignan eh. Pinalampas na lang eh. Pinirmahan na lang. So, medyo may kahabaan pa ho ito. At dapat malaman natin para hindi na natin papayagan ito. Tiisin na lang po natin para talagang mahuli natin itong mga tao ito at madala sila sa lugar na dapat hindi na sila makalabas. Dahil talagang plunder talaga ito. Do we have enough to find those liable, guilty of malfeasance, misfeasance, and unfeasance? Absolutely. Pero saka na po natin sasabihin yan. At hindi lang po yan, hindi po natin kailangan lamang ang direct evidence. Ay establish po natin na meron tayong circumstantial evidence na pwedeng pagkabit-kabitin. At malalaman natin kung ano ang mga nangyari dito sa ating bayan. Finally, gusto ko lang po sabihin sa atin na strong laboratory testing is crucial for early detection, confirmation of diagnosis, contact tracing, and isolation. Hinahanap ko pa po kung ilan ang biniling mga testing machines ng DOH na pinalapat doon sa buong Pilipinas sa mga DOH hospital. Hinihingi ko po yung listahan yan, wala pa pong maibigay niyan. Dahil kailangan ng testing, kung hindi nyo kayo magte-test, hindi natin malalaman kung sino may sakit, maaaring kapitbahay nyo, no? At hindi tayo makakapag-contact tracing. Napaka-condition sine qua non, hindi pwedeng lumakad kung walang testing. Kaya malaman natin kung ginawa talaga ang due diligence ng DOH na namin sila lang sapat. Sapagat ang number one testing po, bubuhat po ako ng konting bangko para sa mga volunteer and staff ng Red Cross. Number one pa rin ang testing ang Philippine Red Cross. Naninigurado po tayong malaman ang kumpletong kwento lalo na po sa korupsyon at pangalan ng mga kawatan. So, ito na po tayo. Kasama po dito ng Suhaw Construction Machinery Group. Pangalan pa lang hindi na Medical Supplies, Element Trade Limited, yung Sunwest Construction, ang Filipino Corporation. Yun, makakapagpaliwanag, medyo bumaba na rin ang presyo, pero dapat malaman rin natin. Halimbawa, itong Wenhow, Element, yan, marami pa pong mga Chinese corporations na nasa listahan namin na hindi pa natin natatanong. At yan ay mga sumusunod na ibigay ni Senator Lacson. Masisipag po ang mga senador. Meron siyang binigay sa akin na 49 or 45 list of suppliers na talagang hanggang ngayon hindi pa natin maipaliwanag. Pero ang sinasabi dyan, yung total amount of 10 suppliers ay 84% na binigyan ng supply including farming. In view of the foregoing proceedings, we will ask the permission of the Senate to continue now, and I would now like to call the first Assistant Senator by way of order, unless Senator Dillon allows. Nakita ko na nagte-raise ng hand si Senator Hontiveros at saka si Senator Pangilinan. Hayaan ko muna sila sa pag-raise sila ng kamay, baka doon sa sinabi natin. With the permission of Senator Dillon, I will call them.
Yes,
Senator,
I can defer. I can defer to a later hour. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I submit to your discretion as to the order.
Thank you very much po.
Mr. Chairman, just an administrative matter. I will raise my questions after. With the permission of the Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you earlier manifested, and it was established, and the response of Director General Kimbo is that we have not been able to serve the subpoena to Mr. Dennis Manalastas. Perhaps we can request the committee to make representations with the Integrated Bar of the Philippines as to his home address. Mr. Manalastas, in a letter dated 30 March 2020 to the Securities and Exchange Commission, represented himself as General Counsel for Philippine United Technique Corporation. So he is a practicing attorney here in the country. Perhaps the Integrated Bar of the Philippines can help us locate Mr. Manalastas. Just for the request, Mr. President, that perhaps the committee can make representations with the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. He was General Counsel of Philippine United Technique Corporation based on SEC records.
The suggestion is well taken and accepted. So as suggested, as a move, it shall be done.
Thank
IBT
you,
will
Mr.
be notified. Director Kimbo, please prepare the letter that the Blue Ribbon will sign. Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. May I ask whether you want to already issue an order of contempt or a show cause to Mr. Lau, who has not been attending, thinking that he is still a member of the cabinet?
We have no objection, Mr. Chairman. Yes, he has been missing together with Mr. and Miss Dargani. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seconded. Is there a second?
Second the motion, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. So, in order to put him under contempt is now in order because he's been appearing and has escaped. I don't think we need to ask for a show cause order to him why he should not be declared in contempt. And we are now issuing that order to facilitate. He's still needed here because he's got a lot to explain as well. Senator Hontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, at salamat din sa Minority Leader. Mr. Chairman, just a brief manifestation for the record on a matter that the Chairman mentioned at the resumption of our hearing. Kahapon po, Mr. Chairman, ay pumutok ang balita na kakasuhan daw ako at ang aking mga staff sa ombudsman dahil sa di umanong panunuhol ng witness. As regards the merit of the allegations, I am happy to confront my accusers before a court of law. Malinaw pa sa sikat ng araw ang hawak namin na ebidensya na ang witness ang unang lumapit sa amin na may ibabahagi tungkol sa Pharmaly. Taliwas sa kanyang sinasabi ngayon na medical assistance ang kanyang pakay noon at pinilit daw namin siya magsinungaling kapalit niyang medical assistance. It is also on record before this committee na ang witness na ito ay nangamba para sa kanyang buhay at sa buhay ng kanyang pamilya. Pero hindi po ako nagmamanifest ngayon para linisin ang aking pangalan dahil kayang-kaya ko yan gawin sa harap ng ombudsman. I do wish to make of record my deep concern that I'm being charged with, in particular, conspiracy to commit sedition. Ano pong klaseng kahibangan ito? Kailan pa na ang paniningil sa gobyerno ay sedition? Kailan pa na ang paniniguro na ang pera ng bayan ay hindi nawawaldas sa panahon ng pandemya ay sedition? What this attempts is to create a chilling effect, not just on the work I do, but on our collective work as senators in the exercise of our oversight powers. And also, why is questioning Pharmaly seditious? Gobyerno na ba sila? Last I checked, it is an undercapitalized company getting the lion's share of contracts and whose executives are now more and more missing in action. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that very wonderful explanation. And there's nothing to explain because this is what they call habit. The habit of this government is to try and harass and intimidate witnesses and even senators. All of us have been called names. I mean, recently, kami ni Senator Deron, sanay na kami dyan. I think we got re-elected and also, we have been doing our job well, and I think there has been international and national recognition of our job, so we don't have to explain. I don't invoke God because God is always present anyway, but these are godless people, obviously. And their God is Mammon, which rhymes with Lamon. Talagang mahilig lumamon ng pera ng bayan niya mga yan. So, we shall now proceed with the investigation. May I now call, with the permission of Senator Dillon, para we can set it in order also. I'd like to call Raymond Abrea because he's got some findings that we have asked him to do. Go ahead, Senator, Mr. Abrea.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you po. may I present the findings from mula po doon sa mga tax returns and documents na pinorward ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee mula sa BIR, Mr. Chairman. Una po, base po doon sa audited financial statement ng Parmali, nakalagay po sa kanilang report na 113 million ang kanilang income tax. Pero ang binayaran nila, base po sa kanilang cash flow statement, ay 95 million. Ang diferensya po na 17 million ay patungkol po doon sa pinag-usapan natin sa mga previous hearings na hindi rin po malinaw kung ano yung unrealized forex gains na 63 million, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, inonote ko lamang po na last hearing po, sinabi po ni Senator Drilon na wala po silang nabayaran, pero base po sa audited FS, may 95 million po silang kiniklaim na binayaran. Pero po, nung pinag-aralan po namin yung income tax return galing po sa BIR, ito naman po ang nakita namin. Ang total income tax due na ni-report nila, 95 million. Parehas po dun sa kinlaim nilang binayaran nila, Mr. Chairman. Pero ang talagang nabayaran lang nila, Mr. Chairman, base po sa kanilang income tax returns ay 21 million, hindi po 95 million. Sa makatuwid, yung balanse po ay tax credit. Pero doon po, marami po yun, yung mga BIR Form 2307 or withholding taxes ng gobyerno mula sa mga binayad nila kay Parmali, lumalabas po may 5 million na wala naman din pong supporting documents. Pero mula po doon sa audited FS at sa kanilang income tax return, lumalabas po sa kanilang cash flow statement, meron po silang 74 million unaccounted cash kasi nag-claim po sila na binayaran po nila yung 95 million, pero ang totoo po sa kanilang cash flow statement, 95 million yung kanilang kinlaim na binayaran, pero 21 million lang po yung actual. So ipapakita ko po yung cash flow statement. Ayan po, nakalagay po 95 billion ang kanilang income tax paid. Pero sa 95 million po na income tax paid, 21 million lang po yung actual na nabayaran nila in the previous quarters. Dahil pagdating po ng annual income tax return, nag-claim na po sila nung tax credit. At tulad na nabanggit ko kanina, 5 million doon ay hindi rin po supported. Kasi po marami po yung dokumento na aming pinag-aralan over the weekend, Mr. Chairman. Pero ang mas binusisi po namin, Mr. Chairman, yung paulit-ulit na tinatanong niyo po at ni Senator Drilon, nas 2.2 billion purchases. Sa 7.2 billion purchases, Mr. Chairman, lumalabas po 3.2 billion lamang po ang mayroong ang nakadeklara sa BIR at bilang kanilang purchases. Tulad po na nabanggit nyo kanina, sa 3.2, ibig sabihin sa 3.4 billion ay hindi nakadeklara kay BIR pero diniklara nila sa kanilang audited FS bilang purchases, Mr. Chairman. Kaya po siguro dapat po ang tanungin po natin yung gumawa ng FS, saan ang galing yung 3.4 billion dahil sa kanilang summary list of purchases, 3.2 billion lamang at sa kanilang summary list of importations mula sa Bureau of Customs, nasa 600 million lamang po ang importation. Lumalabas, 3.8 billion lamang po ang na-report sa BIR at Customs, pero 7.2 billion po ang kanilang ni-report, Mr. Chairman, sa kanilang audited FS at para mapababa din ang kanilang tax. At nabanggit niyo din po kanina, Mr. Chairman, dun sa summary list of purchases, linawin ko lamang po, hindi po ito yung inventaryo na binibenta nila. Yung summary list of purchases po, may iba't ibang mga expenses silang nakasama. Kasama na rin po dun yung 6.8 million na Porsche at 4.1 million na Toyota. At hindi nga po nakasama si Tiger Film Marketing Corporation, Mr. Chairman, sa listahan ng kanilang mga suppliers. Bagkus meron kaming nakuhang supplier na ang pangalan Evermore po, Mr. Chairman, 2.9 billion at Acme Pinnacle 2.7 million. Yung iba pong kanilang mga purchases halo-halo na po sa fast food, sa grocery, pati po sa toll. So ibig sabihin po hindi po eksakto na yung 3.2 billion ay mga suppliers po. Kasi may iba't iba pong resibo na nakahalo dun sa summary list of purchases. Medyo mahaba lang po siya, Mr. Chairman, kaya hindi na po namin inisa-isa. Lumalabas po, Mr. Chairman, meron pong material misstatements na hindi po ayon dun sa sinabi nga po ng ating auditor na unqualified opinion. Dahil ang mga material misstatements po, ito po ini-enumerate natin, kailangan required po kasi ang full disclosure. Ito po ay malinaw sa accounting principles at ang material misstatements ay lalo na po kung ito po ay related sa fraud or error na talagang magbabago ng financial statements or taxes na dapat bayaran. Lilinawin ko lamang din po, Mr. Chairman, ang burden of proof under po sa ating tax system na voluntary assessment nasa taxpayer po. Ibig sabihin po, pag tayo po ay nag-file ng income tax return at audited financial statements, dapat po ito ay supported ng mga source documents, invoices, at yung mga requirements ni BIR ay nasubmit. Kung hindi po ito makiklaim as valid expenses or accounts. So ito po yung mga na in-enumerate po namin yung mga hindi po naging malinaw, masasabi natin kasama sa material misstatements, yung 74 million unaccounted cash na kinlaim ni ng income tax payment pero lumalabas hindi naman income tax payment. 3.4 billion unsupported purchases base po sa pagkumpara ng kanilang audited FS at summary list of purchases and importations mula sa BIR at Customs. At lumalabas po, Mr. Chairman, kung mayroong 3.4 billion unsupported purchases, hindi rin po nila makiklaim ito pambawas sa VAT dahil meron tayong based on sales na 898 million VAT due na dapat nilang masuportahan at kung sila ay in-audit na ni BIR, mandato na po ni BIR para i-assess yan. Ang sinasabi lang po natin dito, yung material misstatements mula sa pagkukumpara ng kanilang audited FS at income tax returns, Mr. Chairman. Nandito rin, kasama rin din po dito yung 60 million undisclosed trade payables. Uulitin ko po yung previous findings natin na sa kanilang balance sheet, meron silang 1 million na trade payable pero sa kanilang cash flow statement, tumanggap sila o nag-claim sila ng 60 million worth na trade payables which is undisclosed po, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po namin alam kung sino, kanino at kung ano po ang detalye nito. Then, yung 92 million na foreign exchange gains, Mr. Chairman, na kinumpirma naman po ng ating na kanilang accountant na may dollar account pero hindi po natin na-verify yan. Isa din po yan sa mga hindi naging na-disclose or hindi po naging malinaw, Mr. Chairman. Then yung 239 million appropriated retained earnings, kung ito po ay hindi nila masusuportahan, ito po ay masasubject din sa 10% improperly accumulated earnings tax dahil ang create law po ay nag-take effect 2021. Ito po ay 2020, ibig sabihin meron pa pong 10% improperly accumulated earnings tax. Then pagdating naman po dun sa kanilang 121 million inventaryo, kung hindi po nakita ng auditor at hindi po nakarehistro ang warehouse, ito din po ay questionable at dapat suportahan ng Pharmally. Then kasama pa rin po yung 33 million donations na hindi pa rin po nasuportahan at lumalabas po, Mr. Chairman, sa kanilang income tax returns, may overstatement po na 32 million dahil pati po yung foreign exchange gains ay sinama po nila sa kanilang expenses, Mr. Chairman. Kaya meron din pong 32 million na overstatement sa kanila pong income tax return, Mr. Chairman. Mabilis naman po, Mr. Chairman, dahil marami na pong detalye na napag-usapan at paulit-ulit po yung mga kakulangan sa impormasyon at dapat po nagawan ng mga responsabling tao, lalo na po yung kanilang accountant, auditor, at iba at mga gobyerno na dapat nag-due diligence, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lamang pong ibahagi itong initial unsolicited recommendations po para lamang po makita naman din po ng ating mga kababayan na hindi po natin ginigisa si Pharmally pero may malinaw lang po talagang material misstatements at dapat po linawin po nila. Sa tingin ko po, Mr. Chairman, dapat po hindi passport number ang ginagamit sa pag-i-incorporate ng corporation. Dapat po TIN number para talagang mapatunayan po natin na sila po ay taxpayer at makita din po natin na sila ay may financial capacity. Importante ito po, Mr. Chairman, na-realize ko lamang din po dahil sa ating hearing na kung may due diligence po, may iwasan po natin yung paggamit ng mga dami shareholders, corporations, o yung mga offshore accounts or yung mga illegal sources ng capital. Dahil kung magkakaroon ng due diligence sa mga incorporators pa lamang, hindi po pwedeng pumasok yung mga nominal o yung mga dummy shareholders na wala naman pong financial capacity para maging shareholder ng isang korporasyon. Pagdating naman po sa BIR, Mr. Chairman, alam ko po required na yung tax clearance, pero sa tingin ko po dapat may mandatory audit po lahat ng government contractors, lalo na po pera ng bayan ang binabayad sa kanila. Dapat po talaga masigurado natin na nagbayad din sila ng buwis. At para naman po sa pasintabi po sa mga kapwa ko CPA, dapat po ang mga CPA po kasama din po sa nakakasuhan kung sila po ay nasangkot sa pagpa-file ng tax kasama sa sasampahan ng kaso pag nag-file ng tax evasion case para po magka-accountability or maiwasan po ang pagpirma ng mga financial statements or pagsusumite ng mga income tax returns na materially misstated or meron pong fraud. Ganon din po sa mga accredited na CPA na pumipirma ng mga audited FS, dapat po may accountability po sila na kanila, yung mga inaudit po nila ay nagbayad ng buwis. Kasi po Mr. Chairman, hindi naman po natin kailangan lahat maging tax expert dahil deklarasyon po ng sales at expenses ay bahagi po ng external audit. Dapat po walang sobra, walang kulang. Yung tama lamang po para po mabayaran din yung tamang buwis. At pasintabi po ulit sa aking mga kapwa na CPA, dapat po nabablacklist po yung mga CPA na nasasangkot sa mga na pumipirma ng mga materially misstated financial statements dahil bilang certified public accountant, maliban po sa aming pangalan, yung tiwala po ng publiko ay ang napakahalaga. Pagdating naman po sa Board of Accountancy, ako po ay naniniwala, Mr. Chairman, na dapat po permanente pong ma-revoke ang CPA license ng mga masasangkot o mapapatunayan na guilty ng gross negligence and unethical practice na pumirma ng mga fraudulent at materially misstated financial statements, Mr. Chairman. Ganon din po, maliban po sa CPE units, Mr. Chairman, sana po ang renewal po ng aming lisensya ay hindi lamang nakabase sa dami ng seminar na natenan, kung hindi po yung pagpapatibay o pag-uphold po ng aming Code of Ethics na hindi po kami dapat masasangkot sa kahit anong graft and corruption or anong tax evasion cases na may kinalaman sa mga napirmahan o na-audit na financial statements, Mr. Chairman. Ito po, Mr. Chairman, ay base po sa aking obserbasyon na lagi po kasing may mga accountants or CPAs na kung sakaling na ay kung nagawa lang po ng tama ang kanilang obligasyon o responsibilidad, hindi po magkakaroon ng materially misstated na financial statements or pagkukulang sa pagbabayad ng buwis, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, last week po, dahil po sa ating mga nababahagi sa Senate hearings, nakatanggap po tayo ng maraming insinuations and unsolicited advice na mag-withdraw po sa Senate hearing at di naman din po tayo nakakakuha ng suporta mula sa ating asosasyon ng mga CPAs. Pero bago po nagsimula ang Senate hearing ngayon, Mr. Chairman, ako po ang nakatanggap ng sulat mula sa PRC at may nagrereklamo po para ma-revoke po ang CPA license ko. Gusto ko lamang po ipaalam sa committee, Mr. Chairman, kung sakali po akong mawawala, hindi po ako nagpa-bribe. Meron lang po talaga mga tao na gusto po ako i-discredit, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Inahirapan ka pa doon sa House of Representatives na isang grupo doon. Hindi naman lahat ng congressman ganun eh. Pero I'm sorry that you have to go through this because ayan, inaharas ka na ngayon ng PRC. As I told Senator Hontiveros, kasama yan sa ginagawa lahat. They will try to put you to submission. Aharasin ka. Samantalang yung mga nagkakasala, ang sinasabi mo dito sa iyong hindi maipaliwanag kung saan ang galing yung mga supplier, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Tagalogin natin at gumawa tayo ng conclusion at magpapatulong ako sa ibang senador dito then hindi naman ako bihasa na accountant. Hindi ba lumalabas yung pakita lang niya yung pinakita kanina na
3.4 billion, Mr. Chairman.
3.4 billion. Hindi maipaliwanag kung saan ang galing. Pwede ba nanggaling yan locally na meron dito yan? O maaari lang gumawa sila yan dahil maaaring ghost purchases na lumabas yan? Pwede kaya yun?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, hindi po talaga siya na-report sa summary list of purchases, Mr. Chairman. So hindi po natin alam kung saan po galing o sino po ang nag-supply ng 3.4 billion, Mr. Chairman.
At kung naibigay na nila ito, pag in-amend nila, may penalty na yan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kasi po yung records galing po sa BIR, Mr. Chairman.
So ibig sabihin yan, lakas loob sila dahil malalaki ang backer nila, naglagay sila niyan. Anong ibig sabihin? Pakisabihin mo lang sa atin, no? Yung 7.2 billion purchases, galing yan doon sa puhunan para makapag-supply sila. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Kung bibili ako sa China, papasa ko sa gobyerno, babayaran ako, may kita ako, yun ang babayaran na sa income tax. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So ito 3.4 billion pesos na sinasabi mong unsupported, hindi lang may pakita kung saan ang galing. Mahiwaga. Saan ang galing yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, dahil wala pong na-deklara na supplier or amount ng purchases sa records na pinorward ng BIR, Mr. Chairman.
So ano pwede panggalingan yan? Pwedeng namemeke sila, na nag-supply sila, binayaran lang sila para lang makuha yung pera, pero wala talagang dineliver. Pwede ba yan?
Posible, Mr. Chairman. Normally po, pagka talagang walang supporting documents, Mr. Chairman, either nilagay lang po nila para mapababa ang buwis or hindi po talaga totoo ang purchases, Mr. Chairman.
Dalawa ito eh. Ito yung Al Capone na sinasabi mo ito eh. Al Capone itong doctor dito, di ba? Kung di mo siya mahuli sa kanyang kalokohan, uhulihin mo siya sa BIR, right? Sa Internal Revenue, correct?
Madali po talaga pag sa tax, Mr. Chairman.
O sa tax talaga mahuhuli. Pero dito sa graft and corruption, ang lumalabas, ang inahabol ko, ang interest ko, meron silang 3.4 billion na hindi nila may paliwanag. Ano kaya yun? Sa tingin mo? Kuro-kuro lang.
Mr. Chairman, normally po kasi sa experience ko bilang dating BIR examiner na lang, Mr. Chairman, para mas mabilis sumagot. Overstatement po yan. Ibig sabihin, madalas po hindi po talaga totoo yung expenses, wala talagang resibo. Ginagawa lang ng iba yon para makapandaya or hindi makapagbayad para mapababa yung buwis na babayaran nila, Mr. Chairman.
So, hindi na sila nagbabayad ng tax, meron pa silang falsification.
Possibly po, Mr. Chairman, dahil nakapirma po yung dalawang dargani sa income tax return, Mr. Chairman.
So, marami-raming kulong yan, di ba? Yes, Senator Dillon.
Just on this point, with your permission,
Of course.
I'm interested in this because we brought this out earlier, Mr. Chairman. That's why I was insisting that the documents in support of the entry cost of sales be produced. Dito kasi natin makikita yung mga kung gaano ba talaga ang kanilang purchases which they deducted from their reported sales, so about 7.4 billion if I recall correctly. So they have alleged 7.2 billion in purchases. That is why their taxable income is only about 200 million if you are or 100, whatever it is, because of the very high cost of sales, which as you we are now seeing cannot be supported or is not being supported. Let me place of record, Mr. Chairman, that this material misstatement, as being pointed out, would put the officers at risk of a criminal prosecution because this can be considered as false entries, at least a prima facie case of false entries, looking at those entries, those questions being raised by the accountant, because under the National Internal Revenue Code, specifically Section 257, false entries, records, and reports are punishable by imprisonment of anywhere from 2 years and 1 day to 4 years, and in case there are foreigners, for deportation. So this is very important. That is why we have insisted from the very start that these audited the support documents for the audited financial statement should be produced. And if you notice, with consistency, Dargani has refused to produce them because doon po lalabas ang kalokohan. Pag nakikita natin, kung wala namang purchases na nagkakalaga ng 3.4 billion, ibig sabihin, dinadaya po nila yung kanilang income taxes. Dinadaya nila ang taong bayan. Ang laki na nga na nakuhang negosyo, higit sa 10 billion. dadayain pa apart from possible overpricing, kumita na nga sa overpricing, kikita pa sa pangdaraya sa pagbayad ng buwis. Kaya later on, I will go into more details on this, Mr. Chairman.
Just-
And the context.
Just for discussion purposes, Senator Drilon, hindi ba pwede, yan rin hindi lang pandaraya sa taxes, hindi nila may paliwanag yun, sapagkat wala naman talagang deliver, pero naningil sila.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Hindi lang pandaraya sa taxes, hindi lang talaga pang gagancho, pang sasakmal sa pera, talagang wala naman talaga sila may pakita pero walang deliver, pero pinakita na binayaran sila dahil marami silang di umano deliver. Pwede ba yun? Di ba?
Pwede, that is. Or pwede, sir, na yung unsupported purchases of 3.4 billion. Ang ibig sabihin yan, kung aking naiintindihan ng ating accountant, pwede pong sasaksakan nila, taasan nila ang mga purchases nila para maitago po at babawa sa income tax ang mga lagay, yung mga komisyon na kanilang binabayad. Kasi gastos yan hindi mo nang pwedeng sabihin na ibawas mo, ikarga mo yan sa cost of sales. Kaya ang unsupported purchases is 3.4 billion. Ang importante po dito, makita natin ano ba yung mga sinasabi nilang cost of sales na 7.2 billion. Misteryoso na may 3.4 billion na purchases na walang dokumentong nakikita.
That was the follow-up question I wanted to make with Mr. Abrea and with you, Mr. Drilon. Sinasabi ko na yun nga, itinatago rin yung ilalagay, di ba?
Yeah.
Totoo niyan, may lagayan yan, di ba, Senator Mr. Abrea?
Mr. Chairman, base
May
po kasi
lagayan yan. Kailangan maghanap ka ng paraan para hindi makikita kung paano ka naglagay. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kasi po kailangan po ng invoices para ma-claim po sa BIR na purchases. Kaya yung unsupported po, posible pong
Posibleng ano?
posible pong nabayad sa supplier pero hindi nag-issue na resibo o naibigay sa ibang tao, Mr. Chairman.
That's correct. Ang dami susuotan, di ba? Ang dami susuotan. Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, yes.
Nakakahilo talaga ito. Natatawa ako out of disdain. Hindi ako natatawa na natutuwa ako.
Yes.
Natatawa ako kung gaano kakapal itong mga taong ito. Go ahead, please, Senator Pangilinan.
Chairman, just 2 points on the earlier presentation of Mr. Abrea. The first point is nabanggit niya mukhang pati yung records ng importation sa BOC parang hindi nagtutugma. Tama po ba 'yon?
Hindi po, yung kinlaim po nilang expenses. Kasi po ang nakuha lang nating record, Mr. Chairman, ay summary list of importations at wala po tayong babanggaan. Wala po tayong ibang record para i-verify yung records na summary list of importation.
Pero posible rin siguro na dun sa unsubstantiated na 3.4 billion, in-import yun pero hindi rin ni-report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
At wala sa customs, hindi ba? Sabi, or
Yes, Mr.
ito
Chairman.
lang nasa customs. So, ibig sabihin, hindi lang tax evasion, pati smuggling. Pwedeng involved itong family. Posible, hindi po ba?
Pag unsupported po, Mr. Chairman, lahat po posible. Kasi
Yeah.
po nasa sa kanila po yung burden na mapakita na legit at may mga invoices po, Mr. Chairman.
So, in other words, apart from the red flags of tax evasion, you may also have red flags of smuggling. So, talagang lahat ng gawain ng mga sindikato parang lumalabas dito sa mga transaksyon na ito.
Excuse me, just as a little point for our lawyers in the Supreme Court. Ito ang magpapahirap, ito ang nagpapatunay na pinapahirapan ang Senadong makakuha ng ebidensya because dapat napakadaling mahuli yan kung bibigay sa atin ng BIR saka ng customs yung record of importation. Kaya gusto ko, pag nag-argue doon sa Supreme Court, sasabihin, kung di natin makukuha yan, paano natin mahuhuli itong mga taong ito? Di ba? Tama ba yan, Mr. Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, kailangan nagko-cooperate yung customs, BIR, para pag umarap tayo sa Supreme Court, makikita talaga ng Supreme Court at ng taong bayan na kaya ginagawa ito para maitago talaga yung katiwaliang ginawa nila. I just want to emphasize that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, just with the second point, earlier, Mr. Abrea said that cases have been filed against him before the PRC. If this is true, and this is in connection with his testimonies here in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, I will seek the support of the members of the Senate that we file a sense of the Senate resolution, assailing such harassment and urging the PRC to dismiss or to avoid or prevent any such harassment suits on the basis precisely of Mr. Abrea's involvement in terms of providing us guidance as to better understand the ins and outs of the accounting and the statements of financial statements of Pharmady.
What you're saying, Senator Pangilinan, is that no government should try and muffle a decent individual who's just trying to explain and try to harass him into submission and not cooperate. And that's why I think a letter is necessary to be given to the PRC, because somebody could have just sent a letter there, all right? And that this must be resolved, or at least pending the completion of all this investigation.
Yes,
That's
Mr.
the
Chairman.
time they can take a look at it, di ba?
Yes,
Hindi
Mr.
yung-
Chairman.
Hindi yung pupupukin nila kagad si Mr. Abreu because nagte-testify dito. And we would like to fire a shot in the bow, and we're warning everybody there na pagkagagawin nila yan, ganun ang nangyayari. I just want you to know, halimbawa, kami rin, Raymond, Mr. Abreu, hindi lang kayo eh. Halimbawa kami sa Red Cross, sasabihin ko lang ito, as a matter of information to our fellow senators at saka mga nanonood. Ang Red Cross, gumagawa kami ng molecular laboratory. Kami ang pinakamarami ngayon eh. Yung 14, ginawa namin, tapos na noong October 1. Sa Muslim Mindanao, Senator Pangilinan, sa Muslim Mindanao. Tapos na, aprobado na ng RITM, okay na mag-operate. Alam mo ba nyo, pinigil. At sabi, hindi kayo pwede mag-operate hanggang lakihan nyo yung bihisan ng doktor, yung bihisan ng mga technician. Lahat dati naman ganun ang design. Sa Surigao, at saka sa Isabela, ganun lahat ang design. Pero ngayon, we have to spend another extra money. In the meantime, hindi ba rin extra money? Pinapahirapan dahil na-imbestiga ngayon, ang tingin ko, ako susulatan ko sila talagang kung kailangan imbestigahin ko sa Blue Ribbon yung mga yan, gagawin ko. They have no right to do that because yung mga kapatid nating mga Muslim na gusto magpa-test, pinipigil nila na mabilis matest, 1 buwan na yan, hanggang ngayon, hinihintay pa nila. I can show you pictures of what we're doing. Donning lang and doffing, hindi naman ganaming tao yun eh. Pwede naman pumila yun. Magsusuot ka, maghuhubad ka, sumunod ka uli. Pero sinusunod namin. Ayan yung laboratory na pinapakita namin sa inyo. Ganyan yan. So, I just want you to know na we share the kind of harassment. For that matter, even the Red Cross, sinabi nila na yung testing dun sa yung nang-atake sa'yo sa Kongreso. Sabi, mali raw yung test namin sa Red Cross. Sa Subic, inimbestiga ng RITM, and kudos to RITM, hindi bumigay. After about 1 month of investigation, sabi nila, it was valid and reliable. Alright, meron pang isa, hindi ko na sasabihin, baka talaga pinupuwersa nila na humanap ng mga butas para gumawa. In fact, pati si Senator Subiri, yung kanyang PDAF na binigay doon sa Quezon na 900,000 lang, sinisita kami ngayon, sinasabi, paliwanag ni Senator Subiri kung saan napunta yung pera, samantalang mapapaliwanag naman yon. So, aksayado ng oras, and it shows na walang pakiramdam ang gobyerno, lalo na itong mga kawani ng DOH sa sumusunod dito, na pabayaan ng tao na hindi matest para lamang maharas sa politika. Para lamang maharas sa politika. Yan ang sinasabi ko. Ganon na rin ang ginagawa ngayon kay Senator Hontiveros. At gano'n rin ang ginagawa sa atin lahat dito. At gano'n rin ang ginawa sa COA na ihulog yung sa hagdanan niya mga yan. So there is really a pattern. That's why I referred to Goebbels, I referred to Hitler, because that is the way they put people in submission under people who have no qualms about forcing their will upon the people illegally, because they're hiding corruption, they're hiding their abuses. And that is why enough is enough. We will back up Mr. Abrea. He's already been abused. He's just a citizen who came in with knowledge. I mean, he's an expert witness here.
Yes.
Why is he going to be harassed? Thank you, Senator Pangilinan, for raising that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we support and we would like to, the whole point of this harassment is so that people will not stand up and speak out. It is to intimidate, it is to sow fear, it is to prevent us from uncovering the truth. And therefore, we should stand by one another in our desire to get at the truth. Sabi ko nga, Mr. Chairman, hindi mahaba ito kung talagang hindi tinatago o pinagtatakpan ang katotohanan. Hindi hahaba ito. Sabi nga, gusto daw nilang ipakulong ang dapat ikulong. Pero bakit ayaw ipaharap yung dapat humarap? Talagang iba ang sinasabi, iba naman ang ginagawa. So we stand by...
Yung kurap eh. Hindi haharap yung kurap. Di ba?
And we stand by Mr. Abrea and other civic-minded citizens who want the truth and who are speaking out because the truth is important and vital in us, in our investigation. And we will support Mr. Abrea in his in this complaint that is which we believe to be frivolous, that is being filed or threatened to be filed. Mr. Chairman.
Here, we'll do that.
Mr. Chairman.
There don't ask questions, but I wonder if I would ask Senator Hontiveros has invited Ana Marie Moscoto, auditor of Pharmaly, another auditor. Is that the pleasure of the Senator Hontiveros to invite her now to sabang nga nandito pa si Mr. Abrea at bago magtanong pa ibang mga senador kay Mr. Abrea, baka may dadagdag na information itong si Ms. Moscoto. Did you invite her?
I submit, Mr. Chairman. My role so far has been to share the information I received that Ms. Moscoso is the accountant of Pharmaly. So hopefully, Mr. Chairman, she will be able to assist our hearing further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is here now, and with the permission of Senator Dillon, shall we proceed and bring her first, or shall we finish with Senator Mr. Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like just to point out something in relation to the tax liabilities of our supply of this.
Yes, please.
Looking, if I may, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Yes, please. First, I would like to show in context, what are we looking for, at in terms of total supplies. I am flashing on the board this summary of the obligated funds out of the 41 billion fund transfers as of September 21 with the suppliers. And I would, if you go through this, Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation grabbed 26.39%. Or a delivery receipts amounting to 10,398,516,498. And so these are the companies who supplied PSDBM with the supplies that we are now examining. If you go to the bottom, if you look at the bottom of this, the total purchases or made is about 39,397,864,121 pesos. And dito po, we will see that it is cornered by just about 10 corporations. If you go back to the top, tingnan natin, ha? Look at who are the, okay, so you have Pharmaly with 26.39%, Element Trade Limited with 6.9 billion, Sunwest Construction and Development Corporation, 5.2 billion, Zushu Construction Machinery, 2.2 billion, Hafid in Erasmus Corporation, 1.9 billion, Philippine Pharma Wealth, 1.8 billion. Mirs, I don't know how to pronounce this, Mirses Limited, 1.3 billion. Bowman Technologies, 1.2 billion, Chunsin Company Limited, 1 billion, Nika Trading, 970 million. Now, what is worrisome about this, Mr. President? Mr. Chairman, is that in the COA report of PSDBM, what are the taxes due to the BIR withheld by PSDBM? If I interpret the report of the COA correctly, in 2019, ang nakalagay po sa libro ng PSDBM, due to the BIR, 98,157,970 pesos. Ibig sabihin, yung withhold lang out of, in 2019, ng PSDBM ay 98.1 million. In 2020, 75.6 million. Ang total purchases po ay 39 billion. Uulitin po lang, ang total na supply ng mga suppliers sa PSDBM, ang pera na ginastos, pera ng bayan, ay 39.9 billion, more or less. Ang withheld taxes sa 2019 ay 98 million lamang, and in 2020, 75 billion lamang. It is therefore, we submit that there is basis for this committee to look into the income tax payments of these suppliers. In fact, Tiger Manufacturing, who is not even listed here because they are the supplier of Pharmacy, already corrected its income tax return. And I suspect that many of these listed here would want to correct, given the opportunity, would want to correct their income tax payments because, and here I would repeat, out of all of these purchases made by PSDBM, in 2019, only 98.1 million in taxes was remitted to the BIR, and 2020 over only about 75 million versus purchases of almost 40 billion pesos. So I just want to make this a record to put in proper perspective why this committee is looking into all of this. And it's not easy to go into this because of the memorandum of the executive secretary prohibiting the appearance of executive officials. And that is why we upon our motion, the resolution was passed asking the BIR to look into the income tax payments of all of these corporations, especially those in the top 10, which supplied face masks, face shields, etc. to PSDBM. So I submit and put this on record as a basis for our continuously looking into these anomalous purchases and evasion of taxes that we are now starting to unfold. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Dunong. Those are very, very valid points, and I could not have raised it any better. In fact, I would like to remind the committee that we have asked, and even in my preliminary remarks, I have asked Director General Kimball to write in my behalf a letter to the BIR and to the Customs that appearance is the only thing exempted by the memorandum order. But they have to submit to us documents that will help us in the investigation. If memory serves correct, that was already done. Mr. Kimball, have we sent letters to that effect on subpoena duces tecum?
Yes, Your Honor, we have sent letter requests, not subpoena duces tecum, Your Honor, because so far they replied to our letters.
That's good. All right. I know that we have decent people out there. Di naman lahat ng tao sa gobyerno masama, and the BIR I know is relatively a decent individual. I have not heard anything wrong about him. But certainly, hindi naman niya makokontrol lahat yung ibang mga tao niya. But in this particular case, obviously, there is some collusion na mangyayari dyan na lumalabas na. it has to take Mr. Abrea to tell us that. And it's an education by itself. And I'm thankful that God has given us this opportunity as senators and this chairman na matuto dito sa mga importante nitong kahalagaan nito. Parang Al Capone nga ang sinabi ko dito. Kung di natin mahuli dito sa kwan, mahuli mo talaga sa BIR. Now, I have a question here, and I hope Senator Mr. Kimbo, can you try to follow up on our request sa customs at saka sa BIR for the documents that we're requiring para ma-study pa natin. And the other question I have for Senator Mr. Abrea, I'm sorry, I have this
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
thing about hindi ba pag ang evidences of fraud ay may fraud na assumption of fraud sa BIR pagka 35% na ang lumalabas na
More than 30%, Mr. Chairman.
30%, not 35%.
More than
So,
30% is already grounds for considered criminal violations and grounds for tax evasion, Mr. Chairman.
Ayan, dapat masabi sa publiko yan. Ito, sobra na ito ng 30%, di ba? Almost 50% na ito kung natawag mo, kung
Yes,
pinapakinggan.
Mr. Chairman.
dapat-
More than 30% over declaration of expenses or under declaration of income. These are grounds for tax evasion, Mr. Chairman.
And therefore, the VAR should be initiating proceedings with them already.
I think, Mr. Chairman, the fact that we got the documents from them, they're already onto it, Mr.
I
Chairman.
cannot assume that, but I would like to, maybe we should call the good BIR commissioner. I'm sure he's doing his job because makakabuti naman sa tao yan na magbayad ng busit ng mga tao to para mabawi-bawi ng konti at tulong sa mga taong nahihirapan, di ba? Alam mo, hindi pa tapos itong COVID na ito. Umuulit na naman sa Europe ngayon. At nagkakaroon na naman ng surges sa Europe. I read this morning that one country Dr. Leachon, di ba? Bumabalik na naman sa ibang bansa. Dr. Leachon?
Yes, sir. Right now, sir, there's experiencing surge in Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, because of the relaxation of restrictions, as well as they're approaching, sir, autumn. And in Singapore, sir, as they open, sir, their borders, even if they're highly vaccinated and they have low positivity rate, there's a possibility of the surge. And of course, the threat of a new variant, sir, in Europe, they call the sub-Delta variant, and they're monitoring it right now, sir. So
And even in China. Even in China. In Wuhan.
even
Yeah.
in China, sir. And we should be vigilant, even with the reduction of cases here in the Philippines as well.
And they're very draconian in China, di ba?
Yes, sir.
In one case, there was parang Disneyland there or something. Sinara nila, sinundo nila ng buses at dinala sa pamilya para ma-quarantine lahat, di ba?
Yes, sir. That's true, sir.
So we're not out of this pandemic, di ba?
We should be vigilant. The Bloomberg Resilience Ranking is not the final list. Even in the top 10 right now of the rankings right now, they're actually having surge because of the new variants as well as the mobility. As we loosen up restrictions, mobilities will be a problem. Kaya, sir, dapat tayo vigilant kahit pababa, sir, tayo. Ang problema, sir, sa atin ngayon, mababa na, sir, ang positivity rate natin. Pero ang vaccination rate natin, sir, ang mataas lang in National Capital Region at 80%. But the whole country, sir, is around 30%. And we're loosening up also, sir, in the restrictions in the countryside. And medyo mabagal, sir, ang vaccination natin sa countryside. We're seeing surges in Zamboanga Peninsula as well as in Northern Luzon and some pockets, sir, in the Visayas region.
That's correct. And that's why, ito, kasama pa rin ito kahit paano, medyo ko lang, no? I just want to ask you because you've always been here in relation to all these tax deficiencies. Kailangan pa rin natin ng pera para lumaban dyan, di ba? Ang kailangan natin ngayon halimbawa, one question being a former Secretary of Tourism, tama ba yun sa DOT na pwede lang pumunta doon? Di ba pa kahit na vaccinated ka, dapat mag-ingat ka pa rin because you could be carrying the disease even if you're vaccinated, right? You go to
That's correct, sir. Kaya nga, sir, yung ibang LGUs na vaccinated the cards that you could consider na without considering testing, sir. That's a dangerous, sir, measure. Ako, sir, I would require at least man lang meron ka ring testings going into that particular area. Very important, sir, ang testing, sir.
That's
We
correct.
cannot afford, sir, na magkaganon. Sir, nag-lock, sir, yung ibang LGUs. Pero the Secretary Bernard Romulo, Kuya, sir, said na ililibre niya, sir, yung testing, sir, and pinapagawa niya sa Philippine Children's. But I think some LGUs hindi kino-consider. They will just consider immunization cards or vaccination. Sir, medyo dangerous yun, considering hindi pa naman control talaga ang COVID in the Philippines.
I just wanted to point it out because kahit na vaccinated ka, you can carry.
Yes, sir. Asymptomatic, sir.
Hawa ka.
pwede po.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's not safe. And I know quite a few people are dying kahit na vaccinated sila. That is not an argument against vaccination. Vaccination only strengthens your immunity, but you can still get it, right? And you can still spread it. And that's why I'm only saying this as a commercial to our people na mag-ingat pa rin.
Yes, sir. You can have, sir, breakthrough infections. With vaccination, sir, you make the infection milder and you decrease hospitalizations and not, of course, increase the number of deaths. Pero kung papansin niyo, sir, kahit bumababa na yung ating cases, mataas, sir, yung deaths natin eh. Over 100. It's because ang bakunado, sir, nating senior citizens, sir, only 58% lang. Marami pa rin sa ating senior citizen ang ayaw magpabakuna. At saka, sir, dapat natin i-report na mataas din ang vaccine hesitancy natin, particularly in Visayas and Mindanao area.
Yes, and I just want to put this in. I lost a classmate, Attorney Ronaldo Reyes, who was former head of the plebs in the entire country. Good man, and we just lost him, and we're praying for him. And tonight we're going to have services for him. I just want to say this, just to let the public know that we're not out of the woods yet, and that we're still in relative danger. I'm not going to be an alarmist, but certainly doesn't mean that we cannot move around. But double your mask. And at the same time, do the necessary washing and distancing. Thank you, Dr. Liason. I thought I should call you because you're always around diligently. And when there is something that I think that will affect, certainly that money that we're not able to collect will certainly help our doctors and our nurses, correct? And I have information that in some hospitals, hindi pa nababayaran yung emergency doctors. I got a call from one of the localities I would not mention because I want to call the mayor concerned muna kung totoo. But there are a lot of people that are not being paid their emergency fees. And as you know, we handle this. This is part of the investigation of the Blue Ribbon. Yung SRA na hindi pa nababayaran, hinahabol namin ngayon sa budget yan. So, thank you very much po. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll stay here, sir.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Abrea, so, etong fraud, established na yan. Mukha, no?
Based on the material misstatements, Mr. Chairman, yes, there are grounds for tax evasion already, Mr. Chairman.
What about itong Tiger Phil? Ito moro-moro lang ba ito? Nadulas lang ba yung testigo natin na si Andrew Ong, samantalang wala doon? Maybe I should ask Andrew Ong. Lincoln Ong. I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep calling him Andrew. Lincoln, if you may, with all due respect, sinabi mo si Tiger Phil, pero mukhang hindi lumalabas si Tiger Phil dito sa financial statement niyo.
Mr. Chairman, si Tigerfield talaga yung first supplier namin. As to paano yung mga accounting niyan, hindi ko talaga kabisado, and then I cannot comment on it kasi to inform the committee, we're under investigation of the BRO also. Yun po. So hindi ako maka-comment.
Ng BIR?
Yes po.
Well, it's really a problem, isn't it? So, I hope that you will cooperate para matapos ito. Ayoko naman nahihiwalay ka sa pamilya mo. But you really have to cooperate. Hindi naman kami masasabang tao dito. Kung mag-cooperate ka lang. Naandyan na yan Nasubo na kayong lahat. Ito mo yung mga kasama mo, tumatakbo pa. Nakangahulugan. Ikaw, at least hindi ka tumakbo. pero yung mga kasama mo, sila Mujit, sila Twinkle, tumatakbo. Yung ibang mga kasama mo, binanggit ko dito, ayaw humarap. Dapat siguro, mapag-isip-isipan mo rin na mag-cooperate ka na rin. Okay, Lincoln? Lincoln?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, yes po. Nandito lang po ako.
Thank you for answering. Thank you. Thank you. You're being treated well naman, di ba? Meron ka naman kung dyan. You're okay naman di ba?
Mr. Chairman, na ano naman, may pagkain naman po. Yun nga, namimiss ko yung pamilya ko.
Siyempre. I understand that. Kaya nga, I urge you to cooperate na. Anyway, lumalabas na itong mga dokumento, lumalabas na talaga na may kakapusan tayo ng konti, di ba? Lumalabas, no? Now, I have a letter here. Thank you, Lincoln. I have a
Sige po.
letter here that I'd like to inform the committee. I don't know if you've been furnished copies by the ComSec. And have we furnished a copy of this to the members of the committee? Director Kimbo, the letter of Michael Young. Senator Dillon, have you gotten a copy of the letter of Michael Young? Senator Risa, a copy of the letter of Michael Yang Hong Min, dated November 3.
I'm checking, Mr. Chairman, if we've received it.
I will try to publish it here para makita natin, no? And I will read it. So I'd like everybody to take notice of it because we're fair here. And I intend to ask some more questions later on. Here's a letter addressed to me, but attention, Senator Kimbo, Mr. Kimbo. Mr. Kimbo should be in the Court of Appeals already, but I keep saying Senator. sorry, Noel. Compliance with 29 October 21, the 2021 letter request. You can read it for yourself. It's already on the screen. Gentlemen, in compliance with the letter requested dated 29 October 2021 from the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, kindly find below my response with the attached supporting letter. Ito po ang response ni Michael Young. Sa income tax returns, ang sabi niya, nag-file raw siya voluntarily ng income tax returns in 2018, 2019, and 2020. As confirmed by the BIR, of said ITRs are attached as annexes A, B, and C. Wala akong annex dito, Mr. Kimbo. Mr. Kimbo, do you have the annex? Rudy Kimbo, I don't have an annex. Anyway, I will continue. Maybe you can produce the annex later. I was advised, sabi ni Michael Young, now when I just arrived in the country, nung dumating siya sa bansa, that under Philippine laws, an alien individual who is not receiving income from sources within the Philippines in his personal capacity is not required to file ITR. Yan ang sabi niya. Take note, Mr. Brea, no? I guess we're going to be asking about that. I think I know the answer to that as well. The business
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
transactions I was later engaged in were through the corporations that I have investments in. Those corporations are regularly filing tax returns as required by law. However, since there is no business activity registered in my personal capacity, and I also do not receive any income in my personal capacity here in the country, I understand that I am not required to file ITR. I think everybody, ito, pagko-comment lang ako, confirm nyo lang mga kasama, na sinabi niya nung dumating siya dito, nagbebenta siya, nagbabuy and sell siya sa mga, nagtitrade siya doon sa mga negosyo na pinupuntahan niya. So meron siya dapat income doon. You can answer that, Mr. Michael Young. You have your lawyer there. I have it on TSN. This was a situation for many years. Continue yan. On educational background, the table below shows the schools that I have attended and the certifications diploma that I have received. School, PayU, Primary School, Jinjiang City, Fujian, China. Primary School, 1984-1990. Yuying High School, Jinjiang City, Fujian, China. High School, 1990 to 1993. Xiamen University, Executive Development Program, EDP, 2011 to 2012. I would imagine this is just a program, hindi ito course. No? Hindi ito baccalaureate course. Alright? Xiamen University, Executive Lifelong Education for Entrepreneurs Seminar, 2016-2017. Hindi ito diploma. Certification lang of attendance yan. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody, please correct me. Sabi pa niya, American Burlington University. Ang sabi niya nung una, Princeton. Pinaulit-ulit natin yan. Burlington. Pinacheck ko kung may Burlington University. Honorary Doctorate Degree in Business Administration, 2017. Ewan ko kung nakakakuha ka ng Honorary Degree in Business Administration in 1 year. Tsinghua, Executive Master of Business Administration, 2019, EMBA to the present. That is his one. I truly regret that I was not able to enroll and finish a baccalaureate or college degree. Nonetheless, when the opportunity presented itself, I participated in the Executive Development Program training offered by the School of Management of Xiamen University from July 9, 2011 to 20 July 2012, and also attended the Executive Lifelong Education LEA for Entrepreneur Seminar organized by the same university from July 23, 2016 to November 25, 2017. On 2016 to December 14, 2017, Mr. Yang, naging third person na ito so obviously somebody wrote it and he just signed it. And we will ask him that. Mr. Yang participated in Business Administration program in Beijing. Afterwards, American Burlington University in California. So definitely, it's in California, not in New Jersey. Conferred by Mr. Yang an honorary doctorate degree in Business Administration. Since June 2019, I'm enrolled in the Executive Master of Business Administration EMBA program of Tsinghua, balik siya sa first person, in Beijing, which can be completed in 2 to 3 years. Unlike an ordinary MBA, an EMBA course is designed for senior executives. When most of the classes are conducted online, EMBA students are required to visit Tsinghua University every month to attend 3 to 5 days of in-campus lectures. I've been unable to complete the course due to the travel restrictions during the pandemic. So, hindi siya tapos. On the accountant, this is to provide clarification that I do not have a personal accountant. Take note, Mr. Abrea. Considering that I do not do business in my personal capacity here in the Philippines. Di ba siya naggagawa ng personal business na dito? Panay corporation. The operating corporations wherein I have investments in have their own accounting staff and external auditors. And as to my ITRs filed in the years 2018-2020, the same were prepared by my wife. I hope that the Honorable Blue Ribbon Committee will find this compliance letter in good order. Thank you. Very truly yours, Yang Hong Min. That's the letter. Are there any questions? I don't have the attachments, but obviously it was written for him by a lawyer because he uses the third person somewhere in the second page and then switches back to the first person. The only reason we asked, nagulat nga ako, biglang naging Puritan ba yan? Burlington and University, hindi na Princeton. We were all amazed that he was in Princeton. So, my question is to Mr. Yang, if he's there. Mr. Yang, are you there? Yeah. Michael Yang?
采班，
Hi, thank you. 你好吗？
你好，你好。
很好，很好。谢谢，谢谢。You said, sabi mo, hindi ka nagbabayad ng personal income tax dahil wala kang kinita sa personal mo. Totoo ba yan?
杨先生，你刚才有提到说，你个人是没有缴纳个人所得税，因为你没有在你私人身份赚钱。
是的。
Yes, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's true.
Ang sabi mo, kung di ko nagkakamali, dumating ka sa Pilipinas noong 1999?
你以前有提到说你来到菲律宾是1989年对吗？
我是99年，不是89年，我是2000年，差不多2000年来的。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I arrived in the Philippines around 1999 to 2000.
Yeah. At paano ka nabuhay nun?
那你怎么生活呢？
我以前有来来回回嘛，来来回回，就是以前来的时候来来回回，到中国有来来回回是这样，帮朋友来亲戚朋友家帮忙，来朋友家嘛帮忙哦。
When I first arrived in the Philippines, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, when I first came to the Philippines, I would go back and forth from the Philippines and then to China, and then I would be helping friends and relatives.
I would be helping or he was being helped?
I would be helping friends and relatives.
So, saan tumutulong sa mga relatives niya?
所以你有在帮助你的朋友和亲戚吗？
以前呢就住在那边，就是来来回回帮，有时候帮忙嘛。
Yes, sometimes I would travel back and forth from the Philippines to China, and then I would help my friends also.
So that means may pera ka.
那就代表说你有钱。
我没有拿他们工资，我没有拿工资。
没有拿，sorry， 对不起。
你
没有拿
收入。
At that time, I only help them, but I don't have any income.
nakatulong kung wala kang income?
那你如何帮他们？如果没有给你工资，你如何帮他们？
就帮忙嘛。我们中国人你也知道，我们闽南人、中国人这个就是谁在这边来帮忙这样。
As Chinese, we would help each other. We all come from the same province, Fujian province, and we would always be helping friends.
Naiintindihan ko yan. Pero siyempre, para tumulong ka, dapat may kinita ka. Nung nasa Pilipinas ka, nasa Davao ka, may kinikita ka.
但是如果你给他们帮助，你应该是会拿一点钱，对吗？
就偶尔吃住嘛，他们给我们吃住啊，朋友来就这样帮忙。
When I come here and help my friends, they provide me with board and lodging.
Sino nagpo-provide sa'yo ng board and lodging?
是谁给你的？是给你吃住？是谁提供给你的？
以前我的亲戚，现在已经也回去了。
Before, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, before it was my relative, but now my relative had gone back to China. That was a long time ago.
So wala kang kinikita, binibigyan ka lang ng mga relative mo ng pera para mabuhay ka rito. Tapos binibigay mo sa iyo, binibigay mo sa mga kamag-anak mo sa China.
所以你就是没有拿工资，你的亲戚就是会帮你，然后你把你的钱又汇到中国，对吗？
我没有啊，他以前就帮忙呢，帮忙。我们也没有去算这个吧。
Actually, we don't really calculate how much. They just provide help to me, and I also help them.
Pero alam mo, ang batas namin dito sa Pilipinas, kailangan meron kang income. Ano man income, ano man ang kinita mo, tama ba yung Mr. Brea, from whatever source and whatever kind is taxable.
From the Philippines po, dahil alien po siya. Yes, Mr. Chair.
因为在我们菲律宾，
may kinikita ka dito.
因为我们的菲律宾的法律就是你如果有赚钱，就一定要纳税，这样是我们的法律。
好。
Yes, now I understand.
What do you understand?
你现在清楚了吗？你可以讲一下吗？
现在你们说我就清楚了。因为以前我也没有拿工资，也没有分红，也没有投资分红，就没有报了。
Now that you have explained it, Mr. Chairman, I understand because before I did not receive any salary. I also did not receive any dividends.
Pero kahit na wala ka salary at income, kung binibigyan ka ng pera, income yon.
但是如果你没有收工资，也没有收分红，但是如果有给你钱，那还是需要纳税的。
他没有给我工资，没有给我分红，这个没有，不是这个收入的钱，我没有。
But because for me it was not an income because I did not receive any dividends or any salary.
Alam mo, wala kang dividend, wala kang salary. Pero pag binibigyan ka ng pera para mabuhay ka, may income ka.
但是参议员想提醒你说，如果那个人给你钱，那就代表说你有收入，那也是一份收入。
他没有给我钱，我没有拿到钱。
I did not receive money from them.
Paano ka nabubuhay?
那你怎么生活呢？
Ako dyan, then ina-evade mo na naman eh. Huwag kang mag-evade. Sabi mo sa kanya.
你不要逃避这个问题。那如果他没有给你钱 ，OK， 那你如果你的亲戚没有给你钱，你怎么生活呢？
在这边他以前来很早就有居住在他那边啊，偶尔以前有时候有一点零花钱，就有时候家里面还是朋友借一下，就这样。
When I first came here to the Philippines, I lived with my relative, and sometimes I would also have my own allowance, or my family would also give me some money.
Okay? Iwanan ko yun doon. Pumunta ka dito, anong visa mo?
那你来这里的时候，你是用什么签证？
我以前是旅游签证来菲律宾，后面再换那个永久居留嘛。
When I first arrived in the Philippines, I used a travel visa. Then this was changed to permanent visa.
Ang dating mo, tourist visa ka.
所以你来的时候，你是用旅游签证，对吗？
是以前。
Yes. In the beginning, I will use a tourist visa.
Alam mo, bawal yung pagka-tourist ka, bawal kang kumita rito.
那你知道，如果你是在菲律宾是旅游签证，是不能工作的。
我以前就是来朋友这边，来了就来回啊，也不知道。我以前是来这个找亲戚嘛，找朋友找亲戚，也就是来回回。
When I first came here in the Philippines, I traveled back and forth from China to the Philippines, and then I was staying with my relative. It wasn't very clear to me at that time.
No, hindi yan sabi ko, tama, oh. Balik-balik ka, may gastos yun. Dapat may kukunan kang pambayad doon.
但是参议员在问你说，你来来去去，来来回回菲律宾和中国，你当然是需要钱才能够。
以前有家里面有给我一点钱来，有时候来带点钱，来回回，正常费用嘛。
My family, before my family would give me some money for me to come to the Philippines and to return to China. So that was my funds.
sa Pilipinas?
那你在菲律宾在做什么呢？
以前呢就帮来菲律宾看看啊，走走啊，看看有没有生意啊，帮朋友啊，就是这样的。我们中国人来这边刚开始都来走走，找朋友看看有没有什么做啊，先帮忙啊。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, before when I came to the Philippines, I would help my friends, and then I would also look around for what kind of business that I could possibly engage in.
Ang sabi mo, nagre-rely ka sa mga kamag-anak mo, tapos ang bibigay sa mga kaibigan mo, marami kang kaibigan dito, binibigyan mo ng pera. Tapos naghahanap ka ng negosyo.
So 刚才你又提到说你是依赖你的朋友，可是现在你又说你在找生意可以做。
是啊，来菲律宾来到这边就是找朋友，后面看看有没有什么做啊。大家都在菲律宾，也想看看有没有生意做。
Yes, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, when I first came to the Philippines, I stayed with my friends and then I started to look around, and then later on I would look around on what possible businesses that I can do.
So sa makatuwid, kasi sinungaling ang ginawa mo, tourist visa para magbiyahe ka. Pero nagpunta ka lang dito para maghanap ng kabuhayan. Sinungaling yun.
所以你刚才是在说谎，因为你利用旅游签证，可是来菲律宾在找机会，在找生意可以做。
啊，
就撒谎，我就说的是这样，我没有撒谎。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I'm not lying. I'm just telling what happened.
What you tell me what happened, nagpupunta ka rito, pabalik-balik ka, ang binagamit mo tourist visa, binabaliwala mo yung generosity ng tao. Kasi pag tourist, siyempre, ako, tourism secretary. Pag nibita ako dito, gusto ko, gumastos ka rito, tumira ka sa hotel, nag-beach ka, kumain ka sa restaurant, may dala kang konting pera, yun ang kung dyan yun ang hindi ko makita. But anyway, iiwanan ko na yan dahil obviously, iba yung sinasabi mo.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I will conclude lang na hindi totoo yung sinasabi mo. Di ba kita tatawagin na sisinungaling? Sabihin ko na muna na nag-apply ka dito ng tourist visa para pumasyal. Siguro gusto mo makita yung Mount Apo, makita mo yung the biggest bird in the world, yung Philippine Eagle. Pero sinasabi mo, parang charitable association ka. Bibigay ka ng tulong kahit wala kang pera, yung pamilya mo, pasirko-sirko yung sinasabi mo. Pero, okay, we'll go serious now. Go ahead, Risa.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up question sa Chairman. Mr. Yang, nung nakaraang hearing, tinanong ko kayo kung paano nyo unang nakilala si Presidente. Sabi nyo po sa amin, nakilala nyo si Presidente sometime either 2002, 2003, or 2004. Ngayon, sinasabi nyo kay Chairman na dumating kayo dito sa Pilipinas either 1999 or 2000. Tapos, nabuhay lang kayo at tumulong kayo sa ibang tao gamit yung pera na binibigay sa inyo ng pamilya at kaibigan nyo. So, paano po nangyari kung kahit sabihin natin dumating kayo noong 1999 at kung sabihin natin nakilala nyo si Presidente 2004, 5 taon lang, kalahating dekada, paano nangyari na within the space of just 5 years, tulad ng nandito sa article ng Sun News o Hai Shi Chen Bao, na by that time, after just 5 years in the Philippines, na-found nyo na yung Yangtze River Group dito sa Pilipinas at engaged na kayo sa investment sa department store at real estate. Paano kayo nakabuo ng ganung kalaking kapital in just a few years kung halos nagsimula kayo sa wala?
杨先生，参议员想问你说，在上次过去的听证会上，你有被问到是你如何认识我们菲律宾总统？当时你有说是差不多2002年、2003或2004年你认识总统，但是刚才你有提到说你是在1999年或是2000年抵达菲律宾的，那你通过从你家人那里是你在家里提供你钱，然后你帮助了一些朋友，那是差不多1999年，但是你遇到菲律宾总统Duterte是在2004年，那怎么在5年内，就像这篇中文的报道，他有提到说你在5年内在菲律宾成立了洋界集团然后还有投资房地产和百货公司，你怎么短在这5年内可以做出这样子的成绩呢？
你说的我听不太清楚啊，你说很多，我听得有点乱。
Okay. Mr. Yang said it's quite a long statement. I will repeat it with your permission.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
杨先生，在过去的听证会上，你有被问到你是如何认识我们总统？你说是差不多在2002年到2004年，你有认识，你见到了总统，但是刚才你又说你是1999年或2000年来到菲律宾的，然后当时你来菲律宾的时候，是你的家人提供你金钱在菲律宾花费，但是从1999年到2004年，这短短5年内，你有机会见过总统，你也有机会成立你的公司，就是杨姐集团，而且这个中文网站有报道说，你有在投资房地产和百货公司。那参议员的问题是，在这短短5年内，你如何能够得到这么多的资金呢？
我在20到20世纪以前都在大澳，有时候来大澳，有时候跟商会跟什么有见到主席长就联系了，当时也有这个缘分联系，就是这样。至于我们后面的生意，我来这边跟朋友来看看生意，也有帮朋友。后面就慢慢有做一些小小的投资，慢慢投资，慢慢做，都是这样的，就慢慢做到现在，我们都是。
To answer a question, Mr. Chairman, when I came in 2000, from 2000 to 2004, when I was in Davao, I had the affinity through the other also business associations in Davao to meet the mayor. And then with regards to my business, when I started helping friends, and then slowly I started to make some investments and started to grow my business until now.
So, Mr. Yang, ano po yung mga investments nyo na pinalaki nyo?
Senator Hontiveros, with your
Yes, Mr.
permission,
Chairman.
I'm laying the predicate, so let me just finish my cross, okay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Para maliwanag, because from the beginning, lumalabas ito, nagloko na ito eh. Pag binigyan ka ng visa dito, tourist ka, hindi ka magninegosyo. Pabalik-balik ka, imposibleng wala kang ginagawa na nagnenegosyo ka rito. Di ba, Risa? I mean, it's very obvious.
Seems so, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, and I would like to ask itong translator natin, i-clear mo para mabilis tayo. Ang haba-haba ng tanong pinapasyal tayo niyan eh. Alright? Okay. This is my question. Okay. Dumating ka 2099. Pabalik-balik ka, ikaw mo. So may nagpo-pondo sa'yo sa pabalik-balik mo. Wala kang kinikita ka mo, kundi mga donasyon. Mga binibigay siyang regalo. Sagutin mo.
你从1999年来到菲律宾，是有人给你资金吗？是不是有人给你资金？
以前家里面给我一点带来花嘛，带过来花嘞，来吃饭住都是朋友嘛。你也知道我们中国人都是出门都来找亲戚，就没有就住在朋友亲戚家嘛。出来的时候是这样。
When I came here, it was my family who gave me some money. But when I arrived in the Philippines, for the board and lodging, it was my friends and relatives who provided the board and lodging for me. And as you know, when you are outside your country, you rely on the generosity of friends and relatives.
I don't agree with that, but anyway, I will continue. Sabihin ko lang sa iyo, kahit na binibigyan ka ng pera para mabuhay ka rito, liable ka sa income tax. Tama ba yung Mr. Abrea?
Kung may income po siya, Mr. Chairman.
Yung binibigay sa kanyang pera, di ba? Paano ka mabubuhay? Malaki siguro yun. Taxable yun, di ba?
Kung may natatanggap po siya, Mr. Chairman.
So, pag nakakatanggap ka ng pera sa kaibigan mo o sa kamag-anak mo at nandito ka nag-ooperate, magbabayad ka ng tax dito. Yun ang tanong.
所以你如果收到钱，你在菲律宾应该要缴纳所得税。
我以前就是从中国，以前最早有99、2000那些找的就是中国偶尔寄钱来，有时候带过来带来这边的，有回去就带来花。
Ang sunod.
In the beginning, from 1999 to 2000, the money that I brought here to the Philippines was the money I brought from China.
Of course. Of course. Pero para mabuhay ka rito, mabubuhay ka dahil may nagbibigay ng pera sa'yo rito, tama?
但是你能够在这里住下来，能够生活，是因为有人提供你金钱。
这边没有人提供我金钱，以前最早就是由我家里面来啊，就住在朋友亲戚家啊。现在我的钱都以前从中国带来花了。
When I was here in the Philippines, nobody gave me money. The money that I had was the money that I brought from China. But I stayed in friends and relatives' house when I was here.
Doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, niloko mo na ang bayan, na ikaw turista, pero nakikitira ka. Tapos ang totoo niyan, by 2008, nagnegosyo ka na. Tama? Pero ang sinabi mo sa amin, I withdraw that. In between that time, between 1999 and 2008, ang sabi mo sa akin last time, nagbebenta ka ng mga gamit sa mga kaibigan para ibenta sa Pilipinas. Tama?
上一次听证会，你有跟参议员提到说，从1999年到2008年，你有在帮朋友拿东西卖给朋友，对吗？ Hello?
What's the answer?
杨先生。 杨先生。
What is the answer?
杨先生有听到吗？ 杨先生，参议员在问你，从1999年到2008年间，你有上一次听证会，你有提到说你有在帮朋友拿东西卖给朋友，对吗？
还有帮。
What is the answer?
没有听到，杨先生没有听到。
以前有来帮忙，都有叫我介绍有。
没有听到。Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I could not hear.
Let the record state na nag-hesitate yung testigo kanina pa narinig niya yung tanong pero hindi niya sinasagot. Go ahead. Sabi mo sa kanya yan.
你有听到问题，但是你不想要回答，是这样子吗？你可以再回答一次吗？听不到。你有听到吗？
没有听到你说我说话你明白。
我没有听到。
没有听到，我不知道了。
现在听到了，现在听到了。
刚才断断续续，我有说你没听见。
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yang said that the signal was intermittent, so I could not hear his answer.
Yes, answer.
那你的回答是什么？
你说什么？我刚才没听见。
He said for me to repeat the question because he did not hear the question earlier. 参议员在问你说，从1999年到2008年间，你上次听证会上，你有说你在卖东西给朋友，你有在帮朋友拿东西，那不是在做生意吗？
我不是，我以前有帮朋友介绍他们去中国，有时候中国有供应商，我就介绍他们自己，有时候就联系他们自己去做。
I did not. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I did not. I would only introduce suppliers that I know in China to my friends.
Sabihin mo sa mga kaibigan mo, mayroon ako supply, bibili niyo sa amin. Gano'n ba?
所以你就是跟朋友说，哦，我这里有供应，我这里有货，你从我这里拿，是这样子吗？
是他们自己去谈，我介绍他们练习，我就帮朋友介绍练习。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I just introduce them to each other, and then they would be the ones to transact or negotiate with each other.
Hindi yun ang sinabi mo last time, but anyway, I will leave it at that. Iba sa kanya.
这不是上次你说的，这不是上次你的供词，但是我就在这边
Can you go back to the TSN nung unang tinanong ko siya? Because in the TSN, it will show na bebenta ka ng mga produkto sa mga kaibigan mo. Yun ang sinabi mo. So you're lying again.
因为上次听证会你有说你有在卖东西给你的朋友，提供货物给你的朋友，所以你在撒谎。
我没有撒谎，我说的是实话。
I am not lying. I am saying the truth.
Okay. Okay. I'll take that again. It was a lie when you come in as tourists. You weren't really here as tourists. But in reality, you were like a camchit, a parasite, relying on your relatives to go back and forth. I don't know if your relatives are that rich. Pabalik-balik ka, camchit ka, humingi ka ng pera sa mga kaibigan mo, sa mga kamag-anak mo, camchit ka. Ayun, ayaw mo sabihin na, naghahanap buhay ka na talaga. Ha? Hindi ka nagbabayad ng tax na binibigay sa'yo sa donor's tax o gift tax, dapat bayaran mo yan. Okay. Sagutin mo na yan, tapos tutuloy na ako sa susunod kong tanong na mas mahalaga na.
所以因为刚才你有说你来菲律宾做旅游的时候利用旅游签证，这是一个谎言，因为你是游客而且你是依靠你亲戚的帮助。如果你在这里利用旅游签证谋生，那是不对的，而且你还是应该要缴纳捐赠税或是赠与税。
Sagot.
我以前来菲律宾，然后我知道我们以前中国人来都是拿这个旅游签来，再慢慢有来这边来来回回最后有住就开始找这个看有什么资助嘞。我也是这样自己以前来就是朋友那边吃住帮忙自己也有带点钱从中国来，偶尔带点钱来这边会用。
Before, when I came here with a tourist visa, and then I stayed with my friends and relatives, and then I started to look around, and then I also brought some money with me from China.
You came in 1911. By 2004, sasabihin ko sa'yo, sinagot mo sa akin, ha? Alam mo, Paisi, nahihiya ako sa'yo. Nahihiya ako sa lahat. Sasabihin ko lang, kung bakit ako nagko-conclude na niloloko mo ako, niloloko mo ang bayan. Ito sinabi mo, ha? Kanina. Yung sinabi niya nagbebenta siya. Ahente siya. Yung ahente siya. Alright. Ito, chairperson, napakasimple lang ng tanong ko, Lynette. Ha? Anong negosyo ang inumpisa mo? Sagot ni Mr. Chua, interpreting in Chinese to Mr. Yang. Responding in Chinese. Ang sagot mo, so when I started with RTW. Some clothes and then some goods that I sold. So I was engaged in the trading business in violation of my tourism business, my tourism visa. Sino yung tao nasa likod mo? Tanay mo, kung sino yung tao na tuturo sa kanila sa likod ka?
你背后是谁在指使你？你背后有人吗？在指使你？你背后有人在指使你吗？杨先生。
我是一个翻译以前我的翻译在我旁边
Okay, it's my interpreter who is beside.
我这边以前有个以前的翻译
It was my interpreter before.
I know, sagutin mo lang yan, Kino-confront kita dyan. Ayan ang sabi mo. I can't really answer, but it would be around. Remember, 1999 ka dumating, pero ito na. 2005, 2006, 2007. I would have to check the specific year when I started. It was really, I started as an ahente. Ahente. Katulad ng ginagawa mo para sa Parmali as an agent. And then step by step, I started to grow my business. I was not a big businessman when I came here. Napakasimple lang ang tanong ko. Sabi ko sa iyo, Lilet, anong negosyo ang inumpisa mo? Ayan, ang sagot mo, nagtitrade siya. Kano nga sinabi mo na RTW? Baba nyo nga. Asa na? Ano mga papatak ko niyan? RTW, some clothes, some goods that I sold. So you're violating your visa. Nagninegosyo ka na. Tama?
所以参议员，因为你看看屏幕上，他有说在2005年、2006年、2007年，就是上次听证会，你有说你开始的时候你在做 agente， 在做代理人，然后你就慢慢扩大你的生意，然后在后面你有说你有在卖 RTW 一些衣服、一些货物，那当时你是持有旅游签证，可是你在做生意，这不是已经违反了那个旅游签证？
我以前跟你说，我们来，我是在帮朋友，我没有说我自己在做。我是以前有说，我们以前就慢慢就去接触这些帮朋友。
When I first came here in the Philippines, I started to help friends. I started helping my friends.
Friends, starting your friends. Bola yan 1999. Umpisa ka, nagnegosyo ka 2005. Alright? Hindi mo tinedeclare yung taxes dapat bigay mo. Nakakahingi ka ng pera. Cam cheat ka nga cam cheat. Nagpaparasite ka sa kanila kung totoo yan. Hindi ako naniniwala doon sa sabi mo. Sabihin from the very beginning, nagbebenta ka na. Ginagawa ng maraming alis sa mainland yan. Nagpupunta rito. Papunta rito ang tourist visa, sinungaling ka agad, nagbebenta na kagad sa mga Pilipino. Alright? Now, after I made my statement, I will now ask you a question again. Kailan ka nagbayad ng income tax? Papacheck ko yan.
你什么时候开始报税呢？你什么时候开始缴纳税款？
我18年我就开始，我老婆又帮我们公司有我老婆有建议就帮我18年、19年交了。以前我也没有拿工资，也没有分红，我就没有交了。
So I started to pay taxes in 2018 and 2019 when we started the company. Because before I did not receive a salary and I also did not receive dividends, so I did not pay income tax.
Nagbabayad ka, nagbebenta ka, narinig kami ka lahat ng senador, nagbebenta ka, narinig ka ni Mr. Abrea, ahente ka, may kinikita ka sa ahente, dapat nagbabayad ka ng income tax, tama?
但是当时以前你已经有在
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
当时你已经有在当时你已经有在做买卖，你是代理人，你有那个佣金那回扣，你应该就要付所得税。
我没有拿这边菲律宾，我没有拿佣金，也没有拿佣金啊。我这边没有，我去就介绍有些我以前在这边，人家中国有厂家有货，他们自己谈。
I did not receive a commission. I would only introduce friends or suppliers to my friends. If they have needed goods, then I would introduce suppliers to them.
Saan ang gagaling yung pera binibigay mo? Kasi nungalingan yan. Okay, let me go to the next point. Establish na nagsisinungaling ka. Hindi ka pwede mag-ahensya na wala kang kikitahin. Alright? Hindi ka nagbayad ng tax. Alright? Hindi ka nagbayad ng tax.
你没有在付所得税，你没有付所得税。
Pakasimple lang naman yung mga tanong Talagang
我就没有介绍他们，我就在那边也没有拿工资，也没有拿到分红，我就没有交。以前
I did not. Before, to answer a question, Mr. Chairman, before I did not receive any salary or any dividend, so I did not pay income tax.
Kung corporation yan, wala ka talaga. Wala kang corporation kung walang dividend. Hindi ka nagtatrabaho. You are a sole proprietor. Nag-aahente ka. So anong binibenta mong RTW? May patong ka doon. Binibenta mong lumang damit. Meron kang kinikita doon. Meron kang ibang RTW, some clothes and some goods, electronics. Nag-engage ka in trading. Pag may trading, may kita. Tama?
但是当时你有在，就是自己一个人在做生意，你有在卖 RTW， 有在卖衣服你如果要在做贸易，你就一定会赚钱，就一定要付税。
我没有拿到这个分红，也没有拿到这个工金，我就没有付了。我以前是这样哦，我个人没有
Because
做。
in the beginning, personally, I did not receive any dividends or any salary, so I did not pay in any income tax.
Well, okay. We'll leave it at that. Receive sa locator. At na sinasabi mo, babalik sa'yo yan. Alright? So, madaling sabi, 1911, wala kang kinikita. Kamo, 1912, wala kang kinikita. Kahit na nagbebenta ka, 1913, 2000, wala kang kinikita. 2001, wala kang kinikita. 2002, wala kang kinikita. 2003, wala kang kinikita. 2004, wala kang kinikita. Tapos inamin mo dito sa committee na 2005, 2006, 2007, nagbenta ka na, naging ahente ka. So may kita ka. Sa lahat ng taon na yon, wala kang binayad na buwis. Dalawang tanong ko sa iyo. Di ba, inabuso mo ang pag-welcome sa iyo ng bansa na ikaw ay tourist, na nagnegosyo ka na hindi ka gumawa, hindi ka nagbayad ng buwis? Niloko mo ang bayan? Niloko mo ang immigration na ikaw turista, pero gumikita ka. Tama ba yan?
你从2005年到2006年、2007年，你已经在开始做生意、做代理。所以我有2个问题：第一，你就是利用了我们菲律宾人对你的友好、对你的欢迎，你进来菲律宾是利用旅游签证，可是你在这里做生意，所以你是在愚弄我们的人民，不是吗？
我没有对你没有依据，我也不好意思，这个没有依据，我也没有做，我我是来来回回，我没有输入，也没有走，我就来这边走走帮朋友嘛，来来回回。
I did not really have an income, so I just came here and go back and forth to China, and I was just helping my friends.
I will write a letter to the BIR and check all your tax records and all your activities. I will write to the Bureau of Immigration that you are violating your visa, that you're not entitled to a permanent resident visa because it is a highway of lies that you showed. I'm sorry, I have to do that. You know, you sound like a good guy, you sound like a nice guy, but when you talk, you're lying. So yan ang sasabihin ko.
所以我会请我们的税务局还有我们的海关局去调查你有没有在这些年都有没有在纳税，还有是不是你应该持有永久居留签证，因为你听起来是好像是个好人，但是你所说的都不是真实，都是谎话。
Okay?
不好意思，这个我说的都是我说的都是实话。
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but what I have said are all the truth.
That is what your lawyer tells you. Akala nila, tinatanong kita sa corporation mo. Sa corporation mo, magbabayad ka ng income tax kung may sweldo ka. Sa corporation mo, kung may dividend ka, magbabayad ka ng income tax. Pero kung ikaw, individual proprietor, ahente ka, pagka kumita ka, magbabayad ka ng tax. Pagka ikaw tourist visa, hindi ka pwede magnegosyo. Yan ang batas. Intindihin mo yan. Dahil palagi ko, nakikinig ka lamang, hindi mo tinitignan yan. Dapat mo makita. Wala na akong tatanong. Ipat na ako pagkatapos.
参议员是想跟你说如果你是公司，你有公司，你需要缴纳所得税，公司是需要缴纳所得税。但是如果是个人在做生意，也需要缴纳所得税。而且如果你是持有旅游签证，你在菲律宾是不能够任何参与生意或做生意的。
All right.
好的，谢谢。
Yes, thank you,
好的，谢
Mr.
谢。
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Sunod akong tanong ngayon. 2005 yon. Tapos 2005, tuloy-tuloy ang kita mo. By 2011, nagtayo ka ngayon ng DCLA. Nag-incorporate ka. DCLA. Pakita niyo yung litrato ng DCLA. Papapakita, ayan. Yan, DCLA. Tabanggoy. Dalawang kalye yan, magkabila. Laki oh. Kaya umuupa ka dyan, may kinikita ka dyan, tama?
你在这里这个DCLA 大楼，你有在租，你在租这栋大楼，那当然你是有赚钱的，对吗
公司是有赚钱啊，公司有赚钱有交税啊。
？Yes, the company earned from it, and the company also paid taxes.
Of course. Pero paano ka nakapagpasok ng pera dyan kung wala kang kinikita?
但是你如何会有这笔资金去租这栋大楼呢？如果你没有赚钱，你怎么会有资金呢？
现在我的律师建议我们现在税务已经有对我在调查了，这些律师叫我现在是不要回答，不能回答了。
To answer a question, Mr. Chairman, my lawyer advised me that I would not be, I should stop answering questions because now the BIR is also investigating our case.
I don't care. You've already answered my questions. Your lawyer is misadvising you.
你
Napakasimple
已经
na
回答了他的问题。
nagkaroon ng pera para makapagpatayo niyan.
参议员
Ibig sabihin, nagtatago ka sa amin na naman. At meron ka ng litany of lies. You lied when you came in here with a tourist visa. You abused our country for several years with a tourist visa. And then finally, sometime, you got a permanent resident visa. Anong year yun?
你什么时候拿到永久居留证呢？你哪一年拿到？
应该这么久了，我应该是08年还是什么？应该是08吧。
To answer a question, Mr. Chairman, the permanent visa I think was around. I got the permanent visa. I think it was around 2008, but it was a long time ago. Maybe around 2008.
2008, you have to have money na $50,000. Di ba? Ayan, no? May bank deposits ka, may $50,000 ka. Dito nakalagay sa'yo, nilagay mo sa RCBC in Makati City, may dollar savings account ka. As defined under Section 29 of the Philippine Immigration Act of 1940. Your petition, sinabi mo, President the country as a temporary visitor, pero parang permanent ka na eh. 1999 pa lang, tourist ka. Ang tulis mo, gumagawa ka ng pera. Hindi ka nagbabayad ng buwis. Tapos bigla na lang, nagpasok ka ng $50,000, meron ka ng kumpanya, ang laki ng business mo. Nagtatanong
So,
lang ako. Pangyaw, nagtatanong lang ako, Pangyaw.
参议员在叫你朋友，他有个问题。
什么问题啊？
Yes, what is your question, Mr. Chairman?
Saan
Mr.
galing yung
Yang said.
pinagtatayo mo dyan kung wala kang kinikita, magbula nung wala kang income, ahente ka, wala kang income, wala kang dividendo kahit saan, bigla ka nagkaroon ng $50,000. From 1999, wala kang binabayad. By the time 2008, nakakuha ka na ng permanent resident visa. Ang lakas mo! Pangyaw!
参议员想问你说，你刚才有提到说你没有分红，也没有拿工资但是在2008年你有拿到这个永久居留证要成为一位永久居留证，你需要在户口，你在这里的户口一定要有$5万，所以那笔$5万那笔$5万是从哪里来的？
以前我没记得是家里面给我再从这边先给朋友借，再给家里面给我还给人家了。
To answer a question, Mr. Chairman, the $50,000 was given to me by my family. So I borrowed first from my friends, and then my family paid this back.
Friends. First, you got it from your family, then you borrowed from your friends. Who did you borrow it from? Which friends?
所以你从什么朋友谁借这笔钱呢？你从谁借这笔钱？
这个这么久了，我要看一下十几年了，我也现在去以前的朋友这么久了，以前是家里面给我的，刚开始是先给朋友拿一下，后面家里面寄钱来就还了，我应该很久，我要看一下了，十几年了。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I would need to check this because it has been more than a decade. I can't remember which friend, but I remembered my family sent me the money, but I borrowed from my friend first, and then my family paid this back.
Mr. Abrea, may tax ba yun? Pagka meron ka ng pera, binigyan ka ng pera, may tax ba yun?
Mr. Chairman, kung dito po sa Pilipinas, Mr. Chairman, kung dinonate may bayad, may tax, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi donate, nanghirap raw siya. So, pagbigyan siya ng pera, di ba, may tax dapat yan? May documentary stamp tax.
Kung personal, Mr. Chairman, kung family, Mr. Chairman, hindi po
Family galing sa China, pero dito nanghiram siya sa kanyang kaibigan.
Kung para po sa business, Mr. Chairman, yes po.
Meron tax, right?
Kailangan pong may loan agreement at documentary stamp tax.
Correct. Magbayad ka ba ng tax, ng documentary stamp tax, at meron ka dapat dokumento na nangutang ka. Tama? Mr. Yang?
杨先生，但是你从朋友借钱，你是不是有文件说你向他们借钱？如果是向他们借钱，你应该也是要付这个印花税。
以前我们在这边这么久了，中国人说要办证的借一下，有一部分我有部分就中国寄啊，就给他们啦。
It was a long time ago. I borrowed money, and then when my family sent me the money, I quickly paid this back.
Nagbayad ng documentary stamp tax. Bibilisan ko lang para matapos tayo dahil binobola mo ako eh. Sige, bulahin mo pa ako. Lumaki na lumaki ang negosyo mo. Alright? Hanggang meron ka na sa Clarkfield. Papakita ko yung building mo sa Clarkfield. Incorporator ka hanggang nakatira ka na sa Forbes Park. Hanggang meron ka ng Porsche. Marami ka ng auto. Marami ka na sinusweldoan. Papakita ko sa iyo. Ayan. Yung building mo na ginawa sa Clark.
这就是你在 Clark 基地的一个大楼建的大楼。
Mahirap magsinungaling eh. Lalabas at lalabas yan. Anong kumpanya yan? PayU yan ha? Pali Holdings. Anong holdings ni Mr. Yang sa Pali Holdings? Pakita nyo. Pali Holdings. Nanggaling yung pera dyan?
百利公司这个百利集团的资金是从哪里来的？
These people are useless.
这个我现在不能回答，可能会导致起诉、刑事责任、刑事起诉。利息税务局已经在调查了。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your question because I might be liable for legal proceedings because the BIR is also now investigating this.
You're liable because you're not declaring income tax, correct, Mr. Abrea? That's what he's afraid of, correct?
If there are undeclared, Mr. Chairman, yes po.
Yeah, we just not declare it, right? Where he got the money, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And if he doesn't declare the money, then he's liable for tax evasion, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if it's not declared.
That's why his lawyer is telling him not to answer, correct?
I don't know the intention of his lawyer, Mr. Chairman.
I know, but we know. I know you know. So, having said that, Mr. Yang, from the very beginning that you set forth here, you abuse the generosity of this country. You are a guest. Bisita ka ng bansa as a tourist. Binayolate mo yun. Hindi ka nagbabayad ng buwis. Nagninegosyo ka rito, pabalik-balik ka, at pinalalabas mo, ikaw ay binibigyan ng pera ng mga kamag-anak mo at nagbibigay ka rin ng pera. Saan mo kinukuha yung binibigay na pera sa mga kamag-anak mo? At nung ikaw ang nag-ahente, sabi mo wala kang kilida doon. Imposible ako maniwala. Paano ka nabuhay dito? Tapos, may bahay ka sa Davao, tama?
你在达澳有房子对吗？
在达澳租的，以前租的。
In Davao, the house that I'm staying in was rented before.
May bahay ka ba? May pag-aari ka ba sa Davao?
那你现在在 Davao 是不是有房子，有房地产吗？
没有，我没有房地产，我们就正常公司做生意。我也公司我也没
No, I don't have.
有些
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I don't have property in Davao.
Saan ka nakatira sa Davao?
那你在 Davao 在住哪里？
我来到有些都住酒店。
Sometimes when I come here in Davao, I would stay in hotel.
Oy, gastos ka. Wala kang bahay dyan?
你在那边没有房子吗？
以前我老婆在的时候，我都来就住跟他们住，现在她都回国，我就来就住酒店。
In the past, when my wife was still here, I would stay with her. But now that she has returned, 回中国吗？
So, saan kayo nakatira ng asawa mo nung
那以前你跟你太太是住在哪里？
Tay-tay ba yung tuloy ko tay-tay?
住在家不住在这有住在家。
When I'm with my wife, we would stay at home.
Saan yung bahay na yan? Saan yung home na yun?
那个房子是在哪里？房子是在哪里？你跟你太太住的那个房子，那栋房子是在哪里？
这个是我的隐私，我现在不方便说哦。
This is to answer your question, Mr. Chairman. This is my private matter, so it
There's no
is I
private
cannot
matter
answer
in
this.
investigation. You're under investigation for possible collusion and graft and corruption. We have to know and you have to answer.
因为现在你正面临这个调查，这个贪污腐败的调查，所以如果我们问你问题，你一定要回答。
And by the way, every time you say that, I cannot answer because it's a private nature. It just makes you sink deeper into a morass of lies. And indicates that you're trying to avoid responsibility.
所以传言是说，因为你正在接受调查，这个是关于贪污腐败的调查，所以如果有问题，你要回答。所以你如果一直在强调说这是你的隐私权你只是可以看出你一直在回避，不想回答这个问题。
这个跟贪污腐败没关系，这个是我家里面住，跟我们自己住的，这个是安全跟隐私，这个我们要保密，也不在公开场合这样。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, this is about security. This is about our private home, about where we are staying in. So this concerns our security and privacy. It is not a matter connected to graft and corruption.
Why not? You're saying that. That is what you're saying. I'm saying otherwise. Anyway, I will not force you to answer if you don't like to answer because your revision to answer shows that you've been lying. Sabi mo, wala kang bahay. Pala, may bahay kayo ng asawa mo. O, itong sa Clark. Pinakita ko sa itong building na ito sa Clark. O, laki-laki ng building na yan. Saan ang galing yung pera yan? Ilan ang pinandar mong pera dyan? O, ilang kwarto yan? Pakita nyo lang, ilang kwarto yan? Ilang halaga ng kwarto yan? Ilan ang halaga niyan? In DCLA Plaza is 44 million in assets. In Yangtze, 7.94 million in assets. Dito sa Piley, mayroon pang bahay dito sa Forbes Park. Ang utang, ang bayad doon, 500,000 a month. Dito sa Clark Majestic World, kasama mo si Jason Uso na nagtago na. Si Rose Nonolim na hindi pa sumisipot. Si Ling Wei Kong, kasama mo doon. Alright? The Philippine Piley Estate Group. You are a director. Doon ka umuupa, si Gerald Cruz na hindi rin nagpapakita. Diyan ba si Gerald Cruz? Mr. Rudy?
Yes, sir. The subpoena had been sent to the office addresses, but he has never been served.
Di
Nor has he
nagpapakita.
appeared here.
So
Yes, sir.
lahat umiiwas, ayaw magsalita. Si Jason Uson ayaw magsalita. Ikaw ayaw mo magsalita. Tatago ka sa likod ng abogado mo at sinasabi yung privacy. Walang ganun dito. At especially with somebody who's been lying from the very beginning, pagpunta mo rito is a lie. Maraming ganyan kayo. Kaya dapat tigilan na yan. Pasok ng pasok pero nagninegosyo, inaagawan ang tao. Kung nandito si Senator Villanueva, magagalit siya sa pagsabi sa akin ng isang tiga Davao, lahat ng empleyado nyo, sabi mo sa akin kung totoo ito o hindi, yung DCLA, ang mga supervisor ninyo ay mga Chinese, hindi marunong magtagalog, kayo kailangan nag-uusap doon. Tama ba yan?
参议员在问你 DCLA 你们的主管都是中国人，而且都不会讲非语，只有你们自己听得懂你们在讲的话，是吗？对吗？
这没有啊，
杨先生
我们基本上我们90%几的公司应该都是菲律宾人，91%都中国人，都是菲律宾人。
I think to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that is true. I think about for all our companies, about 90% are all Filipinos.
Sinabi ko yung mga supervisor.
但是他是说你在 DCLA 的主管，
没有啊，我也都是请本地人，有时候是这样，都基本上是本地人。
no, that's also not true. What we are actually mostly locals.
Of course, sinabi ko mostly local, pero kami mga Chinese talagang galing sa mainland China. Totoo,
但是
hindi.
但是你有主管是从中国大陆来的，对吗？
这好像很少，我老婆在管，公司在管，我不太清楚。
I think there's very few, but I am also not very clear
Meron,
about this because it's my
meron.
wife.
So meron, correct? Meron.
所以有对吗？是有这些中国主管。
这个应该一点点呢，我不知道，我要看一下，应该很少，我也不太清楚。
I think there's a very few only, but I will have to check again.
Kung very many, may very few meron. Tama?
所以真的是有对吗？
Answer na yun. In-answer mo na, very few meron.
你一直问我，我没有确定，我怎么回答？到时候又说我是不是，我也没有太确定。
Because I am also not sure about my answer, Mr. Chairman. So even if you keep on asking me, I cannot answer correctly. So I will need to check.
Ask you. Don't tell me even if I have to ask you. I'm interpolating you. I'm cross-examining you for your credibility. And so far, your credibility is practically zero. You lied when you came in here. Kumuha ka ng visa for tourism. You lied. Pabalik-balik ka, tourist visa, hanggang umabot ka na ng 2005, nagnegosyo ka, hanggang umabot ka ng 2008, nagkaroon ka ng permanent resident visa, hindi ko malaman, hindi mo maipaliwanag kung saan galing yung $50,000 mo, hindi mo maipaliwanag kung paano ka nabuhay from 1999 to 2005, hindi mo maipaliwanag kung saan nanggaling yung pera sa DCLA, hindi mo maipaliwanag kung saan nanggaling yung pera dito sa mga negosyo mo malalaki ngayon, at ngayon, hindi mo rin maipaliwanag at nagsinungaling ka uli, umiwas ka doon sa bahay mo, sa Nara na nagbabayad ka ng $500,000 pesos sa renta para sa iyo, umiwas ka doon na wala ka doon pero nandun ka, umiwas ka na sabi mo hanggang formally ay doon lang ang ginawa mo, pinakilala mo lang sa iyong kaibigan na si Presidente Duterte at pagkatapos doon nabuko ka, binuka ka nung binabayaran mo si Lincoln Ong na nagbibigay ka ng pera sa kanila, binuka ka ng Presidente ng formally na sinabi nagpapautang ka at inamin mo na nagpapautang ka at sinatawag ko rin dito si Sin Chui Si, si Su Tien Yun, si Chang Ao Yang at saka si Miao Miao. Lahat na sinabi mo. Sa lahat na sinabi mo, nagsisinungaling ka na wala kang kinalaman. Huli ka na. Pangalawa, meron ka rin, masarap rin ang buhay mo, meron ka rin Porsche. Okay, marami ka ng pera, pero hindi mapaliwanag. Ha? At lumalabas yun sa mga dokumento mo, hindi ka nagbayad ng tax sa 2018, 2019, 2020. Sinabi mo nagbayad ka, pero wala ka sinasabing income tax dahil wala ka sweldo doon. Hindi ko maintindihan yun eh. Pero yun ang sinasabi ko, ang haba ng highway, kasing haba ng EDSA, ang kasinungalingan mo. Sorry. You know, you look like a nice guy. I could get along with you. Pero when you start lying, I will not get along with you. Pakisabi mo sa kanya sa English. Marami akong kaibigan Chinese. Marami ako nagre-respeto ng Chinese. Bata pa ako, marami na akong kaibigan Chinese. Pero sila, ang trabaho nila, bo choy kang, bo tancha.
参议员是想跟你说他觉得他说他有很多中国朋友但是他也是很钦佩他的中国朋友，但是他有一句话就是没追刚没汤家。
Translate.
You don't work.
You don't work, you don't eat. Why kayod, why kaon? So why kayod, why kaon ka? From 1999 to 2005, why kayod, why kaon ka? Wala ka rin kaon dahil wala kang nakukuha sweldo sa pag-ahente mo. Tapos bigla na lang dumating. Nagkaroon ka ng permanent resident visa. Nagkaroon ka ng $50,000 at naglagay ka ng DCLA. Yan, dami ng pera. Pumasok na yung Clark, pumasok na yung mga bahay sa Forbes, lahat. So, paano kita papaniwalaan? Ha? Pupanwat na ako. Sawa na ako sa iyong pagsisinungaling. Si Paula, wala na ako. Hindi ko na mapaniwala. Wala nang paglalagyan sa utak ko yung pagsisinungaling mo. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Kapag pagpasok sa Parmali, lalo malaki. Because, nagtataka ako, ikaw ba may kinalaman ka doon sa Shushu? Paano kukunin ng Chinese, paano kukunin ni Mr. Lau, yung Susu, na ang dami-daming Chinese corporation sa China, pero Susu is a construction company. Paano niya kukunin yon? Nakialam ka ba doon? Pinakilala mo ba yung Susu? Sabi nila, kilala ka nila eh. Katulad ng pagkakilala sa iyo ni Mr. Sijan doon sa, Tiger Phil. Kilala ka rin. So, ang common denominator, Mr. Yang, ay si Mr. Yang. Common denominator sa lahat ng negosyo sa Pili, Payung, lahat yan, ikaw ang may hawak, pinasweldoan mo pa si Mr. Lincoln Ong ng 85,000 pesos bilang interpreter. So lahat na, nasara na. At kayang-kaya mong gawin yan because in-appoint ka ni President Duterte ang best friend mo na pinagtatanggol ka hanggang ngayon ng economic advisor ng Pilipinas. I rest my case, Senator Dillon. Papaalam ako sa iyo. Sorry ha, hindi ako natatawa dito, nalulungkot lang ako. Thank you very much. Unless you have any other questions, Senator Dillon, Senator Hontiveros, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, just a manifestation. May I request our Attorney Kimbo to please follow up with get some update from the BIR on our request for the special audit special audit on the suppliers that PSDBM contacted for purposes of the 42 billion funds that was transferred from DOH to PSDBM, just so that we can get a clear picture as to what transpired here insofar as compliance with the revenue code is concerned. Other than that, Mr. Chair, I have no other issue with Mr. Yang.
One more question. Thank you. Senator Kimbo, Director Kimbo is required to do that. I know you've been doing that. One more question, Mr. Yang. You're considered a very, very special Kopang Yu, best friend ni President Duterte, correct?
杨先生，你是我们总统的非常好的朋友。
是我们在大连是很多年了，也是一个很好的朋友了。
Yes, we are good friends. We have known each other in Davao for many years.
All right. I accept that. Marunong naman makipagkaibigan ng presidente namin eh. Pero, nagbiyahe kayo, di ba? Together.
你是不是有出国访问，在一起出国访问？
以前他去，我有去，有去跟他去。
Yes, we did. Yes, I went with him. I accompanied him.
上kayo nagpunta?
你们去了哪里？
去的有只有是有去，他去你中国啊，有日本啊， 我记得这几个地方有时候他去，我也会去那边。
What I remembered is we went to China and also to Japan.
When did you go to China?
你们什么时候去中国？
我要看一下日期，应该我要看一下，一下子这么久，一下子问我也记不清楚，我要看一下吧。他应该他就去访问的时候嘛。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I would need to check again because it has been a long time. I can't remember the exact date. I will need to check again.
How old are you?
你几岁了？现在？
我现在46岁了。
I'm 46 years old now.
Oh, napakabata mo, ha?
Ay, hagin.
77 ata o 76. Batang kaibigan. Pero let me refresh your memory. I'll show you this picture. When was this taken place? When was this taken?
我想让你看一下这个视频，这个照片。
Sa inyo. This was taken by Rappler.
这个是一个 Rappler 个新闻报道。
Nakalagay dyan 2015. Tama ba yan?
这里是说2015年对吗？
这个应该是他总统还没做总统，他是市长的时候。
Yes, this should be when President Duterte was not yet president. He was still the mayor of Davao.
He was already planning to run in 2016.
但是2016年Duterte 总统已经有计划要竞选总统。
那时候我还不太清楚。
I'm not aware of this.
All right, thank you very much. Try to speak the truth because lalong ridiculous yung ginagawa mo na nagsisinungaling ka pa eh. Wala naman ako, please do not remove the pictures. 2015, that was in your corporation, correct?
这个2015年总统是区域房的公司吗？
他这个到厦门有去我公司做，是。
Yes, the president came to Xiamen and visited my company.
Nakita mo yan, 2015 kayo nagkita dyan. Sama mo siya. Sabay kayong magbiyahe sa aeroplano, tama?
所以你们是同一架飞机吗？2015年的时候到中国。
这不是我跟他一架飞机，我在厦门，他刚好到厦门就来我这边做。
No, we did not travel together. I was already in Xiamen, and when President Duterte arrived in Xiamen, he came and visited the company.
Why would he visit your company?
那他为什么要去访问你的公司呢？
不知道，可能我朋友在厦门，他来我这边做。
I really don't know. Maybe because I have friends in Xiamen.
All right, I will not ask you anymore about that. But Food Design is your company, right?
这个福德盛是你的公司吗？
厦门呢，以前是我投资跟人家合作的。
This was a company I invested in before in Xiamen with friends.
Were you ever president of Food Design?
你是曾当过福德盛的总裁吗？
我以前是跟他投资的，在这个公司以前是这个我朋友在负责，我没有负责，我投资的。
I invested before with my friends, but it was my friend who was responsible for this company.
Were you ever president is my question.
但是参议员的问题，你以前有当过福德盛的总裁吗？你有当过福德盛？
我们这有时候中国就是上面挂个名字啊，其实管理都是我公司的人在管，我没有实际在管，都是朋友在管。
Sometimes it's just in name only, but I did not really engage or participate in the operations of the company.
Okay, ang dami mong kwan eh. Marami kang mythology. President in name only. Pareho kayo ni Twinkle, president in name only. Translate.
所以参议员是说，你们常常就是用这个很喜欢用这个名义上说挂个名字，就像 Twinkle Dargani 他也是用这样子的理由，用这样子的借口。
这不是借口，这个就是公司有先合作，有些实际谁在管啊？上面这个我们中国的习惯就是有时候他在负责啊，公司的里面有个架构，谁就是这样，正常是这样嘛。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, this is not an excuse because sometimes, as the Chinese way of doing business, is sometimes there is really someone who is really in charge and who would handle the operations.
I'm familiar with that, in the sense that they will say you're not intruding on our waters, you're not an enemy of the Philippines, but the Chinese will always take over our islands, ram our vessels, and we're still friends, correct?
但是有时候我们就是用这个理由说，比如说中国，
I don't think that's a Chinese way, but
比如说。 比如说中国，它会撞击我们的船只，或是拿我们的岛屿，但是一直还是强调说我们是朋友，这是中国的习俗吗？
这我不知道怎么回答你，这我不懂得回答。
This question I don't know how to answer, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I know. I'm sure you don't know how to answer that, but you say that's the Chinese way. You know the Chinese way.
但是你说你提到的中国它的习俗，那你知道中国人他是怎么做的？
And to be sure, I studied Chinese history, and I'm a great respecter of China's history. You're the oldest civilization. It's one of the oldest civilizations, and you have a great country with great values, civil service, everything. But you also have rascals in China.
所以参议员是说，我对中国非常尊重，它是个非常古老、非常文明的国家，它是个伟大的国家，也有非常好的价值观，但是也是有很多流氓，也是有很多不正当、不正派的人。
So when you went to China, when the president went to China, sino kasama niya? Si Bongo?
所以当菲律宾总统的Duterte到中国，他跟谁去呢？
这个总统跟的人这么多，他一出去一个飞机的人太多了。
There will always be many people who accompanies the president. Usually a plane full of
Mayor then. He was just the mayor then.
但是他以前才当市长的时候，去中国的时候，他还是市长。
Answer a simple question. Ano naman ako sinasabi? Kasama si Senator Bongo, hindi pa si Senator noon.
Bongo 参议员有在吗？当时？
以前我记得Bongo有跟他去。
Yes, I remembered Senator Bongo was with him.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask. I'm not asking for anything question. I have nothing against this visit. I'm just saying, just coincidental na nagpunta kayo dyan right before the election.
其实我没有反对，我没有什么反对这个访问，只是说好像一个好像一个巧合，他再过1年就要竞选总统。
谢谢，好，没事了，好。
Thank
要说我
you,
肚子
Mr.
有点
Chairman.
难，我肚子有点难受，我先要去，所以我先坐太久了，我肚子有点难受，可以吗？
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael Yang would like to ask Your Honor if he can be excused because his stomach is not feeling well and he has been sitting for a long time.
I think you can hold off on it. I mean, unless you have a doctor that says you're in danger. Are you in danger? Are you going to go to the bathroom? Are you going to get diarrhea? What is your problem?
我要去洗手间一下，我去洗手间，肚子有点难受。
May I be excused to go to the bathroom?
Okay, you're excused to go. You go to the bathroom. Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry to the inconvenience to you. So we'll continue later on. Now, Mr. Abrea, can you help me? Yung mga sinabi natin, may liability sa taxes lahat siya, di ba? Hindi nire-report, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sa tax code po natin, once na nag-start tayo magnegosyo, on our first sales transaction, we are required to register with the BIR and declare our income and pay taxes
Is
correspondingly.
it impossible na ang agent hindi magbabayad ng tax or hindi kumikita?
Well, the natural transaction, Mr. Chairman, is may commission po kapag nag-aahente po.
And may commission rin dito sa Farmali, I suppose, no?
I cannot comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yan ang problema. You know, I really don't like being chairman because I have to ask very inconvenient questions, and sometimes I lose my friends in the process because they cannot respect what we want to do here, and that is to go look for the truth. Let me call on Senator Pangilinan to help me out a bit because I really am having you know, unmitigated emotions here na nakikita ko na talaga nagsisinungaling itong mga taong ito. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. May I be allowed to raise a few questions for Ms. Grace Nono Lin?
Yes, please go ahead. Is Grace Dono there finally?
I see her name, but her video is off.
Miss Grace Dono, please. Rose Dono. Rose Dono Lin is the complete name.
Is she? There she is.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, magandang, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang hapon sa inyo, Ms. Lin. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can hear you po.
Yes, kilala niyo si Dennis Manalastas?
Dennis Manalastas is a legal counsel of PUTC, Mr. Chair.
So, and you are familiar with PUTC? PUTC.
PUTC.
Yes. You are a member of the board of PUTC.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You are also corporate secretary of PUTC.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Are you aware that PUTC was referred to by BGI in China as the recommended authorized distributor of RT-PCR in the Philippines?
No, Mr. Chair.
So, did you in PUTC ever engage in the distribution and or sale of BGI testing kits in the Philippines?
No, Mr. Chair.
So Mr. Manalastas, who sent an email to BGI in China, claiming that they had sole distributorship of BGI testing kits in the Philippines, Mr. Manalastas was misrepresenting PUTC, is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because I don't know that we have the sole distributor for the testing kit here in the Philippines.
But did PUTC engage in importation of medical devices?
No, Mr. Chair.
But you are aware, are you aware of the approval of the amendments of your articles of incorporation by the SEC, allowing the wholesale and importation of supply of medical supplies and equipment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm aware of that. For the amendments.
Yes, because you are the corporate secretary and you countersigned the director certificate and the resolution amending the articles of incorporation. So you participated in the amendment of your articles of incorporation of PUTC, which was which therefore allowed you, in March 27, 2020, or just after the passage of Bayanihan 1, allowed you to supply, allowed you to import, as well as do wholesale supply of medical supplies and equipment. Tama po yun, ano?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And yet, you did not, as you said earlier, PUTC did not get involved in the importation and the supply
Yes,
of
Mr. Chair. Hindi po.
medical devices?
No, Mr. Chair.
What was the purpose of the amendment?
The amendments, we see that we can have a opportunity to do business for that in importing the testing kit, Mr. Chair, but we don't have any sole proprietor, as you said, a distributor agreement between PUTCI and BGI, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Manalastas is a legal counsel. And he don't represent the whole company, Mr. Chair.
Do you know where Mr. Manalastas is?
No, Mr. Chair.
When was the last time you met with Mr. Manalastas?
I just recall, Mr. Chair.
Was it this year? Last year? 2 years ago?
Last year, Mr. Chair.
In 2020?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you aware that the DBMPS contacted PUTC to request for quotations on the supply of BGI RT-PCR kits?
No, Mr. Chair.
Well, the DBMPS submitted certain documents and an email exchange between DBMPS and PUTC with respect to BGI RT-PCR kits. You're not familiar with this?
No, Mr. Chair.
That's very interesting. You did not participate in, as you claim, the importation of medical supplies, even as you admit that you had the articles of incorporation amended to allow for that. And you are saying you did not involve yourselves in PUTC did not involve itself in a wholesale medical device importation, and yet the DBMPS, in a series of an exchange of emails between PUTC and DBMPS discussing BGI PCR testing kits. How do you explain that? As corporate secretary, that that PUTC through that DBMPS communicated with PUTC through Mr. Laureano. It's on record on the matter of testing kits, and now you're saying no, you were not involved.
Yes,
PUTC.
Mr. Chair.
So how would you be kind enough to try and explain to us why DBMPS sent emails to PUTC inquiring about medical supplies and testing kits?
Mr. Chair, regarding po dyan sa mga emails po, exchange emails, I cannot answer regarding po dyan kasi wala po akong alam. Pero ang original plan po ng company is to put up laboratory po.
Laboratories, not testing kits.
Yes po, that's why we amend.
Well, the original plan. So, and that's why, Mr. Chairman, it's important that Mr. Uwayan of the DBMPS be present, because they submitted precisely documents showing that the DBMPS was in contact with PUTC, contrary to the earlier testimonies of Mr. Uwayan that there was no communications between himself and or the DBMPS and the PUTC.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Senator Pangilinan, because we have to emphasize that the committee is trying to tell the truth, but all these people, all these orders from Executive Secretary Medel Dia sa Office of the President, really, talagang lumalabas na pinipigil lang lumabas yung corruption eh. Kaya kailangan sabihin natin yan para masabi sa Korte Suprema sa arguments. Talagang ginagawa nila talaga yan para mapigilan tayo. So, ayan, bago yan, no? Hindi ko pa natatanong kung ilan ang binili ng DOH at ng PSDBN ng mga makina na sinabi ba ni Ms. Nono na bumibili sila ng makina para mag-testing? Did I hear you say that?
Boris, ang nabanggit niya, yun ang plano po nila.
Meron kayong biniling mga makina para mag-testing, ma'am?
No, Sir Chair.
Ano yung sinabi niya na kanina na Magte-testing kayo. Yung ba mga ikon lang, yung mga testing kits?
Mr. Chair, sinabi ko po kanina, yung original plan po ng company, it's to put up laboratories po para sa testing kit. Para po i-test.
Kaya nga, you want to support, you want to create labs para may testing kits, ganun ba?
Hindi po natuloy po yan, Mr. Chair. Hindi po
Hindi natuloy.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. At nagtataka nga rin po ako, bakit po yung PUTC ay mayroon po, nakipag-usap po sila sa BGI na hindi po dumadaan sa akin. At nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyo dahil po nabrough up po ito at nalaman ko po. Sa ngayon po, pinapa-imbestigahan ko na po sa mga lawyers ko bakit po nangyari po ito.
Alright, okay, sige.
One quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan. Go ahead, please continue.
Miss Lim, you confirm, no, that the majority ownership of PUTC is the Philippine Full Wind Group.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you also familiar with the transactions of PUTC as corporate secretary dito sa PCSO?
PCSO, no, Mr. Chair.
Na naipanalo ninyo yung 6.2 billion na kontrata sa PCSO. You're not familiar with that? 6.2 billion pesos worth of joint venture together with the PCSO as corporate secretary. Hindi nyo alam ito?
Mr. Chair, hindi po kami nanalo po. Hindi po namin nakuha po. Hindi po na-award po sa Philippine Full Wind po yun. Dahil hindi po kompleto yung mga papeles po namin.
So sino ang nanalo ron?
I'm not aware po, Mr. Chair. Pagkakalam ko lang po, isa big three po yung napunta. Na sinasabi po nila.
What is the big three?
The big three po, ibig sabihin, yung mga malalaking kumpanya na kaya suportahan, kaya po maibigay yung pangangailangan po ng PCSO. Kami po, hindi po kami nanalo, Mr. Chair. Dahil kulang po yung mga papeles po namin.
But you admit to the participation of PUTC in this bid?
Yeah, nag-bidding po. Philippine Full Wind.
Hindi, yung PUTC.
PUTC, bidding for what, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry.
Dito nga, sa PCSO 6.2 billion contract.
Wala po, Mr. Chair. PUTC.
Okay. Anyway, perhaps you can help us look for Dennis Manalastas because he has made representation. Sabi nga ninyo, parang ang lumalabas ata dito, nagsariling diskarte sila, hindi ninyo alam, ganun ba yon?
Kung iisipin po natin, Mr. Chair, ganun po talagang nangyayari. Kasi po wala po naibigay sa akin, hindi man lang po pinaalam, kung hindi dahil po dito, hindi ko po malalaman. Kaya po, pinag-aralan na po ng mga attorneys ko po kung ano po itong gagawin namin na action po dito.
Well, kung talagang kayo ay inagrabya ni Mr. Manalastas, sana tulungan niyo kami na mahanap siya para makapagpaliwanag siya dito. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That is assuming that you are telling the truth, ma'am, na talagang hindi kayo nag-uusap ni Mr. Manalastas at wala kang kinalaman dun sa representation niya na sila ang exclusive distributor ng BGI kits dito sa Pilipinas dahil nakakapagtaka na Philippine Full Wind ang major shareholder ng PUTC at nag-offer based on email exchanges between Mr. Manalastas, the DBMPS and BGI China. Pero kayo bilang corporate secretary, muli, uulitin ko, kayo ang pumirma dun sa pag-amyenda ng inyong articles incorporation para makapag-supply, makapag-import ng medical supplies. March 27, 2020, kakapasa lang nung Bayanihan 1 at kaka-amend lang ng inyong articles of incorporation para makapag-import kayo ng medical equipment. Na dati hindi kayo pwedeng mag-import ng medical equipment kung hindi inamyendahan ito. Nagkasabay-sabay. Pasensya na po, Ms. Lynn, kung katakataka yung inyong paliwanag na wala kayong kinalaman o hindi ninyo alam at hindi kayo nag-involve sa BGI testing kits importation base sa mga pangyayari at sa mga dokumento. Pero napakahalaga nga na humarap dito si Mr. Manalastas para makapagpaliwanag din siya. Mr. Chairman, with that, I have no other questions regarding PUTC at this point.
Senator Hontiveros. Senator De Leon, go ahead, please. You have the floor.
Yeah. First, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know from Attorney Kimbo, who are the representatives of foreign suppliers present this afternoon? Because I have questions from them. Which foreign supplier is present through their representatives in this afternoon's hearing, Attorney Kimbo? For example, yes.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, please.
There are no representatives currently today.
Mhm.
The appearances last time for Suzu, they were not able to do that today. The excuse that they sent was that one had COVID and that Mr. Gulyeban is confined in hospital and Mr. Han has COVID.
Mm-hmm. What about Chunzen? Okay. Is there a representative for Chunzen Company Limited who supplied over 1 billion pesos worth of PPE sets, 508,000 PPE sets? Do we have a
Your Honor,
representative of? Yeah.
We consistently email to them invitations, but until now we do not receive any reply from them.
So they have a Philippine address?
They have an email address that is in our possession, Mr. Chair.
So we cannot also send them a subpoena, Attorney Kimbo, because we do not know where they are? Is that what we're saying?
Your Honor, the address we have based on the internet is the physical address is based in China. So we communicate to them through the given email address on what appears in their website.
Okay.
Or we have not received any reply from them.
All right. Just so we can. Sorry.
Senator Frank, a small. Mr. Kimbo, don't we have pharmaceutical? What's the other one? Is it Techico? We have them, diba?
Chico is from Blue Cross, Your Honor.
Blue Cross, are they there? Or for that matter, Benito Techico of Philippine Blue Cross? Or Pharma Wealth, made in Villanueva? Or, ano yun? Chusen, don't we have them? Nika Trading? I think we have Nika Trading. Pacific.
No Nika Trading today, sir. Chusen, no representative from Chusen today. We have Blue Cross, however, in Mr. Techico.
I know that Ramsey Taldas, who bid for a paltry amount, asked permission because it's India Day. Diwali ba yun? Diwali Day?
Diwali, Your Honor. Diwali, Your Honor.
Celebration of life. And then you have Wenwa Development. We don't have them.
No reply.
Trading.
No reply yet from Wenwa, Your Honor.
Well, let's try harder.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. We will.
They should say that they're, we can, just as the Taiwanese blacklisted that formally, we can say that they're not appearing, so they're presumed to have been involved in corruption in the country. I don't think they like that very much, would they?
Yes, Your Honor.
Evading investigation for corruption. And if you put that out in the paper, I think they will have to come around, right?
Yes, Your Honor. We will try our better, sir.
These are big major companies that bid in other countries, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you favor the committee with such a statement?
We, ano statement? Sorry, Your Honor, you got cut off. Sorry.
Well, I just said that would you favor the committee with coming out with a statement like that the following companies from China, the following companies from wherever they come, have not shown up, and they're involved in possible, overpricing and corruption. Although we have not found that they are refusing to attend, which leads us to the conclusion that they want to avoid and they do not want to help in terms of eradicating graft and corruption.
We will issue a statement addressed to the chairman and the members of the committee, Your Honor.
No, you can issue a statement in my behalf, and the committee of Blue Ribbon itself, I think we can issue that statement.
Yes, Your Honor, we will issue that statement.
Let's cut to the chase, okay? We cannot allow the Senate and the Blue Ribbon Committee to be taken for granted.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Rapp, go ahead.
Yes, Senator Risa is raising her hand.
Yes,
I yield, Senator Risa.
thank you, Senator Risa.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and the Minority Leader. Although mine is not a direct follow-up, but I also have questions to one of the foreign companies that the Minority Leader was asking about, Shuzhou Construction and Machinery Group. I understand, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, they're not here. I would then have asked my questions to them of the BIR, but they are also not here. If the chairman would allow, could I instead just tweak my questions and ask them of Mr. Abrea?
Please go ahead. Of course,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrea, and may I make a record, Mr. Chairman?
I just want to reiterate what I said earlier.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All companies that are involved in agriculture, industrial, infrastructure, etc., they don't represent themselves right away as manufacturing medical supplies such as PPEs. I've always been wondering about that, and I'm happy you're headed in that direction. The point is, a cursory look at the staff of Senator Gordon shows that just looking at Alibaba, etc., there were about 180 companies that have as their nomenclature suppliers very near us in Xiamen, in Fujian province, who can easily supply anywhere from 800,000 to 2 million masks and surgical masks a day. All right? So you have to wonder why, I'm sure you're asking, why suddenly you have Suzhou, which is involved in construction, or for that matter, another company which is involved in industrial, Wenhua, or Chushan Company, or Nika Trading, or Pacific Field Hong Kong, or Susang Machinery, and Wenhua Industrial Company, and many of these included in the list that we were provided for, that includes everything other than medicals. Most of the companies here that are listed show medical suppliers. But the companies that were chosen by Mr. Lau, that's why his presence must be here, are companies that are involved on the face of it in construction, di ba? Or in agriculture. That is very, very revealing. So first, it shows an absence of due diligence. It shows a violation of the law on whether they have, if they're just mere agents, they do not have the technical capability to do that on the face of it. And I just want to emphasize that again for the benefit of our arguments in the Supreme Court, to show that the Office of the President is doing damage to the search for truth, especially with the President dragging all his friends and defending them instead of defending the Filipino people. I just want to say that, all right? I will reiterate that all the time, and I think you all agree with that. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do agree also with the chairman about that. I want to pursue a second issue that was already raised by the minority leader, even in the previous hearing. So, Mr. Abrea, una for the record, Mr. Chairman, I join the manifestation of Sen Kiko earlier of his intention to file a resolution on the sense of the Senate appreciating the invaluable service Mr. Abrea is doing for the Filipino people through the Blue Ribbon Committee at standing with him against these attempts to silence his important voice in these investigations. So just for the record, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Abrea, itatanong ko po kasi sana sa Suzhou Construction and Machinery Group kung naalala nilang nakatanggap sila ng Notice of Award and Contract Agreement dated April 3, 2020 galing sa PSDBM in connection sa 250,000 PPE sets na sinupply ng Suzhou sa gobyerno. So sa ngayon, Mr. Abrea, ito pinapakita po namin sa screen. Itatanong ko sana sa kanila kung sana nandito ulit si Mr. Han or kahit si Mr. Gulyaban, kung natatandaan nila. Kung sinagot nila na hindi nila natatandaan, medyo nakapagtataka kasi despite not having received this notice, tumuloy pa rin sila, inimplementer nila yung kontrata. Pero kung ang sinagot nila, Mr. Abrea, ay yes, para lang mag-confirm, ipo-point out ko sana sa kanila na this notice states na yung PPEs ay dapat i-deliver sa DOH staging site. So ito po, Mr. Abrea, naka-highlight dito. Although, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Abrea, wala rin dito ang DOH, pero nasasagutin ko sana yung Suzhou saan exactly yung staging site na ito. So kung base nga dito sa kopya ng Notice of Award and Contract Agreement, kung aaminin nila, yes, sa DOH staging site na nga, and yet, Mr. Abrea, yung claim po ng Suzhou hanggang ngayon ay na yung delivery daw nila ay kompleto na nung dumating yung goods sa port sa China. Would this have meant, Mr. Abrea, na hindi talaga dineliver ng Suzhou yung PPEs sa DOH staging site? So yun yung unang tanong ko sana. At any point, Mr. Abrea, that something occurs to you as a CPA, please just interrupt.
Mr.
Kasi ito
Chairman.
yung tanong ko sana. Yes, Mr. Abrea. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, meron po kasing kasama po sa agreement kapag ka nagpo-purchase kung saan po i-deliver, pero meron po kasi tinatawag na parang freight on delivery,
Yes.
shipping point or destination. So in the
Right.
case po na, sa pagkakaalala ko po, sa previous hearing, parang ang sinasabi po nila is doon sa port lang sa China ang kanilang shipping point. Ang tawag po doon shipping point. Ibig sabihin po, pag nadala na po ng supplier kung saan isasakay yung mga goods, responsibilidad na po nung buyer. At siya na rin po ang magbabayad ng freight cost. Yun po yung FOB shipping point. Ang hindi ko lang po ma-verify ngayon, Mr. Chairman, is kasi po yung pinapakita ni Senator Hontiveros is yung po yung galing sa PSDBM, tama po ba?
Opo, opo.
Pero hindi
Yes.
po yan yung agreement nila, kumbaga yung kontrata nila. Kasi po doon po makikita kung freight on board shipping point or destination meeting diyan po sa DOH staging site yung kanilang pinag-usapan.
Okay. Sa pagkaalam ko, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Abrea, yung pinakita ko ay Notice of Award and Contract Agreement. Pero babalikan ko yung research kung meron pa kaming kopya ng ibang contract agreement. Pero tama, yes, and as you mentioned, Mr. Abrea, issued ito ng PSDBM.
Ay, sorry po.
Yes, Mr. Abrea?
Mr. Chairman, kung yan na rin po yung kontrata,
Yes.
dapat po hindi po sila ang nagbayad ng freight cost. Kasi yun po ang implication ng agreement. Kapag shipping
Right.
point, buyer na ang magbabayad ng delivery cost, meaning yung freight cost. Pero pagka po destination, in this case DOH staging site, wala dapat gastusin ng gobyerno hanggat hindi nakakarating sa DOH staging site as the delivery site. Mr. Chairman.
Precisely, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Abrea. At tama din po ang alaala ni Mr. Abrea, Mr. Chairman, dun sa assertions or yung pinagbabasehan ng Suzhou sa assertions nila. Kasi sa statement nila, sinabi ng Suzhou Construction and Machinery Group na yung PPE sets na binenta nila sa Philippine government sa pamamagitan ng PSDBM ay on CIF terms. So CIF, ibig sabihin, cost insurance and freight. Na ibig sabihin, ang claim ng Suzhou ay responsable lang sila para sa export, delivery, at hindi daw para sa import, sales, use, at saka iba pang transaksyon sa loob ng Pilipinas. So ayon sa XCMG, sa Suzhou, dahil natapos na daw yung transaksyon sa China, hindi na daw sila subject sa Philippine income tax. Pero gusto ko pang itanong yan, Mr. Abrea, so pakitulungan niyo po ako at yung komite para dyan. Kung tignan natin yung isa pang notice, dated naman May 7, 2020.
Mr. Chairman,
So,
comment
yes,
lang po
Mr.
ako,
Abrea.
Senator. Baka po makalimutan ko.
Yes, please.
As a foreign company, sila po ay subject sa 25% withholding tax, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Dapat
dito
po
sa Pilipinas.
PSDBM ang mag-withhold. Dahil po binayaran po sila ng kumpanya na nandito sa Pilipinas. So dapat po silang ma-withholdan ng 25% income tax, Mr. Chairman.
So, no
Right.
if or buts or nor. Automatic, pag nag-do business ka, may 25% na dapat ibabawas na ng DBM. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, malinaw yan. Okay, nililinaw ko lang. Thank you. Go ahead.
Salamat.
Dr. Hontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Mr. Abrea. Tignan naman po natin itong isa pang notice dated a month later, May 7, 2020. Dito naman, ang nakalagay sa kontratang ito ay yung delivery site ay sa AFP Logcom Warehouse, Camp Aguinaldo, Quezon City. So, itatanong ko sana sa Suzhou, nag-deliver ba kayo sa Quezon City? Kung mag-insist sila na ang delivery nila ay dun lang sa China, then kailangan kong tanungin, di ba, na apparently in breach of contract yung China. Kasi ang nakalagay dito, delivery site dapat AFP Logcom Warehouse na wala sa China, nandito sa Pilipinas. Itatanong ko sana, sinong PSDBM o pati DOH officials ang pumayag dito? Kasi Mr. Chairman, it would appear baka in violation sila ng RA number 3019 for causing undue injury to the government in the middle of a pandemic and for giving a private party any unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference. Kung naman, aminin nila na nag-deliver sila sa DOH at saka sa AFP Logcom Warehouse, then hindi totoo na consummated na yung transaction sa China. Ngayon, Mr. Abrea, ito pa yung isang tanong, pakitulungan nyo ako at kami na intindihin. Nung nakaraang hearing, or rather 2 hearings ago, inamin ni Mr. Han na, or sinabi niya na di daw nila kailangan, ang Suzhou, di daw kailangan magbayad ng buwis sa atin dahil state-owned sila. Pero sa mga purchase order, may statement doon, quote, "The procuring entity shall be allowed to deduct 12% VAT charged by the Philippine government from the purchase price in the event that the supplier or the procuring entity shall be deemed exempt from the payment of VAT on the purchased items to the Republic of the Philippines. The amount will not be refunded to the supplier." So, di ba binding po yung ganitong klaseng provision, Mr. Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So binding po siya and kaya kaklaruhin ko sana sa Suzhou, exempted ba kayo o withhold ba talaga yung taxes? At kung withheld na nga yung taxes, so nasa customs na dapat o nasa PSDBM pa ba? At saka another question that boggles the mind, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Abrea, paano magwi-withhold ng tax sa kumpanya na hindi registered sa BIR? So, kaya sa huli, as I said earlier, Mr. Chair,
Tama po,
yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Abrea.
Senator Hontiveros, kailangan po silang may TIN number dito para ma-withholdan po sila ng tax. Otherwise po, magpo-float po yung account. Kasi po tuwing nagwi-withhold tayo, dapat kaya po merong mga EO98, yung mga one-time na registration, kasi po para makapag-transact sa gobyerno, sila po ay nabibigyan ng TIN number specific to that transaction. Hindi po tulad ng nating mga empleyado or mga professionals dito sa Pilipinas, meron po kaming TIN na forever, yun lang yung ginagamit namin. Pero ang mga foreigners or yung mga one-time transaction or biglaan, meron po tayong Executive Order 98 na nabibigyan po sila ng TIN account. Otherwise, hindi po sila mawi-withholdan kasi wala pong babanggaan yung withholding tax.
Salamat, Mr. Abrea, Mr. Chairman. And I hear an echo of the important recommendations na hinain ni Mr. Abrea sa komite kanina in aid of legislation, including several mentions na dapat may TIN number talaga ang mga tao, individual o mga kumpanya tulad dito ngayon sa Suzhou para tamang masisingil ng buwis na accountability talaga nila sa ating republika. So,
Mr. Chairman, Senator
Yes, Mr.
Hontiveros,
Abrea.
ma-point out ko lang din po, dapat din po ma-clarify natin kung ano talaga yung freight agreement nila. Kasi po maliban po doon sa freight cost, in case of any loss or damages, ang magbe-bear po ng cost na yon ay kung sino po yung may responsibilidad para i-deliver yung goods. So kung shipping point po, ibig sabihin po pag lumubog yung barko or binagyo or nasira yung goods, loss po ng gobyerno natin yon. Pero kung destination, tulad po nung pinakita ni Senator Hontiveros na dapat either sa DOH staging site or sa AFP, hanggat hindi po nakakarating doon, nare-receive, in fact, na-check na in good condition, wala pa po silang obligasyon at kung ano man ang mga nasira o nawala, ito po ay sagutin pa rin ng supplier. Kaya mahalaga po na malaman natin at makumpirma natin ano po talaga yung naging arrangement. Yung nabanggit nyo lang po na 12% VAT, applicable lang po siya, Senator, Mr. Chairman, dun po sa Bayanihan 1 natin dahil nagbigay tayo ng VAT exemption. Pero ito po ay specific period of June 25 to December 19, 2020. Kaya hindi ko po alam bakit may ganung provision. Pero of course, baka in-anticipate nila na may batas tayo na nag-exempt because of pandemic. But honestly, hindi po normal na nagkakaroon ng ganung provision dahil hindi po kasi ginagamit yung VAT as point of reimbursement or refund. Integrated po siya sa presyo. Ibig sabihin po, once na tayo ay nagbenta or nag-import po tayo, pagpasok po dito ng goods, yung 12% po nasa loob na ng presyo, hindi po siya idadagdag pala, magkasama na sila. So, automatic po yun at wala pong exemption unless otherwise may specific law po na nag-exempt sa 12% VAT, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Abrea, Mr. Chairman. At importante po yung pinoint out ni Mr. Abrea kasi yung Bayanihan 1 sinimulang i-apply June 2020, samantalang itong mga purchase orders dated April and May. And syempre, dapat hindi ina-anticipate kasi laging forward-looking ang mga batas at hindi na nga retroactive. So kataka-taka talaga itong provision tungkol sa deduction ng 12% VAT. And importante din, Mr. Chairman, yung dinidefine at dinidistinguish sa isa't isa ni Mr. Abrea na iba't ibang klaseng costs, no? Yung CIF na kine-claim ng Suzhou na yun lang nag-a-apply sa kanila, cost, insurance, and freight, kumpara sa CIP, no? Carriage and insurance paid, na borne by different stakeholders sa ibang bansa at dito sa Pilipinas, at depende kung anong mode of transport, sa lupa ba, sa dagat ba, sa ere ba. At kaya mukhang may misrepresentation talaga ang Suzhou kung ano lang ang tax obligations nila sa ating gobyerno. So like I said before, Mr. Chairman, let the BIR be the final arbiter. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Abrera. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
The Bayanihan 1 started March 24 and ended on June 28. 24. You said kasi Bayanihan 1 started June 24. I just want to correct that misimpression.
I stand corrected, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to just make a presentation, a brief one. Wala sayang ang Suhaw dito. Ang Suhaw nasa bayan ng Jiangsu, which is north of Xiamen. Correct? Ayan, no? Zhuhao is in Jiangsu. Can you make it bigger, please? Can you see it? It's north of Shanghai. And Fujian and Xiamen is right next to Taiwan. Can you see that? So if Zhuhao were to send goods to us, kung doon ginagawa yung pabrika nila ng PPEs, biyahe pa yan ng by train, by land, or by ship, or by air. Saan ba nila dinala? I just wanted to check. Saan nila shinhip? Anong port of embarkation ba yan? Saan nila? Shipping port. Saan nila shinhip? Sa Fujian ba? Sa Xiamen ba? Can you check your document, Senator Hontiveros? You showed the document kanina eh.
Mr. Chairman, nakamute kayo.
No, I'm not. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm just asking, where was it shipped? Wala? Does anybody in the staff know where it was shipped? Do you have the documents of Senator Hontiveros? Anyway, that's to me because magkakaroon ng double handling, di ba, Mr. Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ang layo nun eh.
Papasa.
Ang suspicion ko, hindi nag-supply yung Zhuhao. Bumili na lang yan doon sa malapit na port. So again, that thwarts the intention of the law to find out whether they have the technical capability to deliver such, right? Do you agree with that? Because kung meron na doon sa lugar ng paglalabasan, kung may connection sila rito, o kaibigan ko kayo, Zhuhao, malayo kayo dyan, bumili na lang kayo dyan kung sa Xiamen manggagaling ng port or airport, dyan na lang sila bibili sa lugar ng Xiamen. Because ang dami-dami talaga nagtitinda ng PPEs at saka bus sa China eh. Di ba? Does that make sense to you? Mr. Abreu, from the standpoint of business?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, yun lang. I just wanted to point it out and I will ask them at the proper time. I just wanted to show the geographic reaches na apektado. I'd like to ask, if I may, si Rose Nono Lim, unless Senator Dillon would like to ask some more questions. Rose? Rosalyn? Chair would like to call Rose Nono Lim to answer a few questions. Ms. Lynn?
Your Honor, we're just calling Ms. Rose Nonoling. She just went to the restroom, Your Honor. She'll be back in a few minutes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor.
Okay. What about Mr. Michael Yang? Are you back from the throne? Oh, you're back, Mr. Yang.
你好，你好。
So when you went to China, Mr. Yang, and the president was your guest, and you showed him around, and there are other pictures of you in China with him on other occasions. There were other occasions when he went with you to China, correct?
你有带总统去厦门的时候，你有带他走走看看，但是是有其他你还是有跟总统去过中国，就是其他次有跟总统去过中国。
他到厦门有到城市走走城市观察厦门城市看看。
Yes, he did visit Xiamen City and went around Xiamen.
And did you go to Beijing?
你们有去北京吗？
也有。
Yes, we also went to Beijing.
And where else did you go?
你们还去过什么地方？
刚才说了北京
北京
以前有礼宾 那边也有跟他去过啊。哦，
北京、日本
有几个
还有什么国
地方吗
家？？
So
北京、日本还有什么国家
that must
？Yes,
have been. Go ahead.
as I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we went to Beijing. We also went to Japan.
Yes. So that gives you a tremendous boost in China and in the Philippines for the Chinese community and for Chinese people coming to the Philippines. The best friend of the president is Michael Yang, correct?
所以这给你一个非常强大的力量，就是在菲律宾还有在中国，可以说总统最好的朋友就是麦格杨先生，是吗
没有，他没有这样说啊。
？No, that's not the way to put it.
Well, how should I put it then?
那该怎么说呢？该怎么说呢
Malacanang.
这我不知道啊。
？This I
我
don't.
们是有荣幸做这个，有时候中国，有时候投资者来，有时候来做，我们要了解一下，就没有别的。
We are
这个
honored
没
that
有你又跟他说这个我不知道怎么回答他，我没有这个什么给我什么权利。
to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I really don't know how to answer this question. I don't have any powers, but I feel very honored. I feel very honored that when there are investors coming here, that I can welcome them.
Yeah, like that picture of you walking in China with the ambassador and with other cabinet officials. That really gives you some gravitas, right?
但是这个好像这个跟大使在中国散步，这不是给你一种好像你有特殊的待遇吗？
You're speaking, you're with the president, you're walking with Speaker Cayetano, you're I see Secretary of Transportation, and you're walking beside the ambassador of China. And
你
many,
在跟中国大使在一起走在一起，跟我们的参议员走在一起，跟一些部长走在一起，就是能够显出你的威力。
no, that's nothing. It's not trick questioning. I'm just showing that you are very well regarded.
他只是让你看一看，说你真的是很值得人家尊敬的。
Yes.
是不是？就是备受尊敬。
这个你说给我这个我是荣幸可以跟他们刚好走在一起嘛，刚好在北京，我有幸跟他们走在一起。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, it is truly an honor for me to be walking beside them, for me to have this honor to walk beside them here in Beijing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to say. It really is an honor, and I'm not mocking you. I'm just saying, for a 46-year-old guy, you have been brought in front of the limelight, and that you have influence, or it would appear that you would have influence. Okay, let me go to the next question now. Let's take to the next picture, please. The next picture, you are in Malacanang, and you seem to be having a great time. You were in control. That gentleman there with the goatee on the behind your left shoulder, is that Lincoln Home?
这个照片是在总统府拍的，在你的后面，他有个胡须，那个是 Lincoln Ong 先生吗？
是啊，当时他在跟我做翻译。
Yes, he was my interpreter at that time.
Yeah, and what was the occasion of this? Who were the people here? The one in white. Who is the one in white?
这个是什么节日或是什么场合？而且那个穿白色的衣服是谁？
这是朋友有人去拜访总统，我就刚好跟在一起。
So this is a friend who visited the president, and I was with him.
And what's his name?
他叫什么名字？
他叫 Jose Co.
His name is Jose Co.
That's a Filipino name, Jose Co.
Jose Co. Jose Co. 对吗？
是。
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is he from the Philippines or China?
他是从中国来的，还是自己本地人？
他是哪里人我不知道，
I don't know where he is from.
我来的。
But obviously, you accompanied him and you're showing him an illustration of something. Is that a detoxification center that he is going to donate or you are going to donate?
但是你有跟他，你陪他去，然后他好像在看一个图片，是个排毒中心吗？是他要捐赠，还是你们要建立的？
这个他们的事情我不能去评论，我也不太清楚。他以前哪个图给总统看，至于他做什么我不太清楚。
This is their matter. I am not very much aware about what this is.
But apparently, from the picture, which speaks 1,000 words, can you bring back the picture, please? You are so happy. You have your arms stretched. Can you bring back the picture? You're holding on to the illustration in front of the president. Everybody is happy. You're very proud. So obviously, you were practically running the show.
所以在这个图片里面，大家都可以看到你很开心，而且你手臂张开，在给总统看这张图片，就好像你在指导一切。
这个本来他跟总统的事情我是不能回答，也不能透露。可是这个是我这个火水口建的一个排除中，就是那个制毒，就是戒毒中心建给在菲律宾的，我感觉非常好。
This is actually their matter between him and the president, so it's not for me to disclose. But from what I know is that Mr. Joseco, he was going to build a rehabilitation center, a drug rehabilitation center, and I thought that it was a very good project. So
you're very happy. And what was the business of Lincoln Ong there?
那林公翁他扮演什么角色呢？
他以前只有没有什么角色，他就给我翻译，因为我菲律宾话英文比较弱，他就翻译。
So Mr. Lincoln Ong was my interpreter because my English and my Filipino language skills is quite weak.
Yes, yes. And who is the gentleman with the suit without the tie?
然后这个穿西装的是谁呢？
这是他儿子。
This is his son.
And what is his name?
他叫什么名字？
他的英文名字我还一下子叫不出来，叫这个英文名字我要问一下，好，我都叫他许先生。
I can't remember exactly now his name, but I always call him Xi 先生 Mr. Xi or Mr. Ko.
Mr. Ko, all right. And Mr. Ko is spelled with K-H-O or C-O?
这个是 C-O 吗？还是 K-H-O？ 怎么拼？
我不知道，我都叫他许先生，好。
I'm not sure because I always call him by the Chinese name, which is Xi 先生 with Mr. Xi, if you directly translate it.
What is the Chinese name again? Can you spell it for me, Elenita?
Xi, X-U, 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 Xi 先生 Xi, X-U.
你给翻译一下吧。
Xi, yes, Mr. Xi.
X-U?
Yes, X-U.
And then?
That's Mr. Xi. So Xi 先生 means Mr. So I always call him Mr. Xi.
Mr.?
Xi, X-U. Xi.
X-U is Xi.
Yes, Xi. Yes.
It's pronounced Xi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, pronounced Mr. Xi.
He has no first name.
那他的名字呢？本名呢？
笔名我都叫他许先生，那个他爸爸叫侯水扣，儿子我都叫他许先生。
The father's name is Mr. Joseco, but the son I always call him Mr. Xi or Xi 先生。
Mr. Xi and what else?
The father, his name is Joseco.
Mr. Joseco. What about Mr. Xi? You always called him what? Xi what?
你只有叫他许先生，没有别的名字的吗？
是的，他中间那个我都叫他许先生。
Yes, I always just call him Mr. Xi.
All right, okay. Let's go to the next picture. You must be very proud of yourself. 46 years old. Probably at that time you were about 44, 43. And you were in the palace. You've been appointed economic
你应该
advisor.
你应该为自己感到很自豪，因为你才46岁，当时应该是44岁，对吗？但是你可以进入总统府。
Maraming kabataan Pilipino na nangangarap na makakatabi nila mga malalaking tao katulad ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas at saka ng mga ambassador at saka ng mga cabinet members, di ba? So you must be very proud of yourself.
很多年轻的菲律宾人都想能够有机会站在总统的身边，或是这些大人物的身边。但是你有这个机会，你应该感到自豪吧？
这是的，感到很荣幸。
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I feel very honored.
Yes, I agree with you. Tama yun. Next
所以
picture.
我也
Next picture. Oh, here's another picture. Ito, Luis Fabregas Ko. Siya ba yung si Mr. Ko na sinasabang bata?
这里有提到这个 Luis Fabregas Ko， 就是刚才提到的 Jose Ko 吗？跟他同一个人吗
Sa kaliwa sa may bandera ng Pilipinas?
是的，是的，
？Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
So may pangalan siyang Pilipino, Luis Fabregas Ko. Tama ba yun, Lynette?
所以他的名字英文名字是 Luis Fabregas Ko， 对吗？
应该是吧？我都叫他许先生。英文名字我一般我们中国人聊天都叫中国名字，就是我都叫他许先生，很少问他这个。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, maybe because I always call him by his Chinese name, Mr. Xi or Xi Xiansheng, because Chinese we always call each other by that name.
Yeah, and Mr. Jose Ko is the one who, again, yung tatay niya, katabi niya.
所以他的父亲就是 Jose Ko， 对吗？
是是。
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Katabi ni Presidente sa kaliwa niya is si Kitson Soriano Ko.
然后总统的旁边是 Kitson Soriano Ko 先生，
Correct?
对吗？
这个他儿子我比较少联系，我们一般都不怎么联系跟他儿子。
I don't really communicate or have contact with his son.
Do you know that if they have another project in the Philippines like reclamation in Manila Bay?
你知道他们在菲律宾还有其他的项目吗？就是在马尼拉湾的这个天海工程。
我不知道。
No, I'm not aware of it.
我没有参与，没有。
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, people go to the president and like to offer a business. Nothing wrong with that. Don't have to worry. I just want to know.
我只是想知道你知不知道他们的这个项目？
太清楚，我不太清楚。
I don't clear and I don't know.
Yeah, you must be very proud. Palagi mo kasama sa presidente. Next picture, please. Next picture. Ito na yung sa Farmally, right?
这个就是跟 family 在一起，对吗？
这个是应该是17年他们来要我介绍的是。
Nagdadala yan.
Yes, this was in 2017 when they came here and I introduced them to the president.
If I look at the first picture, si Michael Yang, nasa likod mo na naman yung iyong alalay na si Lincoln Ong.
所以在你后面也是 Lincoln Ong 先生。
是的，是的。
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Si Alan Lim. Ano ba talaga ang pangalan ni Alan Lim?
那 Alan Lim 先生他的名字是什么？
我都叫他林伟雄。
I always call him Lin Wei Xiong.
Lin Wei Chong.
Yes.
Lin Wei
Yes,
Chong.
Mr.
Siya ba yung may-ari ng Sean Wei Technology?
这个他是雄威，是他的吗？雄威 Technology 是他的吗？
这个应该是我也不太清楚。我知道他有做这个这个雄威科技，应该是我也不知道他有跟谁。
I think maybe. I know he is involved, but I'm not very clear. But I think he is involved in Sionway Technologies, but I don't know who are the other partners.
Meron ba kayo ibang pictures ni Lin Wei Xiong? Siya ang asawa ni Rose Nono Lin, right?
所以林伟雄是
哦
Rose
没有
Nona
看
Lim
过
女士的先生，对吗？林伟雄是 Rose Nona Lim 女士的先生，对吗
是我知道的是，
？Yes, yes. From what I know, he is.
Asawa siya. Alright? Asawa o common law wife?
她是他的太太吗？还是不是正式的太太？
Taytay o iko taytay?
这个我不能说，我也不知道，我也没有去看，人家也没问。
I have never asked them, and this is something I really don't know the answer to.
Alright. Ikaw ba may iko taytay o taytay, Mr. Yang?
你有你还有其他太太吗？
这个我没有，这个也不能说啊，这个没有联络啊，我没有。
This is also something I cannot answer.
Private, baka madali ka ng asawa mo, yung original. Ano ba original? Iko o taytay? Net, anong una dapat? Taytay or iko taytay?
Iko, what's that word, Mr. Chairman? Iko?
Taytay, di ba? Pangalawa yon, ang original, iko taytay or ang original taytay?
I think the original is Tai Tai.
Taytay. Pag iko taytay, number 2. Tama ba yun, Mr. Yang?
Mr. 杨先生参议员在问你，iko Tai Tai 是第二房吗？是二房吗？这样子。
谁呀
？iko Tai Tai 这个名字。
一个太太，第二个太太哦，我不懂，我不懂。
I don't understand, Mr. Chairman.
Come on, you know. Anyway, sige na. Turo sa akin ng mga kaibigan ko Chinese friends yan. Dahil nagkamali ako, inintroduce ko ang asawa ko, Mrs. Gordon Taytay. Sabi niya, tumawa sila dahil dapat sabihin ko raw, iko Taytay, number 1 lang. I only have one wife. But because you do not want to answer, you must have another wife, right, Mr. Yang?
所以你还有其他的妻子吗？
我没有哈。
No, I don't have. I don't have.
没有啊。
你给参议员说问的我都不好说哈，这个公开场合问这个话，我没有。
To answer your question, Mr. Yang said that the question of Mr. Chairman is very difficult to answer, especially in a very public setting.
Right. In other words, you're a Japanese guy. Takusa. You're a takusa.
所以你是个好像日本人这样子。
Takusa sa asawa mo.
就是很怕妻子。
Anyway, this one guy, the guy, Zheng Bing Qiang. Kasama mo rin sa negosyo?
这位郑炳强先生也是跟你在一起做生意吗？
他以前是我中国的伙伴合作，以前。
Yes, before, Mr. Chairman.
Ngayon, di na kayo magkasama?
所以现在不是你的伙伴了吗？
现在下面的公司他有时候还有负责，现在是中国还有一点生意，小生意，一点。
Now the company in Xiamen, he is responsible, and also some small businesses in China, he is responsible.
Di ba siya yung kasama niyo sa litrato ni President Duterte na napunta si President Duterte sa kumpanya mo? Sa Feng Doxiang? Pakita mo yun? Feng Doxiang? Pakita niyo litrato. Kanina. Ayan, siya ba yan?
这位就是郑炳强先生吗？
是。
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sige. Iba-iba mukha niya eh.
因为他的面貌好像都不一样。
Ayan, tama. Zheng Bing Qiang. Ayun, Zheng Bing Qiang. Let's go to the next picture kanina. Start from the last one. Next picture. Sino yung babae dyan? Nakatabi nitong si Mr. Wang, bata.
这位女士。
这个应该是这个康友的公司的人员，我也不认识，就是他们公司的人员吧，他们带来。
I don't really know her, but I think she is a staff or a personnel of Pharmaly. I think they brought her here.
All right. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Can we go to the next picture, please? Ayun si Lincoln Ong. Ayan, okay. Alam na natin talaga. Magkano ba sweldo ni Lincoln Ong sa'yo? Next slide.
那你付 Lincoln Ong 多少薪水
Bilang interpreter.
作为你的翻译员，你付 Lincoln Ong 先生多少薪水？
我要看一下，我也很久没看过了，也被公司花多少，我要看一下。
I will need to check, Mr. Chairman, because it's been a long time, so I need to check how much the company pays him.
Okay. Next picture, please. Ito, sa ito, Office of the Presidential Economic Advisor. Sa office mo ba yan? Sa China?
这是你在中国的办公室吗？
O sa
这
Makati?
不是这在马卡蒂的以前有一个地方就是接待的，有一些
this is
中国一些来菲律宾要想投资看看，我有些接待替接待一下。
This office is in Makati, so we use this to sometimes welcome or talk to some investors who would like to come to the Philippines to invest.
So talagang maganda yung position mo, lahat na mag-i-invest dadaan sa'yo.
所以你的位置是一个非常令人羡慕的位置，因为如果有人想来菲律宾投资，已经要经过你。
这不是经过我，这个是帮菲律宾介绍一下菲律宾的一些情况，要有人想来投资。
No, they don't really. They don't have to. They don't go through me, but I just help to introduce about the condition of the Philippines. If there are investors who are interested in investing in the Philippines.
Pero napakaganda ng office mo. Kala ko nasa China yan eh. Pero mga Chinese characters, tapos nakalagay, Office of the Presidential Economic Advisor.
但是你的办公室非常豪华，非常漂亮，而且也写得非常清楚，就是总统经济顾问办公室。
At ayon sa picture na ito, ang litrato na ito nakalagay, Fujian Provincial Party Committee, Standing Committee, Secretary General Liang Jiangyong. Ano yan? Chinese Communist Party of Fujian?
这里有提到说，这位梁将勇他是福建省中共党委员会，他是中国共产党的人吗？
他以前是我们福建省的这个省委秘书长，他来菲律宾，顺便来我这边坐，也了解我们也给他介绍一下菲律宾的一个情况，希望他多带点人来菲律宾投资发展。
So yes, he was before he was the Secretary General of the Fujian Provincial Party Committee, and at that time he was when he visited, we wanted to present to him and also invite him to introduce more people or more businessmen to come here to the Philippines to invest.
No, I ask you, he is the president, he is the Secretary General of the Chinese Communist Party in Fujian.
所以他是中共党在菲律宾在福建省的秘书长，对吗？
是的，他是中共福建省的秘书长。
Yes, he is the Chinese Communist Party in
Are you a
Fujian
member
province.
of the Chinese Communist Party, Mr. Yang?
你是中共党的会员吗
不是，我不是。
？No, I'm not. I'm not.
You're not. But pero sikat ka dahil binibisita ka ng Chinese Communist Party President of your province. Ika Fujian ka, di ba?
你是从福建来的，对吗？
是的，是的。
Yes, I'm from Fujian.
Yeah, so that must be very impressive to them na pagpasok nila sa Pilipinas, may office dito, Chinese nakalagay, ang ganda ng office sa Makati, Office of the Presidential Economic Advisor, which is you, correct? Ikaw yon.
所以他们一定对你印象非常深刻，非常佩服。因为如果他们来到菲律宾，然后进你的办公室，那里有写着中文名字，这是总统经济顾问办公室，不是吗？
Next picture, please.
这个这个我们当时就是在一个接待的地方呢。
So to answer, Mr. Chairman, this is just a place that we have to welcome visitors.
That's correct. I understand that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'm just saying
不要
how
担心，我知道，我了解，我了解。
Ito naman, Philippine Deputy Foreign Minister, Wan Lei. Sino yun? Minister
这
Wan
个
Lei.
是这个是外交部副部长万丽。
是的，
Yes, this is Foreign Minister Wan Li.
Foreign Minister ng China.
他是中国的外交部副部长吗？
这个我不知道，他是菲律宾的，菲律宾的我们的以前的外交部副部长吧。
He was from the Philippines. He was our former deputy foreign minister.
Yeah, Chinese.
他是中国人吗？
他应该是菲律宾人吧？他能做菲律宾外交，他
I think he is a Filipino because he can only be a foreign minister, deputy foreign minister if he's Filipino.
他在问
Ginawang Filipino, ginawang Deputy Foreign Minister. Wala naman kaming Foreign Minister. Meron kaming Undersecretary. Ano malabas dito? Deputy Foreign Minister ng China, si Wan Lei. Correct? I can check. Can you
所
check,
以这
please?
位万里他是菲律宾的外交副部长还是中国的外交副部长？
这个应该是这个万部是菲律宾的吧？
I think this is Philippines.
We have no rank of Deputy Foreign Minister.
因为我们这里是没有这个外交部副部长的这个位置。
啊，这个我就不懂了，好。
This is something I'm also not aware of.
Who is Wan Lei?
那万里是谁呢？
Kasama niya rito Manuel Tiangki.
什么？
Director of the Base Conversion Agency, si Vince Dizon. Kung saan umahawak ng kasama dyan ng Clark Field, former military base sa Amerikano. Assistant Minister,
Sorry.
Minister of Timothy. Sino si Timothy?
这位Timothy 他是谁呢？这里的名字
哪个啊
Timothy。
Tapos may
Timothy,
Assistant Secretary for Legal Affairs, Leia Kibao.
还有这位Leia Kim 宝。
当时他们来这边哦，我们有请几个来跟他们跟这个福建省的开会，他们要了解这个投资，刚好来拜访他们，就刚好就是了解他一些菲律宾的投资，刚好就他们有座谈一下，来座谈一下。
I think they came here because they wanted to know more about investing in the Philippines. So we had like a forum with them.
Si Lin Wei Xiong, andyan na naman sa dulo, di ba, sa kanan?
所以林伟雄也是在那边，对吗？
是的，是的。
Oh, so kilala mo talaga yan, no?
所以你真的是认识林伟雄。
Ang mga Pilipino rito ay si Leila Kiambao.
所以在这里的菲律宾人是 Leia Kiambao， 你是？
Tapos, ang participant dito is Timothy John Bataan. Tama ba yan?
然后这里有 Timothy John Bataan Timothy John Bataan。
你说的是哪一个啊？我要看一下，我。
I need to check. I need to take a look first.
Ang tinatanong ko si Wan Lei, si Zheng Hanaki, Liang Jianyong, Yang Hongming. Ikaw yun. Di ba? Yang
杨
Hongming.
宏
Ikaw
明
yun,
是
di ba?
你对吗？对，杨宏明是你吗？是指你吗
我啊，是
？Yes, yes,
是
Mr. Chairman.
Wang Chaming. Sino yun?
王天命是谁？
哦，中国的中国他们团队，他们福建团队来的。
He's from China. He's from Fujian province, no, from the Fujian group.
Ano yan? Chinese Communist Party rin?
他也是中国共产党的人吗？
他是的，他们
Yes
应该是
Yes, he should be.
He should be. Si Su Mingliang.
许明亮
是的，
，Yes.
Sa China yan. Chinese Communist Party rin. Ang
他也
pakay
是
niya,
中国
gagawa ng
共产
railroad. Gagawa ng railroad between Clark and Subic. Ang tingin ko, yan ang gagawin nila.
所以他们来这里是想要那个制造那个铁路从 Clark 到 Subic，是这样子吗？
他们应该这个应该不是制造，他们是来看到中菲，就是来菲律宾看看，带一些商人来看看有没有什么投资机会，也来看看，菲律宾走走，应该了解菲律宾，看看有什么投资啊、合作啊。
I think, Mr. Chairman, they were here to see. They also came here and brought investors to see what investment opportunities they can engage in. So I think they were here to check on what opportunities and other areas of cooperation they can enter into with the Philippines.
This is all in your office. Office of
所以
the
这些
Presidential Economic Advisor.
这些都是在你的办公室吗？那个经济顾问办公室。Yes,
是的，以
Mr.
前
Chairman.
这个梁福建行建荣先生来，他们请他们一起来的，一起该见面，可能也在我这边。
Yes, when they came here from Fujian province, they visited my office.
This is the Presidential Office of the Presidential Economic Advisor.
这就是你的总统特别经济顾问办公室，对吗？
我当时是的，在这边，我有在那边，
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at that time, it was held there.
Napakaganda ng opisina mo. Sino nagpagawa niyan? Gobyerno ba ng Pilipinas o ikaw?
办公室非常豪华，是你自己做的吗？还是菲律宾政府帮你盖的？
这个我都是租的，你们有看到我租的？
These are all rented.
Alam ko rented, pero magandang ayos eh. May carpet na Chinese, may mga painting na Chinese, air condition, may chandelier. Sino nagpagawa niyan? Kayo? Ikaw?
但是我看这个办公室非常漂亮，有地毯，有绘画就是有图画，有空调，这些都是你盖的吗？这是你装修的吗？
不是以前租来，有的是后面买来挂的。
It was to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, it was rented. Some were already part of the furnishing, and the others, like paintings, we later bought it.
Kanina niyo ni-rent yan?
你是向谁租的呢？
我是上那个我要公司以前公司住在这边19号，就是在19号啊。我看你那个地主我的名字，我要看一下。
I will have to check again, Mr. Chairman.
Anong address yan?
这个地址是什么？这个的地址。
这个就是19号。
This is in number 19 Nara Street.
So yung office ng Philippine Economic Advisor nasa Nara?
所以菲律宾经济顾问的办公室是在19 Nara 街，对吗？
以前在那边，后面没有了，就关起来，我就当成住宅了。
Yes, before it was there, but now it's closed already. So I just use it as my residence.
Correct. Pero ang nagbayad dyan, therefore, yung pay,
所以
Ano
这个是谁租的？
Piley,
这以
nagbayad
前
dyan.
是公司租
Nagbayad
的
dyan,，yung Piley.
是百丽付的钱吗？是百丽租的吗
是百丽租的，我们百丽租的
？Yes.。It was Piley Holdings who rented the
Yan,
place.
interior decoration para pagpaayos pa yung mga signboard. Yan ang
所以
ginamit.
这里面的装修，还有这里面的一些图画，是谁负责的？这些招牌是
这是以
谁负责的
前？这是以前就是公司租的给弄的。
This was rented by the company before, and this was also furnished by the company.
Correct. That's what I wanted to ask. No? So, ultra-virus na yan, ginagamit yung kumpanya para opisina mo rin ng Philippine Economic Advisor. Alright?
所以你就是你的公司你也是用这个办公室作为你的菲律宾特殊经济顾问的办公室。
没有，我们办公室不在这边。
We have a different office from the company and a different office with the Presidential Economic Advisor Office.
Meron pa kayo sa opisina ng Presidential Economic Advisor?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you ask the question again?
Meron pang ibang Presidential Economic Advisor na office?
Mr. Chairman, I think his answer was his office, his company has a different office from the office of the Presidential Economic Advisor.
You know, they're in the
From
same
this
building, in the same house.
但是你都住在同一个地方。
是的，以前就有时候会住在这边。
Yes, before I would also sometimes stay here.
Yeah. Dami mo sinasabi, hindi ko man tinatanong eh. Ginagamit lang talaga yung ari ng Piley, ginagamit na opisina rin ng Presidential Economic Advisor.
所以你也是你就是用百利控股公司的办公室，也是作为这个经济顾问的办公室。
这不是，公司归公司，这边就是一个地方，有时候来坐。
So they are different. My company is different from this economic advisor office.
Akin that, basta nasa isang building sila.
但是你是在同一个地方吗？你是在同一个地方？
办
No,
公
they're
室是
different.
太
No, they're different.
公司的地方跟这个不一样。
The office of the company is different from this.
Pero they're in the same building.
但是他们是在同一栋大楼。
没有啊，我们这个是
No,
一
they're
个
not. They're not in the same building.
They're not? They're in the same lot?
但是他们在同一个土地，不是吗？
我不明白啊，这个是一个住宅，就是一个
Because
住
this is
宅。以前人家来找我做啊，就在这边。办公室是在大楼。
I don't think Forest Parks allow for government offices to be offices in the Forest Park. It's just
Mr. Chair, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, this is a residential place. So when people come to visit, I will bring them here. But the office is in another building.
Another building in the same lot. Napakasimple lang naman ang tanong ko eh. Isang lote, yung bahay na andoon. Doon sa loob ng bahay, may separate office ang Presidential Economic Advisor. Tama?
所以在这个土地上，就是你有一个单独的就是有另一个办公室，就是经济顾问的办公室，对吗？
没有啊，我们就是在这边，就是这个19号，我这个啊，我们这个就是一个地方，来人家来做理。
There is no separate office, Mr. Chairman. This is also the same place. This is a residential place. So when people visit, we come here.
Yeah, pero hindi separate building. Sabi niya separate building kanina eh.
His company is in a separate building.
What? Saan yung kumpanya mo? Saan nakalagay?
sa
所以你
BCG
的公司的住址
sorry
是
sorry
在哪里
在 BCG
？In BGC，
Oh, yun. Oh, meron kang separate building ang kumpanya mo. Anong building sa
所以你
BGC?
的公是 BGC 哪栋大楼呢？
Anong building?
啊，BGC 哪栋大楼？BGC 哪栋大楼？
在这个在以前在那个3楼，在林湾
啊，对不起啊，听不懂啊，在
林湾 BCG 林湾，帮我叫我的
BGC
翻译给你说。
啊，好的
In Net 1 building.
Net 1
，Net
building.
One Build
Net 1 NET?
NET Net One。
Kanino nakapangalan yung building? Piley Holdings or Piley Estate Group?
这个大楼它是注册在谁的名字下？百利吗？
这个是我们租的，
This is also rented.
Hindi ko tinatanong kung rented. Lahat naman rented yan eh. Anong pangalan nung nagre-rent doon sa Net 1? Anong kumpanya?
那这个 Net One 的大楼是租在谁的名字？
就说我们百丽嘛。这个是百丽也在里面。
Yes, it is also registered under Piley.
Piley. Can you tell us how much you're renting? How big the area is?
你可以跟我们透露你们租金是多少吗？还有
这个
多大
我要
地方面积多大？
这个我要看一下，这个里面有我要看一下，我不太清楚，这个以前公司弄的。
Mr. Chairman, I would need to check on this because I'm not very clear about the details. This was conducted by the company.
Make sure that you get it from him. Land, the building, and the employees in that area.
所以参议员想跟你要就是那个土地的面积多大、租金还有几个员工。
Okay.
杨先生有听到吗？
我到时候我找公司问一下好，要是拿到了再好。
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Michael Yang said he will ask the company and he will submit the details.
Thank you. Very cooperative. I appreciate that. Ang president dyan, hindi ba si Jason Uson?
所以你
Piley Holdings Corporation?
百利控股公司它的总裁是 Jason Uson 对吗？
Sige nyo, ano yan?
应该是吧。
Yes, I think he is.
And right now, you're not worried, hindi nagpapakita si Jason Uson, umalis na ng bayan ka mo?
但是现在你不担心吗？找不到 Jason Uson 先生，你说他已经不在国内了。
这个疫情大家都公司也没有什么在做他可能疫情出去我也不太清楚，这个是。
Because of the pandemic, we have not been working a lot. So maybe because of the pandemic, he has left. But I'm also not very clear about this.
Nasaan bansa siya? Sabi mo, umalis ng bansa eh.
你说他出国了吗？那你知道他现在在哪里？
我也没问他。
I also haven't asked him.
You better ask him.
那你可以问他。
Because I now have a pending warrant for his arrest. For
因为我现在
to answer a summons.
因为我现在对他有个逮捕令，因为他一直不出席我们的传唤。
这里面找他吧，好。
So I hope you find him, Mr. Chairman.
No, you find him. I'm not gonna find him. You find him.
你帮我们找他。
Talking me? He's your employee.
他是你的员工。
不是我的员工。
It is unnatural for somebody like you to have an employee that is missing.
好像非常自然的，你有个员工现在
His secretary there, kasama ka doon. He should Pali Estate, Jason Uson, corporate secretary. Kasama niya si Jess Del Cruz, kasama niya si Rose Nonolim. He is president of Pili Holdings, kasama ka doon. Ha? Alright? He is director of Pai Hong Realty. Kasama yung kaibigan mo, si Lim Wei Xiong. Ha? He is president of President Full Win. Kasama ka doon. President siya. So, huwag mong sasabihin sa akin ako maghanap. Kasama mo rin siya doon sa DCLA. Tama?
因为这位Jason Uson 他在你很多公司像百利控股、百宏地产，他都是当董事或是当总裁，所以你不要跟参议员说要参议员去找他，因为他是你的员工。
这个不是我的员工，他是我的一个合作伙伴。
He is not my employee. He is one of my partners.
Whatever, but he is your associate.
但是对，他是你的伙伴，他是你的合作伙伴。
是的。
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, I look for him.
所以你找他。
All right?
可以，我要能找到我会可以能找到。
Nasaan si Gerald Cruz?
Mr. Chairman, if I can find him, I will.
Dapat. Nasaan si Gerald Cruz? I will hold you to that.
Gerald Cruz 他在哪里呢？
他在哪里？我平时他也不给我说，我也问他，他也不给我说。
I also don't know. Even if I ask him, he also doesn't answer me.
He is the one that put your name and the Nara property in Forest Park.
是 Gerald Cruz 把你的名字放在那个 Nara 街的那个土地的那个房子。
应该是嘛，以前
Yes, it
他
should
可
be.
能帮忙嘛，公司他帮忙。
Yes, it should be because he was helping the company before.
Right. You understand why I am asking all these questions? From somebody who came here in 1999 na walang pera hanggang dumabot ng 2005 nung nagtayo ka ng DCLA, nagkaroon ka ng building doon sa Davao, tapos nagkaroon ka na ng mga kumpanya sa Clark, dahil mo ng kumpanya, ang dami mong Alipores, sila Gerald Cruz, si Lynn, ang dami-dami, pati ito si Jason Uson. Bilib ako sa'yo. Ang laki ng yaman mo, nasa Nara ka nakatira, marami kang sasakyan, nakilala ka ng Pangulo, ikaw ay pinagtitiwalaan ng Pangulo, ikaw ang nakikialam doon sa PSDBM, bilib ako sa'yo. Galing mo, man, galing mo.
所以参议员说对于一位从1999年来到菲律宾的人，没有带钱的人，然后在2005年你开始在 Davao 建了这个 DCLA， 然后再一直扩张，现在你有很多公司，在 Clark 基地也有公司，还有我真的而且现在是菲律宾总统的一个经济顾问，所以我真的很佩服你。
Let me ask you a simple question. You gonna answer?
你要回答吗？
你说什么？我听不太清楚。
Mr. Chairman, he said that it wasn't very clear. So I will...
What is not very clear? Very clear yun. Sinabi ko lang, lumaki ka. From nobody, you became the president's advisor and friend, and you have living in Forest Park. You will have buildings in Clarkfield. You have all kinds of investments na hindi mo may paliwanag, panaiiwas, kaysa yung asawa mo naglagay, kaysa yung mga kaibigan mo tumulong sa iyo, wala ka may paliwanag. Kaya ang galing mo. Galing mo magtago, in other words.
因为参议员是在说，你从一个默默无闻的人，就是现在你已经成为总统的一个顾问，还有好朋友，还有你还有很多各种各样的一些投资，也住在 Forbes Park， 所以你真的是很会这是让人很钦佩。杨先生。
你说这我也不知道怎么回答，我也不知道怎么回答。
Mr. Chairman, I also don't know how to answer this.
Of course you don't. Now, I will ask you one question, and maybe next time I will ask you other questions. Are you a Chinese communist agent in the Philippines?
你是中国共产党的间谍吗？
我的，我
你为什么在笑
我不是你说这个
？No,
我
I'm not. I'm not.
我这个
Tinatawanan mo kami, ha?
我不是我不是我不用
Bilib ako sa'yo. Ang lakas mo eh.
I'm not, Mr. Chairman. 因为我真的很佩服你，你真的很有权利。
Si Senator Jelot, tumatawag na doon sa Chinese ambassador, tinatanong kung ikaw ahente ng Chinese Communist Party rito. Niloloko ko si
我们参议员在问大使，在开玩笑说，我们的参议员在问大使，你是不是中国共产党派来的？这只是开玩笑，开玩笑，拍摄拍摄。
Kasi magmula nung naging kapit ka kay Presidente, pumihit na si Presidente. Hindi na siya kumikibo pag nasasagasaan yung mga bangka namin ng Pilipino. Naglagay na lahat ng base sa Subi, sa Mischief, sa Scarborough, at inari nyo na 9-dash line. Magtataka lang ako, napaka-coincidental. Magmula nung dumating ka, nagbago na ang foreign policy ng Pilipinas. Naging best friend mo si President Duterte. Tataka lang ako, again, I ask you, are you an agent of the Chinese Communist Party in the Philippines?
参议员是在问你，因为自从你跟总统变成好朋友，总统他的外交方向好像外交政策有改变了，所以他想问你，你是不是中国共产党派来的人？
第一，我不是；第二，这个总统的他的几项政策我们都没有办法干涉。第三，我希望中菲两国是好的，大家都是好的。菲律宾、中国也这么多华人在这边这么多年来，也希望中菲两国都是好的。我们也来在菲律宾，我们也很爱菲律宾，希望中菲两国是友好的。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, number one, I am not sent I'm not an agent sent by the Chinese Communist Party. Second, we were never involved or would dare to be involved in the foreign policy of the president. And number three, what we wish for is really for China and the Philippines to have very good relations. And this is something that we all want to see. And I love the Philippines, and I really want and wish that China and the Philippines would have good relations.
Bakit ang galing mo sumagot pagka tinatanong ko yung Chinese Communist Party? Walang alinlangan. Pero pag tinatanong ko ng iba, umiiwas pusoy ko palagi.
为什么如果问到共产党你就是很直接的回答不是，可是如果问你其他的问题，你就一直在回避。
Very smooth yung sagot mo. Malinaw na malinaw. Kaibigan ko ang Pilipinas. I love the Philippines. I'm not an agent. Ganun lang. Pero pag tinatanong ka, ikaw ba may-ari nito? Tatanungin ko muna. Paano ka nagkaroon ng pera dito? Tatanungin ko muna. Tinulungan lang ako ng mga kaibigan ko. Pag tinatanong ka, hindi ka sumasagot. Pag tinanong kita, parang sagot na sagot mo yung tanong. Anyway, by the way, Mr. Yang, let me assure you, marami akong kaibigan sa Chinese Communist Party. Hindi naman masama. Kaya lang, hindi ako nag-agree sa ginagawa ng Chinese Communist Party. I am not sure everybody in the Chinese Communist Party agree with Xi Jinping na being very aggressive in the West Philippine Sea. Wala akong ibig sabihin dyan. Yun lang sinasabi ko. And I don't even, bahala ang Pangulo, siya ang nagsasabi ko saan papunta eh. Pero nakikita ko lang, mukhang napaboran kayo sa formally para yung Chinese Communist Party, yung mga nakakuha ng mga produkto. So, hindi mo maalis, magduda ako. Yun lang naman. Wala naman akong sinasabi masama sa inyo. Kung meron man, tawanin niyo ako.
参议员想跟你说，其实他有很多朋友都是共产党、中国共产党的朋友，但是他一直就是想不透为什么你不会直接回答他的问题，而且他也不同意中国共产党他们的一些做法，像习近平主席，他对我们的西菲律宾海非常就是很霸权，所以而且我们看到这个 family 好像你们真的有得到特别的待遇。 所以这就是我为什么会怀疑的原因。
Now, ang lakas mo doon sa Piley ba yan? Piley? Kaya mo ng opisina ng economic advisor, yung NARA. Yan ba, dineclare nyo na gastos ng filing sa inyong income tax? Sa
所
financial
以这个你们在 Nara 百丽不是在 Nara 租这个房子吗？那你们有报税吗？
这个现在我的利息给我说税务已经在查了，我们现在我也不回答了。
Mr. Chairman, my lawyer now tells me that the BIR is already investigating our case, so I am not in a position to.
I just want to know. You can answer it.
So,
Not let
你
your
可以，
answer it.
你不要让你的律师回答，你自己回答这个问题。
All right.
因为我的
Mr. Kimbo,
利息
I would like to get all the financial statements of Piley. Lahat na nakalagay dito sa diagram natin. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
From Piley Holdings to Power Megamix, Piley Estate Group, Piley Home, Philippine Full Wind, Seanway Technology, Business Beyond Limits, Farmally Pharmaceutical, Farmally International, and Farmally Biological. Can you please get all these statements? And I'd like to have the BIR submit the statements on these companies.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is my request because siyempre pag kumpanyang Piley yan di ba ultra vires yung gagawin mong opisina yung bahay doon sa Forest Park, lalagyan mo ng kwan, sinong gumastos nun? Dapat lalabas tama ba yun, Mr. Abreu? Kung maglalagay
Yes,
ka ng
Mr. Chair.
kumpanya doon, dapat lalabas sa gastos ng Piley yun?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Dapat i-deduct ba yun o pwede ba i-deduct yun?
Mr. Chairman, yung portion na ginagamit as office, kung registered sa BIR, pwede pong i-claim as deductible expense. Pero po yung residence, masasubject po siya sa fringe benefit tax, Mr. Chairman.
Yun nga, yung residence subject sa fringe benefit. Pero kung naglagay ka ng opisina doon, kaya bang aalaw ba ng Piley yun? Na paalaw ba ng BIR, i-deduct yung ginastos doon sa residence para sa Presidential Economics Advisor?
No, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po para sa office or operation, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi pwede yun dahil ultra vires yun, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, lalabas po siyang benefit as owner. So, fringe benefit tax po yun, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Okay, that's why I wanted to get it. I would be well within my powers and my prerogatives to get all the companies' financial statements and SEC documents. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, sino nagsasalita sa stenographer? Please be careful, kanina pa kayo pumapasok dyan. All right, I think, yes, I was gonna go to Rosa Nolim, pero depende sa inyo yan. We can do it next time. Yes, Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two quick questions kay Mr. Yang, and the chair is, of course, we will follow his lead if he will also call Ms. Nonolin again. Mr. Yang, mula 1999 hanggang ngayon, nag-derive ba kayo ng income sa mga transactions o negosyo sa China?
杨先生，参议员想问您，自1999年到现在，你是否在中国的交易中有就是有获得利润，或是有获利？
中国的生意我要去问中国的。
For Chinese businesses or Chinese transactions, I would have to ask my the China side.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng the China side na kailangan yung tanungin? Kanina lang, Mr. Yang, nung tinatanong kayo ni Chairman, sabi nyo nga na bumisita si Presidente sa opisina ninyo ni Mr. Zheng Bingchang sa Xiamen, and tinawag nyo yon na my company.
刚才参议员他有问你说，你有提到说菲律宾总统当他们去拜访你在厦门的办公室，你称它是你的公司，你在厦门的公司。
Or kahit yes or no lang, Mr. Yang, nag-derive ba kayo ng income sa mga negosyo sa China?
在中国的这些投资或是交易，你有得到收入吗？
这个是我下面公司的问题，我在这边不方便回答。哦。
This is a question that concerns my Xiamen company, so I am not at the liberty to disclose this
So, but
or
you
to answer it now.
Well, but you confirm na company nyo nga yung sa Xiamen. So, at least yun.
所以你那个厦门是你的公司对吗？
我跟下面是我跟人家合作的投资的。
Yes, it's an investment with other partners.
Alright, but still, kung may kumpanya kayo, may investment kayo doon, kanina you called it my company, so we should presume may income kayong na-derive doon kasi nga, negosyo siya. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yang, kanina may nakita akong post ng Jinjiang Overseas Chinese. Familiar ba kayo sa Jinjiang Charity Federation?
刚才有看到这个晋江华侨，那你知道这个晋江慈善会吗？委员会吗？基金会。
这晋江这个我听不太明白啊。晋江当然有这个慈善会了。
你知道这个晋江慈善委员会吗？还是晋江基金会？
这个
晋江慈善基金会。Okay. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, because in Xinjiang there are many charity organizations, so I am not very sure which one are you referring to.
Baka Mr. Yang, ang nire-refer ko, yung nasa report sa isang Chinese language website na noong November 10, 2019, nag-donate si Yang Hongming ng 8 million yuan sa Jinjiang Charity Federation. So yun yung tinatanong ko.
So 参议员是在这个晋江慈善基金会是在一个中国的报道2019年11月10日的一个报道，他有说杨洪明先生你有捐赠800万元人民币给这个晋江慈善基金会，就是这个晋江慈善。
有。
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did.
Alright, salamat Mr. Yang. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, for the record, kaya interesante po yung sinabi ni Mr. Yang na meron nga siyang negosyo o transaksyon kaugnay ng Full Win o Fudesheng. Nasabi niya partner siya doon, kung ano man may income siya doon. Interesante po yung kumpanyang iyon, Mr. Chairman, kasi nga highly capitalized to the magnitude of reportedly 100 million renminbi at yun po ay isang full-fledged na venture capital corporation. So for the record, Mr. Chairman. Salamat Mr. Yang, salamat Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, salamat.
May I know what is the pleasure of the body? I have more questions with Mr. Yang, but I'd rather reserve it until I get other information. Are there other gentlemen and ladies in the Senate who want to ask more questions? We can ask Rose Dono Lim now. Yes? Or would you like to reset this for the next hearing? Yes, Ms. Hontiveros?
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. If the chairman will call Ms. Nonolin again, I do have one follow-up question for her. As the chairman pleases.
Yeah, I just thought that we may all be tired already, but I can suffer it. Go ahead. Rose Nonolin, you're called to ask your questions, please.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Shall I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nonolin, follow-up lang dun sa pag-uusap ninyo kanina, pagtatanong ni Sen Kiko sa inyo. For the record, no, anong lines of business involved yung mga kumpanya ninyo?
Mr. Chair, anong klaseng company po?
Alin ba yung mga kumpanya ninyo? Lumabas kayo sa maraming kahon dun sa matrix ni Mr. Chairman, iba't ibang kumpanya ni Mr. Michael Yang na parte din kayo at meron kayong official na capacity doon.
Mr. Chair, marami po doon sa mga kahon-kahon po doon. So iba-iba po ang line of business po doon.
Ano po?
At hindi po si Michael Yang. Sa lahat, hindi lahat po ng company, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify na hindi po lahat ng company ay nandun po si Mr. Michael Yang.
Okay po. Hindi na po ako nagtatanong kay Mr. Yang. Nagtatanong po ako sa inyo. Doon sa mga kumpanya na parte kayo at meron kayong posisyon, ano yung mga lines of business ng mga iyon?
Mayroon po kaming real estate, Mr. Chair. Mayroon din
Ano
po kaming offshore gaming.
Okay. Ano po yung unang sinabi nyo bago yung offshore gaming?
Estate po.
Real estate. Okay. Ano pa?
Offshore gaming. Mayroon
Yes.
din po construction. Yun po yung power media mix po.
Sorry, port construction?
No po, construction, Mr. Chair.
Construction lang. Okay. Ano pa?
Mayroon din po kaming investment po, Mr. Chair.
Investment.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alright. Meron pa po ba?
Sa pagkakalam ko po, yan lang po. Pero I double check po yung mga sa kahon-kahon para hindi po magkaroon. Well, po, ano po yung mga line of business po noon? If you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so sa ngayon, ang nasabi nyo sa amin, lines of businesses nyo ang real estate, offshore gaming, construction, at saka investment. Medyo malawak na rin. Kung dadagdagan nyo in the next hearing, that would be good. Kaya ako itinanong ito, Mr. Chairman, kasi nga kanina, na-curious ko kasi dun sa pagtatanong ni Sen Kiko, yun na nga, hindi nyo alam Miss Nonolin kung ano yung ginawa ni attorney yes, ni attorney Manalastas. Hindi nyo alam yung pakikipag-ugnayan nila tungkol dun sa RT-PCR test kits. No? And to think na kayo ang corporate treasurer nung kumpanya. So medyo nakakamisteryoso lang. So kailangan kong klaruhin ulit kasi sabi nyo, sa ilang tanong ni Sen Kiko, ang sagot ninyo ay hindi nyo alam. So importante para sa akin, i-put on record ulit. So ano ang alam ninyo, particular dun sa lines of business ng mga kumpanya ninyo? So salamat Ms. Nonolin. Salamat Mr. Chairman.
Sir Chair.
Let me just fire off some quick questions to Rose Nonolin. Very quickly para matapos na tayo kagad. No? Rose, please address me as Mr. Chairman. I find it offensive to be referred to as an object. I'm a person, all right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Ay, Mr. Chairman, sorry. I'm sorry. Pardon me po. Sorry.
Sure. Your husband is still abroad, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Are you legally married to him?
Mr. Chairman, yes. Legally married po.
Yes, I'm glad that you're very happy about it. I'm relieved.
Mr. Chairman.
I am relieved. I have so much respect for Filipino womanhood.
Legal po na asawa, Mr. Chairman.
Legal. All right. Wala siyang asawa abroad, oh.
No, Mr. Chairman. Dahil ang alam ko, ako ang original na asawa. Pero ayun po, pwede ko tanongin.
Ikaw ang original. Ikaw ang original talaga. Wala nang iba. I'm happy for you.
Chairman.
But why is he abroad?
Yeah, he's in abroad po because of some business opportunity. That's
Where
why
is he exactly, ma'am? Where is he exactly, Rose?
he is in Dubai, Mr. Chairman.
Dubai.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Searching for natural gas in Dubai?
No, Mr. Chairman, because as of now po, yung mga offshore gaming ay lumilipat na po sa ibang bansa.
Yung gaming, yung Pogo?
Yes po.
Marunong ba yung mga Arabo, magpo-Pogo na sila?
Ay offshore naman po, Mr. Chairman. So, hindi ko po alam. So,
Sige.
marunong sila mag-Pogo o hindi.
But you do have Pogo here, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yan po yung thought.
Saan yung Pogo ninyo nakalagay?
I'm sorry.
Saan ang Pogo nyo?
Mayroon po kami ang main office po namin is nasa Pearl, Manila po, Mr. Chair. Yan po, ng Seanway po. The Pearl Hotel po.
Saan
Yan
hotel?
Po namin. The Pearl Hotel Manila po.
Anong pangalan ng kumpanya nyo doon?
Seanway po, Seanway Technology.
And this
Yes,
is a very profitable enterprise, right?
before, but now it's pandemic, Mr. Chairman.
Wala lahat, wala.
Yes, wala po lahat. Lumilipat na po sila sa ibang mga lugar.
Nung walang pandemic, meron bang lugar na walang pandemic?
Wala na lahat po natamaan po ng pandemic.
Okay. Ang mga kumpanya mo na may affiliation kay Michael Yang ay ang mga sumusunod. Di ba? Ikaw ay presidente ng Paihong Realty. Right?
Mr. Chair, I want to clarify, Payong Mr. Yang is not there po.
Ano, I'm just stating, wala pa akong tinatanong.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Ang dami mong presidente ka dito sa Paihong Realty. Tapos yun, naging Paili. Kasama mo rin doon ang asawa mo, si Lim Wei Xiong. Gano'n rin doon sa Paihong Realty. Right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasama nyo rin si Jason Uson. Alam mo ba kung nasa naroon si Jason Uson ngayon?
Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi ko nga po alam kung saan ngayon si Mr. Jason Uson.
Meron ka bang litrato ni Jason Uson?
I'll check po sa phone ko po kung mayroon po akong pictures po ni Jason
Pwede
Uson.
mo padala sa kay Mr. Kimbo?
Ipiprint po ba? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang i-clarify.
Pwede i-send yun eh. Pwede i-send yun, di ba? Ha? Picture?
I-send po, Mr. Chairman.
Pwede email, Ihan.
Oh, sige po. Can I have the email na lang po siguro later, Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you. We'll do that, no? And then you are also with, dito naman kay Yang Hong Jiang. Siya yan, di ba? Si Paili. Estate Group. Kung saan ay may-ari ng Nara Forest Park, correct?
I'm sorry po, may ari.
Nag-uupa doon. And you were the president there.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Natanong ko sa iyo yung tinanong ko kanina kay Mr. Abrea, ginamit yun na parang opisina rin ng Presidential Economic Advisor. Paano nyo binok yung cost noon?
Mr. Chair, cost po niya, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, cost sa rental for the house po. Alam ko po,
Yung rental, alam ko, binubuk nyo. Rental lang operations, no? At yan eh, may tatawag na fringe benefit, di ba? Tax,
Yes.
di ba? Nakabayad ba ng fringe benefit tax doon?
Mr. Chair, i-double check ko po sa humahawak po ng finances po namin dahil may mga tao po kami na humahawak po nun.
Sino humawak sa inyo? Pwede ba tawagin natin sa susunod?
Mayroon po kaming accountant po na humahawak po sa file po.
Yung
So,
pangalan ng nila.
Po, if you want, Mr. Chair, I could send it to you po.
Sino?
Mr. Chair, sabi ko po, if you want po, I could send it to you po. Or din po sa...
Sabihin mo ng pangalan para alam ko ikaw yun.
Po? Yes po, sasabihin ko po doon sa email po mamaya kung sino po yung, Mr. Chairman, kung sino po yung accountant po na nag-aayos po nun. Nahaharap po sa inyo
Pero
clearly po.
presidente ka ng kumpanya, nagpaalam ba sa iyo si Michael Yang na maglalagay siya ng opisina ng Senior Economic Advisor?
Mr. Chairman, hindi po siya nagpaalam sa akin, pero nag-uusap po sila ng asawa ko. So, maaari po sa asawa ko po siya nagpaalam. Dahil hindi po kami magkakaintindihan po sa salita.
So malapit siya sa asawa mo pero kanina parang casual lang yung pagkakaibigan niya na, hindi niya raw nakikita na. Ano sinabi niya sa akin kanina?
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, sinabi niya hindi niya nakikita kasi nasa Dubai po yung asawa ko right now.
Saka siguro, alam mo, may halong pangdududa si Michael Yang, nakikita ko eh. Ikaw rin ang presidente ng Power Megamix.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong ginagawa niya? Naggagawa kayo ng construction, nagdadala kayo ng semento.
Nag-ano po yung semento, mag-mixing po ng semento para kapag ibuhos po sa building, Mr. Chairman, ay buo niya po.
Saan kayo sino mga kumpanyang siniservisyo niyo?
Mr. Chair, regarding po sa mga company po na mga kliyente po namin,
Construction.
check ko lang, Mr. Chair.
Meron ba?
I-double check ko lang, Mr. Chair.
Alam niyo, pareho kayo nag-check, double check lahat ng double check eh. Pero ikaw, presidente,
Pasensyahan lang po ako.
dapat alam mo.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Pagpasensyahan niyo na lang po ako dahil wala po kong hawak na documents po.
Hindi kailangan hawakan pero may alam ka. Alam ba, sa pagkaalam mo, ano ang mga sinerbisyo mong kumpanya?
Mr. Chair, pagdating po dyan sa sinerbisyuhan po ng company, wala po akong alam kung anong company po. Ang
Sino gumagawa ng kontrata din? Magsusupply kayo. Sino pumipirma ng kontrata?
Mr. Chair, ang pumipirma po sa kontrata, hindi po ako.
Alam ko hindi ikaw, sinabi mo na yun eh. Sino pumipirma?
Yan po ang alam ko, Mr. Chair.
Abutin tayo sa simbahan, huwag ka nang umiwas. At maganda ang dating mo sa akin and I'm very pleased na maganda ang sagot mo. I just want to know, sino pumipirma doon sa kontrata?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, hindi ko po alam kung sinong pumipirma ng kontrata dahil nabili lang po namin yan. Na-acquire lang po namin yung shares po namin 2018 kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, Mr. Chairman.
Alam mo, Rose, ang dating sa akin ninyo magkakasama, I was hoping hindi ka ganun eh. Lahat double check ko, hindi ko po alam yan, alamin ko muna po, hindi ako nakikialam dyan. Hindi naman pwede yan dahil presidente ka ng korporasyon. Alright? May fiduciary relationship ka sa stockholder. Magre-report ka dyan kung anong ginawa mo, di ba? Ano ba natapos mo sa pag-aaral mo?
Commerce po ako, Mr. Chairman. Major in Management Accounting po.
So, dapat alam na alam mo lahat yan, di ba? Tinuturo yan. Di ba, Abrea, tinuturo yung tinatanong ko sa kanya? Di ba dapat automatic alam niya yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kasama po yun sa control, internal control, Mr. Chairman.
Tama. So, dapat alam mo yan, Rose.
Mr. Chairman, kung with due respect po, kaya po sinabi ko po na i-double check ko po dahil po sa dami po ng company na nandun po ako, hindi ko na po matatandaan isa-isa po, Mr. Chairman.
Ayoko naman sabihin dami ka. I don't think you're a dummy. You look like a very bright young lady.
No, Mr. Chair, hindi po
You're
ako
going to run for congressman ba o councilor?
a congressman po, Mr. Chairman.
Congresswoman. Dapat alam mo yan. Baka talagang sa debate yan.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Yan. So, I'm just giving you some tips na dapat malaman mo. Tatanungin kita sa susunod. Ihanda mo lahat yan. Dapat alam mo, ha?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sige. I love your smile. I like people who smile a lot. You're also corporate secretary of Pai Hong Realty.
Yes,
Si
Mr.
Jason Uson, ano naman kasama mo? Kaibigan ba kayo ni Jason Uson?
Hindi kami magkaibigan at close na magkaibigan, but we know each other po. Casual.
Ito na kasama nyo, Pali Estate, kasama mo siya, at si Gerald Cruz. Dito,
Yes,
sa Pali Estate, Pali Holdings, at saka Pai Hong, kasama mo si Jason Uson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Alam mo ba kung nasa naroon siya? Nagtanan ba siya? O may umahanap ba sa kanyang may asawa ng asawa at kinaliwa niya, tinahanap siya, nagtatago siya? Ano ba talaga rason ba't nagtatago yan?
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry po, hindi ko po alam at hindi po ako nakikialam sa personal issues po nila.
That's a good policy. That's a good policy. Hindi ka nakikialam sa mga personal lang.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you're president of Pai Hong, you're president of Pali Estate, you're president of Power Mega Mix, and you're also corporate secretary ng Pali Holdings, correct? Pali Holdings, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you're also treasurer of Philippine Full Wind.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Kasama rin dyan yung kapatid ni Michael Yang, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Kasama rin si Gerald Cruz dyan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ikaw rin ay Sean Way. Ikaw ay, dati ikaw at ang presidente niya, pero napalitan ka na ni Alexander Roca. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tama po yun.
Mas malaki ang holdings mo kay Alexander Roca, hindi ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Kung di ko nagkakamali, may papel ako dyan, ang holdings mo, umaabot ata ng ilan?
Double check ko, Mr. Chairman, niya. Pero malaki po ang holdings ko po sa Sony.
Tapos yung kapatid mo, si Ray Sokita Nono, kapatid mo ba yun?
Pamangkin po, Mr. Chairman.
Again, malaki rin ang holdings niya, di ba?
Yes po.
Si Ronnie Nono. Ano yun, kapatid mo, pamangkin mo rin?
Kapatid ko po, Mr. Chairman.
Ganda, bata?
Matanda po sa akin. Next po ako sa kanya.
Si Ruby Nono Alcon.
Kapatid ko po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, at
Alam ko na ang pangalan niya. Si Ani Sokita Nono.
pamangkin ko po siya, Mr. Chairman.
So, wala rito si asawa mo, si Sean Wei.
Wala po siya dyan, Mr. Chairman.
Ang holding mo ay
31.8%.
million. Tama, 47 million ang hawak mo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's equivalent to 1.3% po.
31.3%. Ang holding ng pamangking mo si Ray ay 15 million. Si Ruby Nono Alcon, 15 million. Si Ronnie M. Nono ay 12 million. Si Ani Sokita Nono is 11 million. Yung presidente niya ngayon, 500 pesos lang ang holding niya. At saka yung Sean Wei Holdings, ang holding niya 49 million. So ang total number ng holdings nyo ay maabot na humigit 100 million, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Damo pera, kita. Ha? Damo
Damo kwarta, Mr. Chair, bago po kami siya.
Yung pera na yan, saan ang galing? I'm sorry, I asked you that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, okay lang po. Bago po ako nagpakasal po sa asawa ko, ay may pera na po ang asawa ko. Kaya nanggaling po sa kanya yung pera po.
So dinala niya yung pera mula sa China.
Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi lang po galing sa China kasi may mga foreign investment rin po kami.
Tama, alright. Nung dinala niya yung pera niya sa China, malalaman ko kung pinasok niya yung pera legal. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron ka bang papel na hawak na ganon?
Mr. Chair, na kung pinasok po dito yung pera,
Oo.
hahanapin ko po at tatanungin ko po siya. Then siya po,
Kung nalabas kayo ng tubo, titignan niya ng customs kung meron pera kayong pinasok at yung perang nilalabas nyo, ugma doon, di ba?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako pwede sumagot po dyan dahil asawa ko pong nakakaalam. Dahil bago ko po
Okay.
siya nakilala at bago ko po siya na asawa, Mr. Chairman, mayroon na po siyang sariling pera po.
Sa mga tinangalan lang sa iyo yung pera, ganun ba?
Mr. Chair, mag-asawa naman po kami.
O, pwede mo na siyang takbuhan, may pera ka ng sarili. Biro lang yan. Pumunta na ka for richer or for poorer, di ba? Okay. So, ang laking pera niyan, ha? Tapos, si Rose, nandun ka sa Primary Biological, ikaw ay treasurer. Kasama mo uli doon si Gerald Cruz. At kasama mo si Wang Suyen, na president ng Farmally International. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, paano mo naayos yan sa dami ng negosyo mo? Meron pa bang ibang negosyo?
Mayroon po kaming mga staff po na may mga kanya-kanyang hinahawakan po. Dahil kung ako lang po, Mr. Chairman, baka po sumabog na po yung mga brain cells ko po. So may mga delegation po yan, Mr. Chairman.
So, you really have a lot of money. That's what you're saying to us.
Hindi naman po a lot, but enough po para mag-invest.
Yung Pogo, anong pangalan ng Pogo ninyo?
Seanway Technology po.
Seanway Technology. Pwede mo dala nyo sa akin yung financial statements niyo para makita ko kung magkano ang kinita?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Pwede po, Mr. Chairman. Sorry po, sinabi ko sure po. Okay lang po ba na humingi po ako niyang formal request po? Para po padala po namin po sa inyo.
Ni Director General Kimbo.
Salamat po.
Alam mo, ayoko naman nang uhuli. Hindi ko naman kayo inuhuli. Napipilitan lang ako. Akala nyo ba gusto ko ito? Napilitan lang ako dito. Kaya lang napasubo na tayo dahil masyadong malalaki yung nangyaring pera na hindi maipaliwanag eh. Kaya kailangan magpaliwanag tayo. I'm happy that you have money and I hope that you got that money properly. Siyempre, kumisan, wala naman perfect. Siyempre, kumisan, lilitaw at lilitaw kung meron man dyan. Ngayon, tingnan mo na naman ito mga property. Tataka lang ako, ang dami mong sasakyan. Alright? Kaya naman ng pera mo, hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sabi
Mr.
mo,
Chair,
ayan.
gusto ko po i-clear na yung mga sasakyan ko po, nabili po namin before the pandemic pa po.
Before the pandemic. So,
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ang mga sasakyan nakalagay ay meron kang Cadillac. Nasaan yun?
Yung Cadillac ko po, naibenta na po yan, Mr. Chair.
Naibenta na. Magkano naibenta yan?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair, kasi katotohanan po, pag umuwi po ako sa bahay, minsan nagugulat na lang po ako na may sasakyan. Magugulat rin po ako na wala na po yung sasakyan.
Bakit? Binibili siya ni Lynn Weiso?
Parang ginagawa po niya itong may mga kaibigan po sana na magustuhan po yung sasakyan.
Cadillac, 8.9 million. At ito, nakala-address sa 2260 Avocado Street, Dasmariñas Village. Bakit doon nakalagay yun?
Umupa po ako dati, Mr. Chairman, din po sa Avocado po. Dahil yung mga anak ko po ay nandito po sa Pilipinas.
Di ba sa totoo lang, may bahay ka rin sa Forbes?
No, Mr. Chairman, upa rin po yun.
Upa rin.
Yes,
Kanino
Mr.
ka upa
Chairman.
doon? Sa Nara rin, halos magkapit bahay kay ni Michael, di ba?
Magkalapit, Mr. Chairman. Yes po.
Magkano ang upa doon?
Ang upa niya sa 750,000 a month po.
Kung magalit si Michael yan, ang upa niya sa kanya, 500 million lang. Ikaw, 750,000 ang upa sa iyo. Sa kanya, 500,000. Mas malaki ba yung bahay na nakuha niyo sa Forbes?
May kalakihan, Mr. Chairman. At saka yun po ang bahay na po yun sa Fortid po kung saan po nakatira yung mga anak ko. Personal po namin na perang mag-asawa.
Tama. Yun ang conjugal home.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Pero meron ka rin, umupa ka rin sa avocado. Ba't ka kailangan umupa pa sa avocado?
Mr. Chairman, para po sa clarification po, nauna ko po inupahan yung avocado. And after po nun, inupahan po namin yung Forbes, binitawan po namin yung avocado.
Pero nandun pa si Gerald Cruz sa avocado
Mr. Chairman, yung avocado po is yung 5090 po, yung ibig kong sabihin na inupahan ko. Si Gerald Cruz po is na sa 2260, Mr. Chairman.
So after you, si Gerald Cruz ang umupa doon.
Hindi ko po alam kung si Gerald Cruz po ba yung nakatira po doon at kung siya po ang signatories po ng 2260 po.
Kanina niya inupahan yon?
Mr. Chairman, about po doon sa inuupahan po nila sa avocado po. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, dahil hindi ko po alam. So,
Kapit bahay niya ba dyan si Senator Angara o si Senator Enrile? Alam ko, alam ni Frank Drillo niya kung saan nakatira si JPE.
Mr. Chairman, pag nandun po ay opisina bahay. So there's no way po na magkakakilala po yung mga kakapitbahay, yung magkaroon po ng time na kita-kita po.
Sige. Etong si Ami Nono Clokingan. Kapatid mo yan.
Pamangkin, Mr. Chairman.
Nakatira rin siya dito sa 2260 Avocado.
Nakatira po siya ngayon sa akin, Mr. Chairman.
Sa Forbes.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Umalis na siya doon sa 2260 Avocado.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Si Lin Wensai. Siya ba yan? Si Lin Wei Hong Xiong? O Li Wensai? Iba ba yan?
Mr. Chairman, hindi po. Yung asawa ko po ay Lin Wishong po.
Sino itong Lin Wensai? Li Wensai.
Li Wensai po is isa sa mga investor po namin. Chinese investor po namin, Mr. Chair.
Nakatira pa siya hanggang ngayon sa Avocado.
Wala na po, Mr. Chair.
Saan siya nag-i-invest sa inyo? Pogo?
Hindi po.
Saan?
Sa ibang businesses po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi naman siguro Sogo.
Ha?
Anong negosyo ni Li Wensai? Kundi Sogo o Pogo, anong negosyo niya?
Mr. Chairman, yung pagkakaalam ko po, isa real estate trade po. Yes,
Anong real estate na investor niya?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Like what real estate?
Nagpapatayo po ng mga condo po.
Andito ba siya sa Pilipinas?
Mr. Chairman, hindi ko po masasagot kung nandito pa po siya.
So, nung nakatira rin itong mga taong ito dyan sa Avocado?
Nung nakatira po ako sa Avocado, sandaling panahon lang po ako tumira sa Avocado, Mr. Chairman. Dahil ang bahay ko is nandito po sa Quezon City. So mahaba po yung traffic po pag nanggagaling po ako dito. Kaya po pansamantala po ako nanirahan po dyan sa 2260.
Okay. May mga kotse pa tayo, di ba?
Mayroon pa po, Mr. Chairman.
Meron kang Toyota Alphard, 3.9 million sa 14 Nara. Ando pa ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Meron ka pang Lexus LX 450D, 8.8 billion. Saan ulit natin yan? Nakalagay yan sa 1590 Cypress Street, Dasmariñas Village. Tumira ka rin ba dyan sa Cypress o Cypress?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman. Tumira po ako. Nung umalis po ako ng 2260, umupa po kami mag-asawa ng bahay po para may privacy po kami.
Bakit? Wala ba kayong privacy sa abogado?
Mr. Chairman, kasama po namin yung mga anak po namin at ayaw ko po na may mga tao po makikialam sa pagdidisiplina ko po sa mga anak po.
Saan naran yung mga anak mo? Sama din nila nung nalipat kayo sa Cypress.
Sa Cyprus rin po sila sumama po sa amin.
Cypress, alright. So, ayan, no? Ayan yung 8.8 million na Lexus, right? Natagpuan mo na lang ba sa garahe yan? O ikaw bang bumili niyan? Nakalagay sa pangalan mo yan, eh?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Natagpuan ko po yan sa garahe po namin dahil hindi po ako mahilig sa sasakyan. Okay na po sa akin basta po tumatakbo at may masakyan po o papunta po sa opisina.
Mahirap yung nasisirang Lexus, eh, di ba? Ito, tumatakbo. Ang bihira tayo tumatakbo Lexus. Anyway, napaka-cute na the way you say it, eh. Kaya ako natatawa ng konti. Pero, sino bumibili niyan para sa iyo?
Ang asawa ko po yung bumibili po kasi siya po yung mahilig sa mga sasakyan.
Itong EA ko, nagtatanong kung mayroong kapatid yung asawa mo, baka raw siya mabigyan ng Lexus.
Babae po yung kapatid po, Mr. Chairman, ng asawa ko. At both po, may mga asawa na rin po. May kanya-kanya ng pamilya.
Walang lalaki na. So, wala na. So wala na yung EA ko. Alright. Alright. Ito pa, meron pang Land Rover, Range Rover. 11.9 million. Saan yung Land Rover? Land Rover. Hindi marunong tumingin ng kotse ito mga tao ko, eh. Cadillac yan. Yan, Range Rover. 11.9 million. Ganun ba kayaman ang asawa mo na ganyan kalaki? Ito naman, naka-address na sa 14 Nara Avenue.
Yes po.
Nabili ito, birthday ng tatay ko, January 2020. Alright?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Nasa amin pa po yan ngayon.
Anong ginagamit mo? Range Rover, Cadillac? Wala na yung Cadillac. Anong ginagamit mo?
Pwede po ba sabihin dito, Mr. Chair? Ano lang, Land Cruiser po ang ginagamit ko, Mr. Chair. At lahat po ng sasakyan po namin ay nabili po namin before the pandemic pa po, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I know. Not true. July 15, 2020, January 17, 2020, may pandemic na. Yung Land Cruiser, 20, that's 4.8 million. Ang total ng kotse mo, nakalagay naman ito sa Paradise Village, Quezon City, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yan po yung unang residence ko po sa Quezon City.
Ako, palipat-lipat kayo ng bahay, eh. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit. Ang total na nabili mong kotse, 38.3 billion, right?
Mr. Chairman, QC po talaga yung bahay ko po. Pero yung sa Forbes po at saka sa Forbes at saka sa Dasmariñas Village po ay temporary po. Dahil yung mga anak po namin ay pinapaaral po namin sa Chinese school na malapit po dyan.
Sa school?
Chinese school po.
Chinese?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yun ang kagusto ng asawa mo, mag-aaral sila sa Chinese International School?
Hindi lang po kagustuhan po ng asawa ko po, kung hindi kagustuhan po namin mag-asawa. Dahil iba na po yung mga bata po na mayroon pong matibay na pundasyon po pagdating po sa Chinese language po. Dahil yun po ang culture po ng tatay po nila. So, kailangan rin po namin sila turuan.
Alright. Ang bahay mo na pag-aari mo, ano? Itong Paradise Village o inuupahan mo rin?
Paradise Village po, bahay ko po yan. Mayroon po ako dito sa Quirino po, sa San Bartolome.
Meron ka rin sa Quirino?
Yes po, dito po ako nakatira, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Doon ka
Chairman.
nakatira sa Quirino?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ay, Quirino, yung tabi ng ginagawang building na mataas?
Quirino Highway po, dito sa Novaliches, Mr. Chairman.
Tama? Novaliches. Oo, iba pala yun.
Opo.
Quezon City girl ka talaga.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Quezon
Okay,
City
anak.
talaga.
Saan ka pinanganak?
Sa probinsya po ng Guimaras.
Gibaras, kapitbahay mo si Senator Drilon.
Tawid lang po.
Pinapadala mo ba siya ng mangga?
Hindi po eh. Hindi ko po alam yung bahay po niya. Pasensya, Mr. Chairman.
Pero from a Gimaras girl, you have grown up. And when did you meet si Xiong Wei, si Lin Wei Xiong?
Na-met ko po siya sa isa ko pong trabaho dito po. Naging receptionist po kasi ako ng hotel. Dito din sa Quezon City.
Saan mo siya na-meet? Sa party?
Hindi po. Sa work ko po, Mr. Chairman.
Saan ka nag-work dati?
Hotel receptionist po ako sa Great Eastern Hotel.
Sa Grace?
Great Eastern Hotel po. Yung dating Aberdeen sa Quezon City.
Oo. Dati ka na San Suarez. Grace Eastern Hotel.
Great Eastern Hotel, Mr. Chairman.
Eastern Hotel. Eastern Hotel. Hindi Western. Eastern.
Yes,
Alright.
Mr. Chairman.
Napaibig ka agad sa'yo. Love at first sight.
Mr. Chairman. Kailangan po ba sagutin na siya?
You're a very attractive young lady. Magaling ka sumagot. Di ka naman mahilig sa kotse. Binibigyan ka ng kotse. You can live in a very nice house in Las Marinas and in Guan, and then you have a good business. Ano ang business nyo ngayon? Wala na yung Pogo.
Nandyan pa rin po, Mr. Chairman, yung Pogo. Pero hindi na po 100% unlike po before.
Ano ngayon ang business nyo ngayon?
Nandyan pa rin po yung real estate. Nandyan pa rin po yung offshore po. Nandyan pa rin yung Pogo.
So may Pogo pa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Meron
Kaya pa?
po.
Kaya pa?
Kahit pa paano, mayroon pa rin po.
Hindi naman kayo sumali sa Farmally, hindi kayo nag-invest.
Formally, pharmaceutical po, hindi po.
Wala kayong tinuwi na utangan doon. Wala kang pinahiraman ng pera para makapagbili sila.
Pagdating po dyan, hindi ko po, wala po akong alam. Ang makakasagot po niyan siguro, yung asawa ko. Dahil hindi naman po nila ako kinakausap.
Talaga? Ano naman klaseng pag-aasawa yun? Binibigyan ka lang ng kotse, tapos hindi kayo nag-uusap. Ano ba yan?
Sir Chairman, ang ibig ko po sabihin, pagdating po sa Formally Pharmaceutical, yun din po sa tanong po ninyo. Pero nag-uusap po kami mag-asawa. Pagdating po sa mga negosyo po.
Kasi kasama pa rin siya doon sa mga business ni Michael Yang eh. Pero kinakailangan ni Michael Yang na malapit sila. Totoo ba yun? Hindi sila malapit? Tingin ko malapit sila, di ba? Nasa litrato sila sa beach. Nasa litrato sila sa China. Nasa litrato sila sa Pilipinas. Isasabihin niya ngayon, hindi ko na siya nakikita eh. Parang sinabi niya, yung Parmali, nakita ko lang yan doon sa March 17 meeting sa Davao. Pero ngayon, hindi ko na siya matandaan. Tapos na-bis ko rin. Ganun ba sila ang ugali ni Michael Yang?
Mr. Chairman, ang pagkakaalam ko, business partners po.
Business partner sila.
Baka po kasi sinabi niya po na hindi niya na nakikita dahil yung asawa ko po ay out of the country po sa ngayon. Hindi ko po alam ano yung ibig niya sabihin.
Kailan siya umalis?
April pa po. Before po, ito yung Senate hearing po.
April pa. Ang Senate hearing namin, Agosto eh. April,
Yes po.
nang nagbilihan na yan. March 25, nagbilihan na. Pero alam mo, nagbibilihan na nag-order na sila sa China ng mga bibilin dito. Tama ba yun?
Hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
Alright. Okay. So, bakit mo naman naisipan tumakbong congresswoman?
Ay, ang pagtakbo naman po at pagtulong at paglingkod po sa kapwa, manggagaling po yan. Kung passion mo na po yan, na tumulong po sa kapwa mo, ito po yung gagawin po ninyo.
It's very commendable. Bihira politiko na iniisip yung para sa kapwa. Di ba?
Yan naman po ang mission po natin sa buhay, Mr. Chairman. Na
Right.
ibigay yung pangangailangan po ng kapwa po natin. Kaya nga po tayo kaya po natin gusto na maglingkod po sa kanila.
Okay. Hindi ka naman magbibigay ng pera sa mga tao. Talagang bibigyan mo na talagang servisyo total, di ba?
Totoo po. Kung anong nararapat po na servisyo sa kanila, ayun po dapat makuha po nila.
Hindi ka involved dun sa KBS, KBL.
Anong KBL po? Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yung kasal, binyag at saka libing, bibigyan mo lahat ang gusto ng tao. Ganun ba yun?
Mr. Chairman, mayroon naman po na gano'n. Kung kailangan po. Na kung may mga lumalapit po sa amin po, hindi naman po namin pwedeng hindian po. Dahil kailangan po nila. At lumalapit po sila dahil po wala pong tutulong sa kanila. Kaya po nila nilulunok po yung pride nila para lumapit.
So mahina talaga ang gobyerno natin kung di matulungan yung mga tao na kailangan tulungan ng politiko, yung mga ibibigay sa tao. Yung ba ang ina-advocate mo? O dapat ang gobyerno palakasin natin, huwag magnanakaw sa family, huwag magwawala, para ang ibibigay sa tao yung karapat-dapat. Sangayon ka ba doon?
Sangayon po ako na kung ano po ang serbisyo na para sa tao, yun po ang ibibigay po natin.
At pagka ang tao kumakandidato at bigay ng bigay, baka mamaya babawiin rin pag nakaupo na. Tama ba yan?
Sir Chairman, para po sa akin, ang pagpasok po sa mundo ng politika, kailanman ay hindi pwedeng gawing negosyo.
Saan ka uli na-graduate?
Sa University of San Agustin po, Iloilo City.
Iloilo. Ang gagaling ng university sa Iloilo. Paano mo? Palo ako dyan sa Iloilo. Magagaling ang mga tao dyan. Sasabi ko lang, palaki si Senator Dilo ng mga guro. Kaya ako, tatay ko rin, nagtrabaho rin, nanay ko. Kaya hindi naman kami, sinasabihan kami mga korap kami. Hindi naman kami korap eh. Yun ang problema kung magkamisan. Madaling magbitaw. So, yun lang ang gusto kong tanongin sa'yo, Rose. Baka tatanungin kita uli mamaya. Kailan ba babalik si Lin Wei Xiong?
Hindi ko pa po alam, Sir Chairman, kung kailan po siya babalik kasi natamaan po siya ng COVID. At severe COVID po yung tumama po sa kanya.
Pwede ba naman yun? Umalis na nga siya rito dahil may COVID. Nagpunta siya doon sa Dubai para magpogo. Namaan siya ng COVID tapos hindi mo alam kung kailan darating.
Ngayon po kasi under medication pa po siya dahil lungs niya po yung tinamaan. Dahil nung umalis po siya, Mr.
Tinamaan talaga yan lang sa COVID. Pero siyempre, pag tinamaan ng pag-ibig sa isang Pilipinang kasing ganda mo at kasing bunyi, babalik at babalik yan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Babalik at babalik po yan. Pero hindi ko lang masasabi kung kailan.
Sigurado ka?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Natutuwa ako sa iyo dahil you are very, very direct at wala kang paligoy-ligoy. Inaabi mo, nangungupahan ka ng malaking bahay. Magagandang kotse yung binibigay sa iyo. Hindi mo ba tinatanong sa asawa mo, saan galing yan? Ba't namimili ka yan? Ba't mo naman ako binili? Ang daming taong nahihirapan. Namimili ka ng Lexus, namimili ka ng Cadillac. Hindi naman natin kailangan yan. Hindi ka nagtatanong ng gano'n? Hindi mo binabasa ng banyera?
Mr. Chairman, pagdating po dyan, alam ko po na lahat po ng pera ng asawa ko illegal po. So hindi
Illegal?
po illegal.
Akala ko nadulas ka.
Lahat po, ang alam ko po, lahat po legal. At kung ano man po yung kagustuhan po niya na ibigay po sa akin, ay kasama na po yung mga anak ko, hindi lang po ako.
Ilan ba anak nyo?
6 na po.
6. Naku, talaga Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, nagpahinga sa linggo, ha? Alright, no. Tanong ko sa iyo, legal ba yung pogo sa China?
Sa China po, ang pagkakaalam ko lang, Mr. Chair, hindi po, kaya walang pogo po sa China.
So, hindi totoo yung kinikita nyo. Legal, dahil pagbalik nyo sa China, sisingilin kayo ng Chinese. Tama?
Dito po sa atin legal po ang pogo, Mr. Chairman.
There must be something wrong with our country. Nililigal natin yung illegal ng China.
Mr. Chairman, siya po ay hindi ito masasagot
Illegal
po.
sa China, at kumisa nagkakakidnapping, pinapatay pa yung ibang di makabayad. Bakit naman natin illegal dito?
Mr. Chairman, hindi ko po kayo masasagot po dyan dahil hindi ko gumawa ng batas na yan.
All right, Rose. I will ask you other times, another time at marami pa tayong tatanungin dahil I just want to see the kind of person you are. And you seem like a very kind person, humble, simple. And I hope that you will continue to love our country and matulungan mo kami para malutas itong mga problemang nagaganap sa ating bansa dahil nakakalungkot. Thank you for the meantime. Yeah, may tanong si Liz. Liz, habol. Go ahead, you recognize Senator Hontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nonolin, dalawa na lang na follow-up question. Yung kamag-anak nyo, sarili po ba nilang pera yon, yung milyon-milyon, several of them na ininvest sa mga kumpanya nyo?
Mr. Chairman, yung pera po na ininvest ay nanggaling po sa aming mag-asawa para po matulungan din po namin sila na tumayo po sa mga sarili nilang paa.
So bawat isa po nung mga kapatid nyo, pamangkin nyo na investor din, galing din sa inyong mag-asawa yung ininvest nila sa kumpanya nyo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At kung kikita po, babayaran din po nila kami.
Okay, and then lastly po, nag-file ba kayo ng income tax returns ninyo mula 2016 hanggang sa ngayon?
Pagdating po ba yan sa mga businesses, Mr. Chairman? Pagdating po sa mga businesses po, alam ko po, comply po kami at nagpa-file po kami.
Okay po. So pwede rin kaming ang komite humingi ng kopya ng mga ITR nyo hanggang ngayon mula 2016.
Mr. Chairman, i-clarify ko lang po, ITR po ba na personal o ITR po ng company po?
Pareho po, Ms. Nonolin.
Kasi Mr. Chairman, clarify ko lang po, kasi kung wala pong dividendo at wala pong other businesses po, ay wala po silang maipafile na ITR.
Sino pong sila?
Mr. Chair, ang sabi niyo po sa akin, ay hihingin niyo po yung mga ITR po. Tama po ba? Kung
Yes. Yes, tama.
ITR, including lahat yan, para malaman natin kung anong puno dulo.
Yes.
You promise to send it to us, right?
Mr. Chair, alam ko po na may letter of authority na po pagdating po sa mga ITR po namin. So ayaw ko naman po na makagulo pa po ako dun sa pag-iimbestiga po.
Ano po yung letter of authority, Ms. Nonolin?
Regarding po, Mr. Chairman, sa mga ITR po.
Galing kanino, papunta kanino yung letter of authority dapat?
Ang LOA po ay papunta po sa akin po, year 2020 na BIR po namin.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, hindi ko maintindihan. Meron bang kailangan? Mr. Abrea, Mr. Chairman, I think
Yes,
pwede mag-shed dito.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hontiveros, si Ms. Nonolin po, she's referring to the BIR audit. Ang sinasabi po ni Ms. Lin ay, Mrs. Lin ay ongoing na po ang BIR audit. Tama po ba, Ms. Nonolin?
Yes, tama po kayo.
Yun po, ongoing na po yung audit nila. Yun po yung sinasabi.
Yes,
okay. So, ibig bang sabihin, Mr. Abrea, na hindi namin ng komite mahihingi sa ngayon yung mga ITR or mahihingi na namin?
Kung pwede naman po kung bibigay po ni Ms. Rose Nonolin.
So, irrelevant yung letter of yung LOA na sinasabi?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, kasi po yung pinorward ng BIR, may mga ongoing audit din po, pero na-provide po yung income tax returns, Mr. Chairman.
So, paano, finally, Mr. Chairman, ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Pwede ba nating hingiin or hindi?
Yes, pwede. Basta papapigyan niya, papahiram niya.
Alright.
There's no
So,
contradiction there.
yes.
That we should protect her rights.
Yes. So, Ms. Nonolin, pwede nga ba kaming humingi nung kopya nung basic documents na yon, yung ITR ninyo?
Mr. Chairman, hihingi lang po ako ng formal request po para maibigay ko po sa inyo at ma-address ko po yung mga hihingi niyo po sa akin.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. This representation requests the chair to request those on behalf of the committee at for one para mapag-aralan ko rin po, Mr. Chairman.
We have already instructed our Right Honorable ex-future Justice of the Court of Appeals, Mr. Kimbo, to send. It's usually very efficient. Right, Director Kimbo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I instructed you already to send the proper letters, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. On it.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Nonolin, at
Thank you,
Sir and Sir Attorney Rudy. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Any more questions? Yes.
If I may, just one last follow-up question kay Mr. Abrea, Mr. Chairman, for today.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abrea, kung yung isang kumpanya, and I'm speaking specifically about Pharmally here, kung nag-declare sila ng dutiable value ng 1.1 billion pesos noong 2020, we just did some arithmetic here sa office. And as lumalabas po kasi yun sa Bureau of Customs Records, kung may dutiable value silang dineclare noong 2020 na 1.1 billion, more or less, ito na ba yung cost of goods na ibinenta nila that year?
Hindi pa po, Mr. Chairman. Kaya po dutiable siya, i-imposean pa po ng tax, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so misteryo pa rin yung cost of goods na unang tinanong na ng minority leader at tinatanong ng buong komite hanggang ngayon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Marami pa pong pwedeng madagdag na cost or factors bago mabuo yung cost of purchases or cost of sales.
Okay, salamat Mr. Abrea. Maraming salamat Mr. Chairman.
Very much before I close, the next hearing will have to be done on the 20th na. I'm sorry. On the 25th, which is Thanksgiving Day for Americans, Thursday. I'm sure Senator Drilon will provide us with a turkey, but we're not going virtual turkey. But that's the reason for that is because we're going to be working on the budget between November 10 and November 19. And besides, there are other intervening events such as the matter of the Supreme Court and other things. So I will ask the pardon of all our followers and listeners and those who are interested to put in your calendar on the 25th at 11 o'clock. We are going to conduct the meeting again. And before I close, I'd like to thank again and commend the performance of duty of a private citizen by the name of Raymond Abrea. I am proud to be a Filipino because you are courageous, you're intelligent, and the same thing goes through with Dr. Leah Chun, who has been here religiously, who has been able to supply us with all the necessary information, especially when it comes to COVID and the feelings and emotions and the mind of our doctors. How I wish the CPA also will take note of this, because if there's anything that we need in this country is everybody must take part. When they see wrong, we should all try to right it. If we have an opinion that is contrary to what a very strong person in the government who tends to use his power in a rather reckless way, I think it's time that we stand up, not in revolution, but to show that we Filipinos have a backbone, that we have principles and values that we have to maintain, and that no matter what the cause or the fears, I will remind you that cowards die 1,000 deaths, according to Shakespeare, and the cowards die 1,000 deaths, and the brave but die but once. And I'm not saying that as just to appease everybody here, but I think this is something that is lacking in our country, the ability to stand up, especially amidst all the challenges, including these elections. There are many concerns. Malampaya, many agencies in the government are filled with appointees, and we pray they do the right thing, especially in the elections, especially in our courts. And I hold up high the doctors of this country and a single CPA by the name of Raymond Abrera, who stands up here and be recognized without fear and professionally explains to us what are the parameters. I'm sure a lot of people are grateful because it's like a seminar learning from you on what people's duties are in terms of tax payments. And I pray also that the BIR and the customs forgo all the fear. Once you are afraid in government to lose your job, you have lost your independence. People in government must not be afraid to lose their jobs, especially when they're fighting for principle. And I know, at least as far as I know, and I could be mistaken, and I hope I'm not, the BIR commissioner and a man who took his oath as a soldier many years ago, the customs commissioner, are ready to come in and send us documents. It's hard enough as it is to see, and painful to see, how many people are suffering from the rapaciousness of this corruption that has occurred. And I have no doubt in my mind that's the case. But nonetheless, it fills my heart with elation and makes my heart soar like an eagle, and a UP oblation to offer ourselves before the service of our country. We all can only do what has been taught to us by our parents. And earlier, I talked about how we were raised by our parents, Senator Dillon and myself. And we're not afraid. Same thing with the way we've been trained by our schools that makes us stand our ground and use our talents and our minds for the benefit and greater glory of our country. We don't seek glory here for ourselves. We seek a re-identification, a redefinition of our people in the face of very great challenges that I'm sure Raymond Debrea and his family are facing, Mr. Liachon is facing, and all of us are facing. And they have no limits to their rapacity. So thank you all, gentlemen, for your very kind participation. And I'd like to thank all the other witnesses here. I'd like to thank my staff. I want you all to know the staff of the Senator Gordon and the staff of the Blue Ribbon. They work hard. They really do. I'm so proud to work with them. I thank all the witnesses, and I hope that one day they will be forthright so that we can finish this so sad a phase in our country's history. But sadness always ends up in goodness when good people rally together. Thank you all very much. I pray for you, Lincoln. You have a family. I do pray for you, believe it or not. I pray for the president of this country, and I pray for all those who are dying of COVID or have died of COVID. And you know what? You see this medal here? That is only worn by my school during October. I've decided to wear it for the rest of the year, all the way to next year. Because I think faith in God and faith in what our country has given us will see us through. So God bless all of you, and God bless the Republic of the Philippines. Thank you. Mabuhay kayo lahat.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Session is
Thank you, Mr.
suspended
Chairman.
until 25th of November. And thank you for the friendship and the professionalism of my colleagues here. Senator Dillon in particular is a guiding light. Certainly Risa for your bravery and courage. Senator Pangilinan. And we should not be categorized as opposition. We are working for our country. I'm proud to serve with you. Thank you all very much. Session is now suspended.